Chapter 106. Duan Lingtian, what do you think? Captain Yang De looked at Duan Lingtian and sought Duan Lingtian's opinion. After all, this bet was started by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, don't say you don't dare now. Yu Xiang's eyes narrowed as he cut off Duan Lingtian's path of retreat. Captain, I have no objections. Just as Yu Xiang said, please be our witness. Duan Lingtian nodded. The corners of his mouth held a smile. This Yu Xiang was really considerate. Yu Xiang's pupils constricted. He didn't expect Duan Lingtian to agree so readily. Duan Lingtian, you wouldn't have secretly hidden a match, right? If that's the case, then this bet has no meaning. Yu Xiang looked at Duan Lingtian with a vigilant expression. Don't worry, if I use a match, then it's my loss. Duan Lingtian smiled. A match? Did he need it? Yu Xiang heaved a sigh of relief. You said it yourself. If you have no objections, this bet will take effect. Yang De looked at Duan Lingtian and Yu Xiang. Both of them shook their heads, indicating that they had no objections. Let's begin. Yang De looked at Duan Lingtian with interest. The 5 centurions behind him also stared at Duan Lingtian with burning gazes. They were all curious as to where Duan Lingtian got his confidence from. Even if it was them, if they didn't have a match, they wouldn't dare say that they could start a fire out of thin air. Today, I'll teach everyone a common knowledge. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian picked out a round piece of dry firewood from a pile of dry firewood and sat down on the spot. At this moment, the group of youths from the genius barracks surrounded them, and they stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian's movements. Meng Quan, give me your dagger. Duan Lingtian looked at Meng Quan and smiled. Meng Quan handed over the dagger. After receiving Meng Quan's dagger, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and chopped off one end of the firewood. Then, he deliberately sharpened it. At the same time, he dug a small hole in the round firewood. Whoosh! The broken pieces of wood fell into Duan Lingtian's hand. Following the release of elemental energy from his hand, they turned into sawdust and fell into the small hole in the firewood. Then, he inserted the sharp wood he had prepared into the small hole. It began to spin. If there were people from Duan Lingtian's previous life on Earth, they would definitely recognize him at a glance. What Duan Lingtian was doing now was precisely drilling wood to make fire. Chi! Wishful thinking, do you really think you can make fire like this? Yu Xiang sneered. But very quickly, he was dumbfounded. Chi! Duan Lingtian drilled for a while, and the sawdust began to emit smoke. After a short moment, a small flame rose up. Meng Quan, firewood. Duan Lingtian shouted in a low voice. Coming. Long before the sawdust emitted smoke, Meng Quan had already gone to prepare firewood. When he heard Duan Lingtian calling him, he promptly placed a pile of firewood in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian placed the burning sawdust into the pile of firewood. Instantly, a raging fire began to burn. No! Impossible! Impossible! Yu Xiang looked at this scene in disbelief and retreated a few steps. He shook his head in a daze, not daring to believe that all this was real. At this moment, a trace of pity appeared in the gazes of the surrounding youths when they looked at Yu Xiang. This Yu Xiang had gone too far. The expressions of Yu Xiao and the other 3 youths of the Yu family were very ugly. Yu Xiang losing face also represented that the Yu family had lost face, and they had lost face. Duan Lingtian, how did you think of this? Yang De looked deeply at Duan Lingtian and asked. When I was young, I accidentally played with it. I call it drilling wood to make fire. What does Chiliarch think? Duan Lingtian rubbed his nose. Good. Very good. Yang De laughed. Oh. Yu Xiang, since you found the Chiliarch as a witness, I believe you will definitely abide by the bet, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Yu Xiang and laughed mockingly. Yu Xiang's expression became even uglier. Very quickly, he looked at the 2 centurions behind Yang De for help. Chili Arch, Yu Xiang is after all a disciple of the Yu family of the prefecture capital. If he is humiliated like this, the Yu family will undoubtedly be humiliated as well. At that time, I'm afraid it won't be easy to clean up the mess. One of the centurions stood out. That's right, Chili Arch, just treat this as a joke and laugh it off. Another centurion stood out. Yang De frowned. Yu family, he couldn't help but worry. But, this bet was witnessed by so many people. As the notary, if he were to give up just like this, his prestige would definitely be damaged. If news of this spread out, it would be difficult for him to have a foothold in the Iron Blood army. Ha 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 ha, a burst of loud laughter suddenly spread out. Presumptuous. The centurion who stood out first to support Yu Xiang had a change in expression and stared angrily at Duan Lingtian. In front of the Chili Arch, how can you be presumptuous? Sir Centurion. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly and the corners of his mouth held a smile. Not only is the Chili Arch a witness to the bet between me and Yu Xiang, everyone present is a witness. When the bet was just set, I wonder why you didn't stop it. Could it be that at that time, you didn't think of the Yu family? Or, now that I've won and Yu Xiang has lost, it's out of your expectations. So, you used the Yu family to suppress the Chili Arch? As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with a wisp of a sinister brilliance. Could it be that you think that the Chili Arch is afraid of the Yu family and must lower his head in front of the Yu family? After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, that centurion's expression changed greatly. After glaring at Duan Lingtian with resentment, he looked at Yang De with a terrified expression. Chili Arch, I've never thought of it this way. I really didn't mean it this way. The other centurion tactfully shut his mouth when faced with such a situation. Although he was a good friend of Yu Xiang's older brother, Yu Hong, he didn't dare offend his superior. This bet is obvious to everyone present. I hope the Chili Arch can handle it fairly. Xiao Yu spoke at the right time to help Duan Lingtian. I hope the Chili Arch can handle it fairly. Instantly, many of the youths in the various squads voiced their support. Yu Xiang's expression became more and more unsightly. His gaze swept past all these youths. More than half of these youths had borrowed fire from him, but he never imagined that these people were actually fence-sitters and were so realistic. He was so angry that his vital energy and blood roiled. Alright, since I'm a witness to this bet, I naturally won't be biased towards any side. Yu Xiang, fulfill the bet. Yang De looked at Yu Xiang as he spoke indifferently. Although he had some misgivings about the county city's Yu family, he wasn't afraid. Not to mention that the Iron Blood army was far away. Even if the Yu family's patriarch personally came to Iron Blood City, the patriarch wouldn't be able to do anything to him. He was a member of the Iron Blood army. The Iron Blood army was famous for being protective of their own. Even the people of the county governor's estate didn't dare rashly offend the Iron Blood army. Yu Xiang took a deep breath, his eyes filled with humiliation, and his body unconsciously started to tremble. Under numerous burning gazes, Yu Xiang started to take off the clothes on his body, piece by piece. Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, Meng Quan, and Lo Cheng had already returned to the place they were at earlier and started to roast the wild wolves and boars. As they roasted, they watched Yu Xiang's performance. Huh. I couldn't tell that this Yu Xiang is fairer than a girl. Meng Quan looked at Yu Xiang, who was running, and laughed loudly. There's even a birthmark on your butt. Duan Lingtian laughed. Now, not only Duan Lingtian and the others, even the other youths were watching Yu Xiang's performance without blinking, deeply afraid that they would miss any exciting scene. Every time Yu Xiang took a step forward, the wind would blow past his naked body. His face would turn gloomier and gloomier. His pair of eyes even revealed dense hatred and killing intent. Duan Lingtian. If I don't kill you, I swear I'm not human. Ah! Yu Xiang ran halfway and suddenly roared. Who? His feet moved, and he executed his movement technique, quickly finishing the remaining few laps. Xiang Ge. Yu Xiao passed the clothes over in a timely manner. Yu Xiang took a deep breath, put on the clothes, and sat at a corner, ashamed to face anyone. Huh. Satisfying. Meng Quan laughed. Xiao Yu laughed as well. Lo Cheng's eyes flickered, and a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. He noticed that a trace of delight had actually arisen within his heart, and it was something he didn't expect. Enough, quickly eat the meat, don't burn it. Duan Lingtian laughed. At this moment, the other youths in the genius camp, besides the few people from the Yu clan, were all whispering in low voices. The topic they were discussing was precisely Yu Xiang, who had just run 10 laps without a trace of clothing. The group of youths from Squad 3 were currently beaming with joy. That Yu Xiang said he wouldn't lend a fire to Squad 3. Humph. Why would we need to borrow a fire? With Duan Lingtian's method of making fire by drilling wood, even if we don't have a match, we can still easily start a fire. Yeah. Duan Lingtian is too formidable to be able to create such a method. I really don't dare believe it. Duan Lingtian is only 16. When I was his age, I hadn't even stepped into the core formation stage, let alone being so multi-talented like him. That Yu Xiang probably won't have the face to see anyone in the future. Speaking of which, that bird of his looks really small, I wonder if it'll be of any use. Sure. Be quiet, he's a member of the county city's Yu clan after all, be careful of being targeted by him, and you'll be out of luck. Let's be quiet. Actually, I also feel that his bird is very small, like a bamboo stick. At this moment, the youths of Squad 3 weren't stingy with their praises for Duan Lingtian, and at the same time, they were fiercely trampling on Yu Xiang. As if they'd completely forgotten. Earlier, they were extremely dissatisfied with Duan Lingtian, and even wanted to put down their dignity to borrow a fire from Yu Xiang. In the distance, Captain Yang De gnawed on the roasted meat, and his gaze never left Duan Lingtian. As far as he was concerned, this youth was truly too miraculous. To be able to think of such a method to start a fire, he was absolutely a genius amongst geniuses. Amongst the 5 centurions, the astonished expression on the face of Squad 3's instructor, Fan Jian, still hadn't faded. He completely understood now. So it turned out that the reason Duan Lingtian leisurely walked towards the Dawnshroud mountain range today and didn't fight for the fire starter was because he'd long since made preparations. He didn't need a fire starter at all to start a fire. He deeply felt how terrifying this youth was. Of the remaining 4 centurions, 2 of them acted as if this matter had nothing to do with them and were unconcerned. The last 2 looked at each other and laughed helplessly. They were all friends of Yu Xiang's older brother, Yu Hong, and felt slightly guilty for not being able to help Yu Xiang this time. Chapter 107. So full. Duan Lingtian burped, then lay down and crossed his legs as he looked up at the night sky. The numerous stars were dazzling and dazzling. Lo Cheng, I've already finished 3 pieces of meat, but you haven't even finished half a piece. Learn from me, that's how a man should be. Meng Quan grunted. Meng Quan, you're completely like a cow chewing on a peony. Xiao Yu laughed. Go away. Didn't you see Duan Lingtian eating even faster than me? Meng Quan said unhappily. Meng Quan, you're even dragging me down with you. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh as he scolded. His eating speed was completely a habit formed from his previous life. In his previous life, as a mercenary, sometimes for the sake of a mission, he didn't have time to eat and could only wolf down his food. Luckily, his digestive ability was strong, so it didn't leave behind any side effects. In his previous life, he cultivated the form and wolf fist and developed inner strength, causing his internal organs to be tempered and become extremely tough, far surpassing an ordinary person. In this life, his fleshly body and internal organs were even stronger. Presently, disregarding origin energy, just the strength of his fleshly body was comparable to the strength of 5 ancient mammoths. Who could accomplish this? We won't be sleeping here tonight, right? Lo Cheng was slightly worried. Being able to sleep here is already not bad, I'm just afraid we'll have to sleep in the Dawnshroud mountain range, Meng Quan said. F***K. Meng Quan, I hope you're right. Duan Lingtian had just sat up when he saw the distant Captain Yang De and the 5 centurions walking over. Yang Da's gaze swept past the youths of the genius camp and shouted, "Stand up, return to your teams." Instantly, the youths divided into 5 small teams and started to line up. Suddenly, Yang Da frowned as he looked into the distance and shouted, "Yu Xiang, what are you still doing there? Return to your teams. You're a cow if you have a birthmark on your butt. You even dare not listen to the words of a captain." Meng Quan grinned. Immediately, all the youths present, except for the few people from the Yu clan, burst into laughter. "I dare you to say that again." At this time, Yu Xiang leisurely walked over, just in time to hear Meng Quan's words. His gaze turned cold as he looked at Meng Quan, his face filled with killing intent. "Humph." Meng Quan snorted and no longer paid attention to Yu Xiang. He did not dare to provoke Yu Xiang. Sigh, in this day and age, no one is allowed to tell the truth. It's not a secret that you have a birthmark on your butt. Duan Lingtian pretended to sigh. Ha 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 ha. Immediately, roaring laughter rose and fell again. The youths present couldn't help but recall the scene of Yu Xiang streaking just now, Duan Lingtian. Yu Xiang's eyes burst out with a murderous intent as he shouted angrily. "Enough!" Yang Da's face sank as he shouted, "If you all want to fight, there will be plenty of chances in the future. Now, 5 squads of Genius Camp members, follow your instructors and go deep into the Dawnshroud mountain range. If you can't keep up and get torn apart by the fierce beasts on the way, then you can't blame anyone." As soon as Yang Da finished speaking, the 5 Centurion instructors moved, transforming into 5 gusts of wind that blew into the Dawnshroud mountain range. The youths of the 5 squads hurriedly chased after them. It was also because the 5 instructors had slowed down their speed, otherwise, not many of these youths would be able to keep up with their footsteps. Before long, they arrived at the second fork in the road, and the 5 squads completely split up. Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, Meng Quan, and Lo Cheng took the lead and followed behind instructor Fan Jian. "Meng Quan, you jinx!" Duan Lingtian couldn't help but glare at Meng Quan, who was at the side, as he scolded with a smile. He still remembered what Meng Quan had said earlier, and it was really what Meng Quan had said, "It's really too good to be true, but too bad to be true." Meng Quan had a bitter smile on his face. Lo Cheng's face was slightly pale as he said with a trembling voice, "We'll be sleeping in the Dawnshroud mountain range at night, there won't be fierce beasts that sneak attack us, right?" "Nonsense. Of course there will be," Meng Quan said unhappily. "Lo Cheng, you've never slept in the wilderness before." Duan Lingtian ran like the wind, but he didn't even pant, and his expression was calm. "No." Lo Cheng shook his head. "I really don't understand why a pretty boy like you who lives like a prince would come to the genius camp." Meng Quan was slightly puzzled. "I'm not a pretty boy." Hearing Meng Quan's words, Lo Cheng's body trembled, and he clenched his fists tightly as he glared. "Yo, you're even throwing a tantrum. Do you want to fight me?" Meng Quan grinned, and battle intent shot out from his eyes. "Enough, Meng Quan. If you have that kind of strength, why don't you use it to deal with fierce beasts?" Xiao Yu shook his head. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Lo Cheng. He noticed. Earlier, when Meng Quan said Lo Cheng was a pretty boy, someone as meek as Lo Cheng actually revealed killing intent in his eyes. He could guess that this Lo Cheng was a person with a story. Before long, the members of Squad 3 followed behind instructor Fan Jian and killed over 10 weak fierce beasts along the way before finally entering the inner area of the Dawnshroud mountain range. The weak fierce beasts that appeared in the surroundings were comparable to a second-level core formation martial artist. Within the surrounding bushes, pairs of eyes that flickered with a dark green sheen could be vaguely seen. Obviously, there were many wolves concealed within. The wolves here weren't ordinary wolves, every single one of them was a formidable fierce beast. "Tonight, we'll sleep here." Fan Jian's gaze flashed past the youths of Squad 3, including Duan Lingtian, as he spoke indifferently. "What? Sleep here? What a joke." Instantly, the expressions of some of the youths changed greatly. Amongst them included Lo Cheng. Instructor, you'll protect us, right? A youth gulped down a mouthful of saliva and asked. For a moment, most of the youths looked at Fan Jian with hopeful gazes. Fan Jian grunted coldly. You're all thinking too much. I'm only responsible for giving you training orders. Even if a fierce beast wants to bite you to death, I won't interfere. Don't forget that entering the genius camp means that there's only a slim chance of survival. This is only the first round of training, and it's the simplest. Hearing Fan Jian's words, the expressions of some of the youths couldn't help but change. There was also a portion of the youths who had a calm expression. Obviously, they had all experienced similar situations, for example, Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, and Meng Quan. Sleep. Fan Jian glanced at the youths and laid down on the ground. Not long after, he started snoring. Only the group of youths remained, looking at each other in dismay. Duan Lingtian was the first to lie down. Duan Lingtian, we're really going to sleep here? Lo Cheng's legs were still trembling. Lo Cheng, don't be like a girl. Hurry up and sleep. Meng Quan yawned and lay down as well. Xiao Yu also lay down. Some of the more courageous youths from Squad 3 also lay down. In the end, the remaining 7 youths didn't dare to lie down for a long time. Lo Cheng, you're not planning to stand for the entire night, are you? Duan Lingtian's eyebrows moved slightly as he asked. I don't dare to sleep. Lo Cheng smiled bitterly. Then prepare to stand for the entire night. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and fell asleep. Awo. Awo. Late at night, moonlight shone down. In the bushes, a pack of fierce wolves pounced out and headed straight for the group of youths in Squad 3. In an instant, the 7 youths who hadn't slept felt as if they were facing a great enemy. Some of the youths who hadn't completely fallen asleep got up with a swoosh and fought against the fierce wolves. The commotion was getting louder and louder. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan also got up to deal with the fierce wolves. When more than 30 fierce wolves were killed, the group of youths was also exhausted. A few of them were also injured. F***ck. Duan Lingtian actually didn't wake up. Meng Quan discovered that Duan Lingtian was lying on the ground and didn't move at all. He couldn't help but curse. The instructor also didn't wake up. Many people were speechless. Weren't these 2 people afraid of being bitten to death by the wolves? Early the next morning, the light of dawn enveloped the earth. Duan Lingtian woke up, full of energy and radiant. Looking at the 3 youths with dark circles and not far away, Duan Lingtian was somewhat surprised. Xiao Yu, Meng Quan. I'm not surprised that Lo Cheng has dark circles. But you too, you didn't sleep for the entire night either? Duan Lingtian, tonight, if the 3 of us didn't help you block the fierce wolves that pounced on you, you would have died long ago. Meng Quan glared and said unhappily, you, on the other hand, slept until dawn. Meng Quan, believe it or not, even if you didn't help me block those fierce wolves, I wouldn't have died. Duan Lingtian grinned. Meng Quan naturally didn't believe it. You're treating good intentions as ill intent. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He knew that if he didn't say anything, Meng Quan would really think that he was taking advantage of him. Meng Quan, if I remember correctly, there were a total of 3 waves of fierce wolves that attacked us tonight. Among them, there were a total of 9 fierce wolves that pounced on me. You blocked 3, Xiao Yu blocked 5, and Lo Cheng blocked 1. Am I right? You, Meng Quan was completely dumbfounded. Weren't you sleeping? How did you know? If I'm not wrong, Duan Lingtian should have been in a state of half asleep and half awake for the entire night. But, according to what I know, besides those officers and soldiers that have been in the army for many years and assassins that lick blood from their blades, only martial artists at the origin core stage and above are able to do this. Xiao Yu glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, and felt that he was becoming more and more unable to see through Duan Lingtian. Freak! Meng Quan couldn't help but say. Lo Cheng looked at Duan Lingtian, and a trace of adoration flashed within his eyes. Instructor, do you have a grade 7 gold injury pill? He can't take it anymore. Even after eating 2 grade 8 gold injury pills consecutively, it was still difficult to suppress his injuries. Suddenly, a youth looked at Fan Jian, who had just woken up, with crimson eyes. Grade 7 gold injury pill? How could I possibly have it? Fan Jian frowned, and his cold gaze swept over the other youth who was lying on the ground and on the verge of death. Life and death are up to fate. The first round of elimination training has only just begun. In next to no time, this youth died. For a moment, the scene was filled with an atmosphere of grieving for the death of one's kind. 3 months of training, and on the second day, one person had died. Presently, besides Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu who were still able to maintain their composure, the other youths of Squad 3 more or less had some lingering fear in their hearts. Gather! Right at this moment, Fan Jian shouted in a low voice. After the members of Squad 3 lined up in formation, Fan Jian gave out the training instructions. Chapter 108. Fan Jian's voice was filled with coldness. Clouded Leopard. A third-level core formation fierce beast. The expressions of some of the youths in Squad 3 went pale. These youths were only second-level core formation martial artists. Just at this moment, the 4 figures had already left at the first possible moment, attracting the attention of the remaining youths. It's Duan Lingtian's group. That Lo Cheng's luck is really good. He's now a friend of Duan Lingtian. With Duan Lingtian's help, this mission couldn't be any easier for him. Alright, let's not talk about these useless things. Let's discuss how we should cooperate. While the group of youths in Squad 3 were discussing, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 had already gone deep into the inner area of the Dawnshroud mountain range. Lo Cheng, your luck isn't bad. You're able to hug Duan Lingtian's thigh with me. Meng Quan patted Lo Cheng's shoulder and grinned. Lo Cheng ignored Meng Quan and instead looked at Duan Lingtian as he said with a serious expression, Duan Lingtian, if we encounter a clouded leopard, please don't be in a hurry to help me. I want to try it myself first. If I really encounter danger, then you can help me, okay? Duan Lingtian glanced at Lo Cheng with slight surprise before nodding. He really didn't see it. Lo Cheng, who was usually like a little girl, actually had such a strong and resolute side to him. Lo Cheng, you're really looking for trouble. With Duan Lingtian here, we don't even have to make a move. Meng Quan shook his head and laughed. Meng Quan, just based on what you said, you hunt your clouded leopard yourself. You can ask Xiao Yu to help you, but I won't help you. Duan Lingtian suddenly laughed. F***K. Duan Lingtian, this joke isn't funny at all. Meng Quan was dumbstruck. He then looked at Xiao Yu. However, Xiao Yu turned his head and pretended not to notice his gaze. He suddenly felt that he had trapped himself in a web of his own making. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, Xiao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, how did you manage to be half awake? Firstly, you're not a seasoned soldier in the army who's accustomed to camping. Secondly, you're not an assassin. Thirdly, you're not an origin core expert. Do you have any secret? Obviously, Xiao Yu was very interested in Duan Lingtian's method of half-awake when he was sleeping. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian must have a special secret. Before today, whether it was the breathing rhythm of the running or the drilling wood to make fire, it made him realize the wonders of Duan Lingtian. Xiao Yu, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you this time. There really isn't any secret to this. Duan Lingtian shook his head slightly. Seasoned soldier in the army who's accustomed to camping. Wasn't this the portrayal of his mercenary career in his previous life? Moreover, even if he didn't have this experience, relying on his soul that was comparable to an origin core martial artist, he could still do many things that an origin core martial artist could do, including this method of half-awake. Then I'll have to trouble you to take care of me when I sleep in the future. Remember to wake me up when ferocious beasts come. I can finally have a good sleep tonight. A wisp of a sly smile flashed past Xiao Yu's eyes. Me too. Meng Quan's eyes lit up. I want it too. Lo Cheng was slightly embarrassed. Want my ass? You want to find Meng Quan? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched, and he glared at Lo Cheng. Don't you know that I'm not gay? Before long, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 encountered their first cloud leopard, and Lo Cheng was the one who attacked. Although Lo Cheng's cultivation of martial skills wasn't bad, he was only a second-level core formation martial artist after all, so he quickly fell into a disadvantageous position under the attacks of the cloud leopard. Whoosh! Xiao Yu's figure trembled, wanting to go help Lo Cheng. Slap! Duan Lingtian's raised hand descended, pressing down on Xiao Yu's shoulder as he lightly shook his head. No rush. Xiao Yu looked at Lo Cheng in confusion. Before long, as if he'd seen through something, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Die! Right at this moment, Lo Cheng shouted out explosively, and the origin energy on his fist instantly skyrocketed. Above him, beside the 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes, another ancient mammoth silhouette appeared, the strength of 4 ancient mammoths. 3rd level of the core formation stage. Bang! Lo Cheng's fist shattered the skull of the cloud leopard, and the cloud leopard struggled for a moment before crashing down. Huff huff huff, Lo Cheng bent over and gasped for breath as he looked at the corpse of the cloud leopard, and his face revealed an excited smile. Even this works? Meng Quan was stunned. Lo Cheng breaking through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage meant that he was going to be at the bottom of their group of 4. Meng Quan, didn't you want to spar with me? Lo Cheng looked at Meng Quan and grinned. F***K off. Meng Quan glared at Lo Cheng. Lo Cheng, don't be complacent. Once I break through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage, I'll definitely beat the crap out of you. I really don't know what kind of dog you stole. Shit luck, you can even break through like this. In the end, Meng Quan was speechless. Meng Quan, why don't I help you get rid of your clouded leopard? There's no need to trouble you. Xiao Yu's eyes narrowed as he smiled. Don't, I still need to rely on it to break through. Meng Quan hurriedly shook his head. As far as he was concerned, since Lo Cheng was able to break through while fighting the cloud leopard, then he should be able to as well. However, he was bound to be disappointed. In the end, it was still Xiao Yu who helped him that he successfully hunted a cloud leopard. Searching for 4 cloud leopards took Duan Lingtian's group of 4 an entire morning. It's already noon, let's go hunt another 2 fierce beasts for lunch. After completing the mission, Meng Quan's mood was extremely good. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 agreed. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, waves of deafening roars sounded out from afar. What accompanied it was the shaking of the ground. Looks like fierce beasts know that we're hungry and delivered themselves to us. Meng Quan rubbed his palms together as he waited for the arrival of his prey. However, his expression quickly changed. The expressions of Duan Lingtian's group of 3 changed as well. Flaming Tiger, a 4th level core formation fierce beast. My god, there are 7 of them. Luo Cheng sucked in a breath of cold air. You guys take the cloud leopard and return first. Duan Lingtian made a prompt decision. What about you? Meng Quan's expression changed. I'll lure them away. Otherwise, when they pounce on me together, I won't have the time to take care of all of you. Hurry up and leave. Duan Lingtian's expression was serious. How could a 4th level core formation fierce beast appear here? Xiao Yu's eyes flashed as he was slightly unable to understand. Now isn't the time to talk about this. Hurry up and return. Duan Lingtian urged once more. Duan Lingtian, you must be careful. Let's go. Xiao Yu nodded as he realized the seriousness of the matter. He received the cloud leopard that Duan Lingtian passed over and called out to Meng Quan and Lo Cheng to leave together. If they stayed now, they would only be a burden. Duan Lingtian, we'll wait for you to return. Meng Quan and Lo Cheng glanced at Duan Lingtian's figure before gritting their teeth and leaving with Xiao Yu. Looks like I'll have to use my full strength today. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused as he gazed at the distant 7 enormous tigers that seemed to be covered in flames and silently waited for their arrival. If he was only an ordinary 4th-level core formation martial artist, he would only be able to lure these flaming tigers away. But he wasn't. If he used his full strength, his strength would be comparable to a 5th-level core formation martial artist. Flaming Tiger, a 4th-level core formation fierce beast. Its entire body was covered in crimson-red fur. When it moved, it was like balls of rising flames, and it was precisely because of this that it got its name. The 7 flaming tigers arrived near Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye. They roared and pounced towards Duan Lingtian. The sound of air being torn apart exploded out as the 7 flaming tigers approached menacingly. Above each of them, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared, a total of 42 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed over. Bring it on! Duan Lingtian's eyes shone and a trace of excitement appeared on his face. Since he grasped the strength of 7 ancient mammoths, he had never fought to his heart's content. Today was undoubtedly an opportunity for him. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Although it was only a high-grade profound ranked movement technique at the mastery stage, relying on the strength of one more ancient mammoth than these 7 flaming tigers, Duan Lingtian's speed still completely surpassed these flaming tigers. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a spirit serpent as he brushed past a flaming tiger that was approaching menacingly, circled around to its back, and sat on it. Roar! The flaming tiger was enraged. It swayed its body, wanting to throw off Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian sat on its back as steady as Mount Tai, not moving in the slightest. Don't worry, even if you don't let me go down, I still want to go down. Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold as he pressed his hand on the sword hilt at his waist and drew the violet myrtle flexible sword. Whoosh! The sword flashed out, exploding with the strength of 7 ancient mammoths. Without using any sword skills, it directly pierced into the flaming tiger's enormous head. Poochie! Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Roar! The flaming tiger let out a mournful low roar as its enormous body fell down. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian stepped on the flaming tiger's back and borrowed the force to jump onto the backs of the other 6 flaming tigers. Relying on his extraordinary speed and strength, he killed these flaming tigers one by one. All 7 flaming tigers had fallen. Clang! Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief as he sheathed the violet myrtle flexible sword. The fur and parts on these flaming tigers are all worth quite a bit of money. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as the violet myrtle flexible sword was once again unsheathed, forcefully tearing off the fur and parts on the bodies of the 7 flaming tigers and putting them away into his spatial ring. Presently, Duan Lingtian was wearing the spatial ring left behind by the Boundless Sect's young sect leader. This spatial ring was much better than the one he obtained from Aqua Mist City's He Clan's supreme elder, He Zhu Dao, and the space within it was a few times larger. It was a grade 6 spirit weapon spatial ring. As for He Zhu Dao's spatial ring, Duan Lingtian left it behind for Kerr. After all, during the 1 year he was gone, Kerr had to replace him and continue cooperating with Tang Ying to buy and sell the 6 treasures body tempering liquid. If he had a spatial ring, it would be more convenient for him to keep the silver. Humph! Consider yourself unlucky. After glancing at the mangled corpses of the 7 flaming tigers, Duan Lingtian prepared to return. Spatial ring. Just at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded out. Duan Lingtian's face went ghastly pale. Whoosh! A figure flew down from the side of the mountain range and landed before Duan Lingtian. It's him. Duan Lingtian's face sank. The person standing before him was none other than one of the 2 centurions that spoke up for Duan Lingtian after Yu Xiang lost the bet with Duan Lingtian last night. If he remembered correctly, this centurion ought to be the instructor of Squad 1. But, why would he be here? Chapter 109. Lord Centurion, why are you here? Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change as he asked calmly. What do you think? The centurion's gaze went slightly cold as he replied with a question. Could it be that those 7 flaming tigers were drawn over by you, Lord Centurion? Duan Lingtian's eyes focused. According to common sense, it was impossible for a fierce beast at the 4th level of the core formation stage or above to appear in the area he was at. Even if it did appear, it would at most be 1 or 2. But earlier, 7 4th level core formation flaming tigers appeared at the same time, and coupled with the timely appearance of this centurion, it was difficult for him to not connect the two together. You're very smart. The centurion looked at Duan Lingtian. I originally thought that 7 flaming tigers were enough to tear you apart. But I never imagined that you actually concealed your strength during the Genius Camp test. You're actually a 5th level core formation martial artist. 5th level core formation martial artist. It wasn't much. But if the prefix "not yet 17 years old" was added on top of this, then it was terrifying. A 5th level core formation martial artist below the age of 17. Such a monster had never appeared in the past few hundred years of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's history. Lord Centurion, I feel that I have no enmity with you, but I wonder why you want to harm me. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as his eyes flashed. Although he had a guess in his heart, he still wanted to confirm it. Duan Lingtian, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for showing off too much. If it wasn't for you causing Yu Hong to lose his position as Centurion, Yu Hong wouldn't have targeted you, nor would he have instructed me to kill you during the Genius Camp training. In the eyes of this Centurion, Duan Lingtian was already a dead man, so he didn't have any misgivings. Yu Hong. Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold. It really was him. Yu Hong, Yu Xiang's older brother. I have to say, your natural talent shocked even me. Maybe if you were given another 2 years, even I wouldn't be a match for you. But unfortunately, today, you're going to lose your life here. Killing intent shot out from the Centurion's eyes. Origin energy suffused his hands. Above him, 11 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, and their imposing auras shot into the sky like rainbows. This Centurion was an 8th level core formation martial artist. Wait! Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he shouted in a low voice. What? Do you have any last words? The Centurion asked calmly. If you let me go, I will give you 1 million taels of silver. How about it? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and asked slowly. 1 million taels of silver? I have to say, it's indeed very tempting. However, if I'm not wrong, the 1 million taels of silver you're talking about should be kept in your spatial ring, right? As long as I kill you, your storage ring will be mine, not to mention the 1 million taels of silver. A sinister smile appeared on the Centurion's face, as if Duan Lingtian's storage ring was already his. Originally, I only wanted to do Yu Hong a favor and expel the 7 flaming tigers here to let them kill you. But I never imagined that you actually concealed your strength, and even killed 7 flaming tigers. What made me even more surprised was that you actually possessed a precious item like the spatial ring. As he finished speaking, the Centurion's face was filled with killing intent. As far as he was concerned, as long as he killed Duan Lingtian, everything that belonged to Duan Lingtian would belong to him. So, you've become greedy, right? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he asked indifferently. So what if I am? The Centurion sneered. I can't be bothered to waste my breath on you. I'll kill you right now and take your spatial ring. You're so confident that you can kill me? Duan Lingtian started laughing. The Centurion's heart jerked when he heard what Duan Lingtian said. After observing the surroundings for a while and not noticing anything amiss, he sneered. Duan Lingtian, stop trying to be mysterious. Today, you're dead for sure. Unless you have the strength to surpass me. But, this is impossible. As soon as he finished speaking, the Centurion moved. Whoosh! He pulled out a string of afterimages as he flashed out, directly flashing towards Duan Lingtian. Above him, 11 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed like the wind. Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold as he moved to greet the Centurion. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. His figure flashed out, as if transforming into a nimble and agile spirit serpent. Sword Drawing Arts. The violet sword light was like the tongue of a venomous snake as it flashed towards the centurion that was approaching menacingly. In that instant, above Duan Lingtian, 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. You actually concealed your strength? The centurion's figure shook as he easily dodged Duan Lingtian's sword strike and dodged to the side as he stared at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. The strength of 8 ancient mammoths, this was the symbol of a 6th-level core formation martial artist. Wait! Before long, his gaze descended onto the violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand and he exclaimed in surprise. Spirit weapon! You actually have a spirit weapon. A spirit weapon that's able to give you the strength of an ancient mammoth should be a grade 8 spirit weapon, right? The greed in the centurion's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He never imagined that Duan Lingtian would bring him so many surprises. First, it was the spatial ring, then the grade 8 spirit weapon. If he was able to obtain a grade 8 spirit weapon, then even a 9th-level core formation martial artist wouldn't be a match for him. This Duan Lingtian was simply a treasure trove. Your eyesight isn't bad. Duan Lingtian sneered. Duan Lingtian, relying on a spirit weapon, your strength is comparable to a 6th-level core formation martial artist. But in front of me, it's not enough. Die! The centurion's figure shook as he moved once more. He wanted to kill Duan Lingtian and seize everything that belonged to Duan Lingtian. Bang! The centurion struck out like a bolt of lightning, slapping his palm towards Duan Lingtian, and the wind from his palm caused Duan Lingtian's violet clothes to flutter. Is that so? A cold light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes. Instantly, his origin energy fused into the body of the violet myrtle flexible sword and activated the blood crescent inscription inscribed within, Oam. A crimson-red crescent moon accompanied Duan Lingtian's violet myrtle flexible sword as it flashed out like a bolt of lightning, and as if it had eyes, it met the centurion's palm strike head-on. Chi! Fresh blood spurted out as the centurion's palm was sliced into 2 by the crescent moon. Ah! The centurion's shrill cry had just sounded out when it came to an abrupt stop in an instant. Because after the crescent moon sliced off his palm, it didn't lose momentum and directly pierced through his chest. Spirit serpent movement technique. Duan Lingtian's figure moved, dodging the centurion's inertia as it flashed over. The centurion's eyes stared wide open as he followed the momentum and flew out. His eyes flickered with a sheen of disbelief. Perhaps, even until his death, he never imagined that Duan Lingtian actually had such a terrifying ability. Bang! The centurion's corpse fell to the ground, and blood flowed all over the ground, dazzling and resplendent. Humph! I gave you 1 million silver out of goodwill, and you didn't want it. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? If it wasn't for the fact that I don't want to waste the blood crescent inscription, I wouldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. He coldly swept his gaze over the centurion's corpse and searched his body for a while, but only found a few thousand silver. You're really a poor bastard. After cursing, Duan Lingtian put away the silver into his spatial ring. A strand of alchemy fire lit up in his palm, and he threw it at the centurion's corpse. Hua! In an instant, the centurion's corpse was burned to ashes. Not even ashes were left. The materials in my spatial ring are only enough to inscribe 2 more blood crescent inscriptions. I didn't expect that a lousy centurion would waste one of my blood crescent inscriptions. Duan Lingtian slightly frowned. When he thought of what happened just now, he felt a wave of displeasure in his heart. In his opinion, the materials required to inscribe 1 blood crescent inscription were worth at least 500,000 silver. Killing that centurion only gave him a few thousand silver. Without a doubt, this was a business that would incur huge losses. With his current situation, no matter how much money he had, it would be difficult for him to obtain the materials for the blood crescent inscription. Now, the number of blood crescent inscriptions decreased with each use. This was also the reason why he would rather give the centurion 1 million taels of silver than waste the inscription of blood crescent. Forget it, I'll take one step at a time. I'll first inscribe a new blood crescent inscription on the crepe myrtle flexible sword before returning. What was done could not be undone, so Duan Lingtian did not think too much about it. After walking for a while, Duan Lingtian found a remote place and sat down cross-legged. He took out a pile of materials and started inscribing the blood crescent inscription. The sun was setting in the west and evening was coming. The resting place of Little Team 3 of the Genius Barracks. Why isn't Duan Lingtian back yet? After waiting for a long time and not seeing Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu's expression turned ugly. Yeah, it's already been so long. Logically speaking, even if he lured away those flaming tigers, he should have returned by now. Meng Quan frowned, extremely puzzled. Could something have happened to him? Lo Cheng had a face full of worry. Don't jinx it. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan both glared at Lo Cheng. But within their eyes, there was still an additional trace of worry. If something really happened to Duan Lingtian, they would never be able to live in peace for the rest of their lives. After all, Duan Lingtian did it all to save them, or else, with Duan Lingtian's strength, wanting to escape from the pursuit of 7 flaming tigers wasn't a difficult matter. Before long, the other youths of Little Team 3 had returned as well. The 15 youths had joined forces to sweep the area for an entire day, and had hunted enough cloud leopards to complete their mission. Is everyone here? Fan Jian's expression was cold as ice. Where's Duan Lingtian? Fan Jian's gaze swept past the 18 people present before finally looking at Xiao Yu, Meng Quan, and Lo Cheng. Instructor, we went to hunt cloud leopards with Duan Lingtian and encountered 7 flaming tigers on the way. He asked us to bring the cloud leopards back first, and then he went to lure away those flaming tigers. Lo Cheng slowly said. Flaming tigers? Fan Jian's gaze focused. You guys are too bold, actually daring to enter deep into the Dawnshroud mountain range. We didn't go deep, we just wandered around the area where 3rd-level core formation fierce beasts roamed. Who knew that 7 flaming tigers would suddenly appear? Xiao Yu frowned. Impossible. Fan Jian asserted. Flaming tigers have a strong sense of territory and wouldn't easily leave their own territory. Maybe someone alarmed the flaming tigers. Meng Quan's expression wasn't too good as he guessed. Alright, since Duan Lingtian's cloud leopards have been brought back, then the mission can be considered to have been completed. Tonight, your food will be these cloud leopards. After Fan Jian gave the order, he sat at the side and started roasting his prey. Xiao Yu, Meng Quan, and Lo Cheng hadn't eaten for an entire day and were already hungry, but at this moment, they didn't make any movements as they didn't have any appetite. Chapter 110. Nearby, the other youths of Squad 3 gathered together and started a fire by drilling wood. If it wasn't for Duan Lingtian, we'd probably only be able to eat raw meat now. Unfortunately, he's probably doomed this time. Yanhu is a 4th-level core formation fierce beast, and any one of them has strength that isn't inferior to Duan Lingtian. Some of the youths didn't think that Duan Lingtian would be able to return. They all felt that Duan Lingtian ought to have been killed by Yanhu. All of you used the method Duan Lingtian taught you to start a fire, and even cursed Duan Lingtian behind his back. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Meng Quan's face sank when he heard the discussion of the group of youths, and he shouted. We're only speaking the truth, what are you so agitated for? Since you're so agitated, why did you abandon Duan Lingtian and run back by yourself this afternoon? Coward! A youth sneered. What did you say? Meng Quan's eyes were crimson red as he abruptly stood up, intending to attack. Right at this moment. Meng Quan, what are you doing? So agitated. Duan Lingtian had just returned when he saw the scene of Meng Quan getting angry for him, and his heart felt warm. Duan Lingtian, you've returned. Lo Cheng had an excited expression. What, could it be that you hoped that I was eaten by those Yanhu? Duan Lingtian joked. Of course not. Lo Cheng hurriedly shook his head. It's good that you're back. Xiao Yu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Duan Lingtian return. Lo Cheng, go gather some dry wood. Xiao Yu, let's deal with these clouded leopards together. Duan Lingtian, you've been busy all day, rest a bit more and wait for food. Meng Quan delegated the tasks. He noticed that Duan Lingtian's expression seemed to be slightly exhausted. Then I'll have to properly enjoy myself. Duan Lingtian smiled. It just so happened that inscribing the blood crescent inscription consumed quite a bit of his mental strength. Now, he could finally rest. Under Xiao Yu and the other two's efforts, the bonfire was quickly lit, and the aroma of meat filled the air. Duan Lingtian, are those flaming tigers hard to deal with? I actually chased you for the whole afternoon and made you so tired. Meng Quan asked as he roasted the meat. Xiao Yu and Lo Qing also looked at Duan Lingtian curiously. Don't mention it. I lured those flaming tigers away not long after all of you left. I was unlucky as well, as the direction I lured the flaming tigers away just happened to be towards the depths of the Dawnshroud mountain range. In the end, I was chased by a spiky mink for an entire afternoon and was almost unable to return. Duan Lingtian said as he lay on the ground, closed his eyes comfortably and crossed his legs. Naturally, he would not reveal the truth. He casually found an excuse. Spiky mink. The expressions of Xiao Yu and the other twos changed. The nearby group of youths also changed their expressions one after another. Even Squad 3's instructor, Fan Jian, couldn't help but be moved. The spiky mink was a 5th-level core formation fierce beast. Because of its small size, it had an advantage and could be considered to be one of the best amongst 5th-level core formation fierce beasts, especially the spiky mink's speed, which was swift like lightning. It was even comparable to a 5th-level core formation martial artist who had cultivated a high-grade profound rank movement technique to the perfection stage. You were actually able to escape from the spiky mink? Meng Quan fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Including instructor Fan Jian, the other 15 youths all listened attentively. Obviously, they all wanted to know how Duan Lingtian escaped from the spiky mink's hands. As far as they were concerned, this was truly unbelievable. Wasn't Duan Lingtian a 4th-level core formation martial artist? My luck was good. That spiky mink's leg seemed to be injured, and its speed was only equal to mine. Otherwise, I would have lost my life in this Dawnshroud mountain range. Duan Lingtian had an expression of lingering fear. Then you're really lucky. Xiao Yu and the other two heaved a sigh of relief, feeling happy for Duan Lingtian. So that's how it is. The other youths of Squad 3 came to a sudden understanding when they heard this. In this way, everything smoothly came to a conclusion. Compared to the tranquility of Squad 3, Team 1 was in a complete mess. Why? Squad 1's instructor vanished into thin air. Where's the instructor? The group of youths in Squad 1 looked at each other. Could it be that this is training as well? Many people guessed. Su Li, what do you think? Some of the youths looked at the red-clothed youth, Su Li, who stood at the side. Su Li's expression was cold as he hugged a sheathed sword. Now that he heard the questions of the group of youths, he coolly shook his head. I don't know. Looks like this should be one of the contents of the Genius Camp's training. The instructor's sudden departure also means that our training has officially begun. An azure-clothed youth proudly raised his head with an expression that seemed to say, I guessed it long ago. What do you mean? The other youths asked, puzzled. You guys still can't tell? The instructor didn't go missing, he intentionally hid himself. He intentionally let us go because he wanted to see if we could survive independently in the wilderness. The azure-clothed youth spoke as if it was true. TCH, that's only your own guess. Some of the youths didn't mind. Humph. What? You don't agree with me? Could it be that you think an instructor as strong as us would go missing in the Dawnshroud mountain range? The azure-clothed youth grunted as he replied with a question. It's impossible for the instructor to go missing. Right at this moment, Su Li spoke. The Iron Blood Army's Centurions are all martial artists at the 8th level of the core formation stage or above. Did you hear what Su Li said? We didn't go missing, but an 8th level core formation martial artist went missing? What a joke. The azure-clothed youth laughed complacently. Looks like the instructor's departure might really be the content of our upcoming training. I hope he returns soon. I'm slightly scared that the instructor isn't here, one of the youths said with slight fear. While the youths in Squad 1 were terrified, Duan Lingtian was eating meat with large bites. He completely threw the matter of him killing the instructor of Squad 1 to the back of his mind. In the following 2 months, the group of youths in Squad 3 had to face a few waves of fierce beast packs that attacked them every night. They went out to complete missions during the day. Time flew by like a white steed flashing by a crack. There were only 3 days left of the 3 months of training. At this moment, only 11 people remained in Squad 3's group of youths, including Duan Lingtian's group of 4. There was still one more person to be eliminated. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 got along just like before. Although the other 7 youths had always cooperated, they'd already started to suspect each other at this moment. They all knew that the next person to be eliminated would surely be one of them. They're probably going to fight amongst themselves. Meng Quan glanced at the 7 youths in the distance and laughed. Meng Quan, from your tone, it seems like you're taking pleasure in their misfortune. Duan Lingtian shook his head and laughed. Of course, when they eliminate one more person, we'll be able to leave this damned place. Meng Quan said as a matter of course. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's expression changed slightly. His powerful soul faintly sensed something. Xiao Yu's brows furrowed as well. His intuition had sensed danger. What's wrong? Meng Quan and Lo Cheng looked at Duan Lingtian in puzzlement. Boom! Boom! Duan Lingtian didn't even have time to open his mouth. In an instant, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. The earth quaked, accompanied by strange beast roars, transmitted from the depths of the setting sun mountain range. Soon, a group of fierce beasts appeared in front of everyone. Not good, it's a beast tide. Fan Jian's expression changed greatly. His body moved, transforming into a gust of wind as he rushed out of the setting sun mountain range and shouted, "Run!" Since the instructor had fled, Duan Lingtian and the others naturally didn't dare to be negligent. Let's go! Duan Lingtian's expression turned serious. Wind blew under his feet as his origin energy skyrocketed. Spirit Serpent Body Technique. He took the lead and followed behind Fan Jian. However, Fan Jian ran with all his strength and quickly left Duan Lingtian far behind. Xiao Yu, Meng Quan, and Lo Cheng followed closely behind Duan Lingtian and escaped from the setting sun mountain range without any mishap. Huff huff huff. Besides Duan Lingtian, who was calm and composed, and Xiao Yu, whose breathing was slightly hurried, Meng Quan and Lo Cheng both bent down and heavily gasped for breath. Luckily, I broke through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage half a month ago. Otherwise, I might not have been able to keep my life. Recalling the scene from before, Meng Quan had a lingering fear in his heart. At this moment, another 4 youths came out from Squad 3. The 4 youths had one thing in common. They were all 3rd level core formation martial artists. As for the last 2 people, they were only 2nd level core formation martial artists and had already been left behind in the setting sun mountain range forever. Of the 11 youths in Squad 3, only 9 remained. If we were any slower, we'd all have to stay inside. Supposedly, in this kind of beast tide, the ones leading the way at the front are only low-level fierce beasts, and a group of strong fierce beasts follow behind. There's no lack of origin core stage existences. Xiao Yu had a face full of fear. Whoosh! 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 Just at this moment, several figures dashed out from the setting sun mountain range. The 3 people in the lead were the other 3 centurions. Behind them followed a group of youths in a sorry state, Yu Xiang and Tian, who were among them. There weren't many youths left in Squad 2, Squad 4, and Squad 5. Not more than 10 youths from each squad survived. Squad 5 was the most miserable, with only 4 people remaining. Where's Squad 1? After the 4 centurions gathered together, they noticed that there wasn't any movement within the setting sun mountain range for a long time, and they looked at each other in dismay. Squad 1, Duan Lingtian's gaze was strange. Squad 1 wouldn't still be in the Setting Sun mountain range, right? Didn't their instructor disappear 3 months ago? Setting Sun mountain range, Squad 1's resting place. Facing the beast tide that surged over. Not good, it's a beast tide. The group of youths' faces went pale. The first round of training ends in 3 days. It's slightly strange that a beast tide would appear at this time. Could it be that the instructor who hid himself for 3 months intentionally attracted the beast tide? Is he going to eliminate 3 more people from the 13 of us? That should be the case. Then are we still fleeing? Since it's a beast tide attracted by the instructor, there shouldn't be any powerful beasts. Let's just kill them, that's right, if we flee, it's very likely that we'll be eliminated. Charge! Groups of youths, full of heroism, charged into the surging beast tide and began to fight. Su Li also joined in. 1 sword for 1 beast, it was extremely easy. Roar! Suddenly, a strange beast roar entered Su Li's ears, causing his face to go pale. Whoosh! Su Li didn't dare to hesitate. His figure flashed, and he rushed out of the Setting Sun mountain range. At the same time, he caught his breath and reminded them. Chapter 111. At the entrance of the Dawnshroud mountain range. The instructors of the 4 squads and the youths that were lucky enough to survive were waiting there. Someone's coming out. It was unknown who said this, but everyone's gazes shot towards the distance. Su Li. Duan Lingtian recognized the red-robed youth that was holding a sword as he ran out. It was precisely Su Li, the strongest member of Squad 1 of the Genius Camp. Squad 1 actually didn't leave the Dawnshroud mountain range. Didn't they notice that their instructor had disappeared? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He found it difficult to understand. Originally, as far as he was concerned, since the instructor of the squad had died in his hands due to greed, the squad would be like a group of dragons without a leader, and they would surely leave the Dawnshroud mountain range at the first possible moment to notify Captain Yang De about the instructor's disappearance. But, based on the current situation, it seemed to be completely different from what he imagined. Huff huff huff. After Su Li came out, he was gasping for breath, and his expression was as unsightly as it could be. Su Li, what's going on? Where's the instructor of Squad 1 and the others? Fan Jian and the other 4 centurions walked up and asked. Instructor? Su Li's face sank, and a trace of hatred flashed past his eyes. We haven't seen him since nearly 3 months ago, and we don't know where he went. As for the others, because of that bullshit instructor's negligence, none of them were able to escape. Bullshit instructor. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard Su Li. If that centurion knew that he was still being scolded after his death, he would probably be angered to the point of spitting blood. What actually happened? The expressions of the 4 centurions slightly changed. On the second day after we entered the Dawnshroud mountain range, the instructor asked us to hunt fierce beasts and complete the mission. At dusk, everyone in Squad 1 returned, but only the instructor wasn't there. As he spoke up to hear, Su Li's face was filled with hatred. Why didn't you leave the Dawnshroud mountain range when you didn't see the instructor? Fan Jian was slightly puzzled. Leave the Dawnshroud mountain range? Would we dare? At that time, everyone thought that the instructor's departure was to intentionally conceal himself. Everyone thought that it was a part of the training, so our group stayed there for nearly 3 months. Until this morning, 7 people died, and only 13 remained. Su Li took a deep breath. The expressions of the 4 centurions became slightly serious. He realized that the situation was unusual. Duan Lingtian stood in the distance. When he heard Su Li's words, his expression became somewhat unnatural. Just now, when the beast tide arrived, our squad thought it was the instructor driving the beast tide away. Everyone fought with all their might to resist the beast tide. Until the appearance of the 7th level core formation fierce beast, the Thunder Lion. If I hadn't heard the Thunder Lion's voice and reacted immediately, I wouldn't be standing here now. As he spoke, the cold light in Su Li's eyes grew even colder. All of this is the fault of our team's instructor, by phone. Whoosh! Su Li's voice was not soft, and almost all the youths present heard it, causing an uproar. That works too. Team 1 was obviously tricked by their instructor. What a scam. Mother ***, luckily I didn't choose Team 1 back then. Otherwise, I would definitely have died in there. ***CK. At that time, I was already in Su Li's group, but I was pushed aside and could only go to Tianhu's group. Now that I think about it, I really want to thank that brother for saving my life. Brother, if I'm still alive after the genius camp training, I'll definitely burn some paper money for you. At that time, I only went to Yu Xiang's group because Su Li's group was full of people. Now that I think about it, it was really too close. Some of the youths had a lingering fear in their hearts as they secretly wiped off their cold sweat. Duan Lingtian, looks like our luck isn't bad. Even though the name of our squad's instructor is a bit weird, he isn't as unreliable as the instructor of Team 1. Meng Quan said to Duan Lingtian, expressing the rejoicing in his heart. Maybe. Duan Lingtian nodded and didn't mind. If Bai Feng was really the instructor of Team 3, then he would surely flee at the first moment when encountering a beast tide. After all, Bai Feng died at his hands, and he knew that it was impossible for the beast tide to be driven away by Bai Feng. How could a dead person drive away a beast tide? He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The youths of Team 1 were too naive. Even though he was the instigator of all this. But he didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt. At that time, it was Bai Feng who was determined to kill him. If he didn't kill Bai Feng, then the one who died would be him. After killing Bai Feng, it was even more impossible for him to tell others about Bai Feng's death. Otherwise, he would definitely have endless troubles, and might even attract a calamity. From his point of view, he wasn't wrong in all this. He had a clear conscience. When did I become so sentimental? Duan Lingtian laughed at himself. Maybe even he himself didn't realize that he was no longer the killing machine of the past, and had become a person of flesh and blood. The expressions of the 4 centurions were very unsightly. After a final discussion, they decided to bring the remaining group of youths back to Iron Blood City first. This matter must be reported to the Chiliarch as soon as possible, and even to the vice commander. On the way, Meng Quan was once again counting out of boredom. Of the 5 teams, there are only 8 people left in our 3rd team, 1 in the 1st team, 7 in the 2nd team, 9 in the 4th team, and 4 in the 5th team. This is only the first round of training, and there are only 29 people left out of the 98. After Meng Quan came to this conclusion, he couldn't help but sigh. These 29 people, after 9 months, there will be less than 10 people left. Xiao Yu's eyes focused. I wonder what kind of training we will face next after this unforeseen event. Duan Lingtian was slightly curious. He believed. After this unforeseen event, the original content of the training would definitely be changed. After all, in the original plan, there would be 50 people left after the first round of training, but now, there were only 29 people left. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian frowned, and raised his head to look at a centurion in the distance. The centurion turned his head, obviously slightly lacking in confidence. This centurion was the other person who stood up for Yu Xiang after he lost the bet with Yu Xiang. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, the gaze he looked at me with just now seemed to be mixed with confusion and puzzlement. Looks like he should know about the matter of Bai Feng making a move to kill me. Humph. I hope you'll be honest, or else I don't mind killing you as well. Thinking up to here, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. He wasn't worried that this person would spread the matter of Bai Feng making a move to kill him. After all, if this matter were to spread, the unlucky ones would only be them. Moreover, no one would believe that he could kill Bai Feng. Not a single member of the Yu clan actually died. Glancing at Yu Xiang and the others, Meng Quan muttered, slightly disappointed. Very quickly, Duan Lingtian and the other 29 youths of the Genius Battalion followed the 4 centurions back to the Iron Blood Army's campsite. I'll go inform the Chiliarch. On the drill grounds, Fan Jian said something to the other 3 centurions, and then left in large strides. Very quickly, Fan Jian returned by himself. The Chili Arch has ordered that the 29 people of the Genius Battalion will be temporarily placed in the reserve tent. The reserve tent couldn't be considered spacious, and there were a total of 4 simple wooden beds. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 were placed in the same tent. I can finally have a good night's sleep. Meng Quan's eyes lit up when he saw the bed. He flew up and his entire body fell over. Duan Lingtian wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. Bang! Meng Quan's body fell down, and the bed board shattered. F***K. Meng Quan stood up and patted off the dust on his body. Looking at the shattered bed board, he was dumbstruck. Ha ha ha. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 couldn't help but laugh loudly. Meng Quan's gaze focused on Lo Cheng. Lo Cheng, the 2 of us are good friends. You won't deny this, right? Of course I won't deny it. Lo Cheng nodded in all seriousness. If a good friend is in trouble, shouldn't you draw your sword and help him without hesitation? Meng Quan asked again. Of course. However, if you want me to sleep on your broken bed, then don't talk about it. As Lo Cheng spoke, he lightly lay down on the other wooden bed and let out a sigh of relief. He didn't forget to provoke Meng Quan. So comfortable. You. Meng Quan was anxious and anxious. His gaze immediately shifted to Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu. Oh, just nice to rest for a while. Duan Lingtian yawned and pretended not to see it, directly lying down. What, Meng Quan, do you want to snatch it from me? Xiao Yu looked at Meng Quan with a fake smile. Meng Quan was about to cry. He had already slept on the floor in the setting sun mountain range for nearly 3 months. Now that he finally had a decent bed to sleep on, it was ruined by him in a moment of excitement. Could it be that he was born to sleep on the floor? Iron Blood Army's camp, in an inconspicuous corner. Fong Chun, what's actually going on? Why did Bai Feng suddenly disappear? Yu Hong looked at the young man before him and frowned. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would surely be able to recognize him with a glance. This Fong Chun was one of the 2 centurions who wanted to help Yu Xiang renege on the bet he had with Yu Xiang in the past after Yu Xiang lost the bet. I don't know either. However, I keep having the feeling that this matter is related to that Duan Lingtian. Fong Chun shook his head as he added. Duan Lingtian? Could it be that a 4th-level core formation martial artist like him could kill Bai Feng? Yu Hong frowned. That's not what I mean. What I mean is that it's possible that Bai Feng encountered a formidable fierce beast during the process of finding an opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian and was killed by the fierce beast. After all, the beast tied in the setting sun mountain range this time has obviously been brewing for a long time. Perhaps Bai Feng was unlucky and just happened to be affected. Fong Chun spoke of the guess in his heart. If it's really like this, then that Duan Lingtian is too lucky. Yu Hong's face sank. Missing the opportunity of the Genius Camp's first round of training, it won't be easy to find an opportunity to make a move in the future. Yu Hong. Fong Chun glanced at Yu Hong and was slightly hesitant to speak. What? Is there something else? Yu Hong was puzzled. Fong Chun, when did you become so hesitant? With our friendship, feel free to speak your mind. Yu Hong, 3 months ago, that Duan Lingtian and your brother, Yu Xiang, made a bet. Fong Chun spoke of the bet between Duan Lingtian and Yu Xiang. At that time, that Duan Lingtian forced the captain into a difficult position with just a few words, and he could only let your brother fulfill the bet. Let my brother strip naked and run 10 laps in front of over 100 people. Yu Hong's expression was extremely unsightly, and he was extremely furious. Chapter 112. Early the next morning, Duan Lingtian woke up. Glancing at Meng Quan, who was snoring loudly on the ground, he shook his head and smiled before sitting down cross-legged. He started cultivating the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. Concentrating his mind and calming his breathing, he circulated the Raging Python form's mental cultivation method, last night, he felt his cultivation bottleneck loosen. Now was the right time to strike while the iron was hot and break through in one go. While cultivating, Duan Lingtian completely forgot about the time. After an unknown amount of time. Bang! Finally, the last profound entrance in the meridians within his body was finally broken through by Duan Lingtian. In almost an instant, the origin energy within his Dantian underwent a transformation. He broke through. Duan Lingtian joyfully opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed within them. Breaking through to the third level of the core formation stage meant that he could temper his fleshly body a step further. Currently, even if he didn't use a spirit weapon, he could still display the strength that he could only display by relying on a spirit weapon. The strength of 8 ancient mammoths. If he used a spirit weapon, he could display the strength of 9 ancient mammoths. Once he completed the tempering of his fleshly body for the third level of the core formation stage, his strength would be even stronger. At that time, relying on a spirit weapon, he would be able to easily display the strength of 10 ancient mammoths. Moreover, it would be close to the strength of 11 ancient mammoths, completely crushing a 7th-level core formation martial artist, and slightly inferior to an 8th-level core formation martial artist. Of course, the prerequisite was that the latter didn't have a spirit weapon. Now, even if I don't use a spirit weapon, my strength is sufficient to compare with the Duan Lingxing from back then. A trace of coldness flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes. However, that was Duan Lingxing from a year ago. The current Duan Lingxing's strength is definitely stronger, and might even have broken through to the 7th level of the core formation stage. As a Duan clan disciple, a spirit weapon isn't a rare thing to him. Once I complete the tempering of my body for the 3rd level of the core formation stage, my strength should be slightly superior to his. At the very least, I should be able to be on par with him. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. I must break through to the 4th level of the core formation stage before I enter Paladin Academy. At that time, I'll make that Duan Lingxing regret his actions that day. I'll make him repent in hell and vent the hatred in my heart. Duan Lingtian's body emitted a bloody, unrestrained killing intent. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, a hurried voice was heard. Lo Cheng rushed in a panic. In an instant, Lo Cheng's expression froze. Affected by Duan Lingtian's killing intent, his face turned deathly pale and his entire body trembled. Only when Duan Lingtian withdrew his killing intent did he regain his breath. What? At this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that Xiao Yu and Meng Quan weren't here. Looks like it was getting late. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan were blocked by Yu Xiang and the Yu clan members. I saw that the situation wasn't good, so I hurried back to look for you. Lo Cheng had an anxious expression as he spoke in a panic. What? Duan Lingtian's face sank, and a fierce light flashed within his eyes. That Yu Xiang, did he really think that he was easy to bully? Let's go. Duan Lingtian brought along Lo Cheng and left the tent in large strides. Iron Blood Army's campsite, an empty space at the side of the drill grounds. Many youths surrounded the area to watch the show. Within the crowd, Meng Quan was heavily injured and in an extremely sorry state. Beside him were a few steamed buns that were stained with mud and grass. This was the breakfast he brought for Duan Lingtian. Yu Xiang. A cold and indifferent voice sounded out, and Xiao Yu, who had a gloomy expression, moved. The strength of 4 ancient mammoths exploded out, shadowless floating light. Universe in sleeve. Xiao Yu seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning, incomparably swift as he flashed directly towards Yu Xiang's location in a menacing manner. Your martial skill isn't bad, but unfortunately, there's a difference of 2 ancient mammoths between us. You aren't a match for me. Yu Xiang glanced at Xiao Yu with contempt. In the next moment, he moved as well. 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above his head. Whoosh! Instantly, Yu Xiang's figure trembled, and his speed far surpassed Xiao Yu's as he circled behind Xiao Yu. Bang! His fist struck out as if it was beneath him to even use a martial skill, directly blasting Xiao Yu flying. Although Yu Xiang didn't use a martial skill, his fist contained the strength of 6 ancient mammoths after all. It easily shattered Xiao Yu's defensive qi barrier and blasted Xiao Yu flying. Xiao Yu crashed onto the ground and fainted, unable to withstand a single blow. Yu Xiang had a face full of disdain. The core formation stage was divided into 9 levels, and there were 2 watersheds. The 3rd level of the core formation stage to the 4th level of the core formation stage was a watershed. The 6th level of the core formation stage to the 7th level of the core formation stage was also a watershed. Between these 2 watersheds, there was a difference of the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. As for the other cultivation levels of the core formation stage, every level higher meant an additional strength of 1 ancient mammoth. Only these 2 watersheds were comparatively special. Xiao Yu's offensive martial skill and movement martial skill are both high-grade profound rank martial skills. Moreover, he's cultivated them to the perfection stage. His comprehension ability is shocking. But unfortunately, his cultivation is too inferior to Yu Xiang. Yeah, the difference between the 3rd level of the core formation stage and the 4th level of the core formation stage is too great. The difference of the strength of 2 ancient mammoths is simply not on the same level. If Xiao Yu was also at the 4th level of the core formation stage, then with the strength of his offensive martial skill and movement martial skill, Yu Xiang might not be able to defeat him. The surrounding youths all sighed, feeling pity for Xiao Yu. What do you want to do? Meng Quan had just consumed the gold injury pill and his injuries had slightly recovered when he saw Yu Xiang walking towards him. Meng Quan's face couldn't help but go pale. Slap! Yu Xiang stepped on a steamed bun, flattening it and leaving his shoe print on it. Eat it! Yu Xiang looked at Meng Quan and his face revealed an evil smile. You! Don't go too far. Meng Quan's face went pale. He didn't expect that Yu Xiang would actually humiliate him like this. Some of the surrounding youths couldn't stand it any longer. But no one dared to say anything, they were all fearful of Yu Xiang. What, Meng Quan? Our Xianggu is treating you to steamed buns, and you don't even fucking want face? Do you want us to feed you? Yu Xiao brought along the other 3 Yu clan youths and walked forward, using their connections to intimidate others. Xianggu, just say the word and we'll make him eat all these steamed buns. The few Yu clan youths took 2 steps forward and flattened the other steamed buns, leaving his shoe print on them. Good, Yu Xiang smiled. However, his smile quickly froze. Good my ass. An explosive shout was accompanied by an incomparably swift figure whistling over, bringing along the force of wind and thunder. The crowd hurriedly opened up a path, and all of them stared blankly at the 7 ancient mammoth silhouettes above the person that arrived, the strength of 7 ancient mammoths. 5th level of the core formation stage. Many people exclaimed in surprise. Duan Ling Tian. Yu Xiang's face went pale when he saw the violet-clothed youth that flashed towards him and the 7 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky. This was the first thought that emerged in his mind. Duan Ling Tian had broken through. He'd witnessed Duan Ling Tian's ability, and now that Duan Ling Tian had the strength of an ancient mammoth, he knew his limits and knew that he was absolutely not a match for Duan Ling Tian. Whoosh! Yu Xiang's feet moved, wanting to flee. Want to flee? Do you think you can escape? Duan Ling Tian sneered. This Yu Xiang still wants to flee. In next to no time, Yu Xiang noticed that Duan Ling Tian's incomparably swift figure actually strangely made a turn, like a spirit serpent that flashed and directly blocked his path. Duan Ling Tian, my brother is a member of the Iron Blood Army, and is even an 8th level core formation martial artist. If you dare touch me, he won't let you off. Yu Xiang's face sank as he shouted in a low voice. Even if the God of Heaven is behind you, he still won't be able to save you today. Duan Ling Tian's gaze went cold, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a cannonball as he flashed out. Whoosh! He attacked with rage, fiercely swinging out his arm like a python swinging its tail. Earlier, when Yu Xiang saw the 7 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duan Ling Tian, fear had already arisen in his heart. Now, he only had time to circulate his defensive martial skill, bang! Instantly, his defensive qi barrier was shattered by Duan Ling Tian, and his body was blasted flying over 10 meters before falling flat on his face. After continuously spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood, Yu Xiang caught his breath and shouted, "Go find my brother." His words were obviously spoken to Yu Xiao and the other 3 Yu clan youths. After Yu Xiao and the others saw Duan Lingtian display the strength of 7 ancient mammoths, they were already terrified to the point of being terrified, and they could only look on helplessly as Yu Xiang was heavily injured by Duan Lingtian. At this moment, when they heard Yu Xiang's words, "Let's go!" Yu Xiao shouted in a low voice and wanted to take the others and flee. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian's figure moved and blocked their path at the first possible moment. The faces of Yu Xiao and the others went pale. Bang! Duan Lingtian swept out with his arm, carrying the force of sweeping away an army, and Yu Xiao and the others were all blasted flying. All of them were heavily injured and were unable to stand up. From the moment Duan Lingtian attacked to when Duan Lingtian defeated the 5 Yu clan youths, it was only around 10 breaths of time. At this moment, the spectating youths finally reacted. F***K. The strength of 7 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian actually broke through to the 5th level of the core formation stage. Abnormal. How old is he this year? Such a monstrous martial artist hasn't appeared in our Crimson Sky Kingdom, right? That Yu Xiang is unlucky to have offended Duan Lingtian. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan are both Duan Lingtian's friends. Duan Lingtian probably won't let this go. Under the gazes of everyone present, Xiao Yu was shaken awake by Lo Cheng and consumed the gold wound pill. Duan Lingtian confiscated all the medicinal pills on the 5 Yu clan youths, causing them to be unable to consume the gold wound pill to heal their injuries. "Are you alright?" Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to pull Meng Quan up. "Luckily you came quickly, otherwise, I would have been humiliated by them." Meng Quan had a lingering fear in his heart. "Since they like these steamed buns so much, you can give them a gift in return." Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. "Huh. I almost forgot." Meng Quan laughed loudly as he picked up the steamed buns that were flattened and walked towards the 4 Yu clan youths, stuffing them into their mouths one by one. At this moment, he was fearless and threw the county city's Yu clan to the back of his mind. "If you dare spit it out, I'll break your teeth," Duan Lingtian coldly said when he noticed that the 4 Yu clan youths were slightly uncooperative. Instantly, the 4 of them trembled, their faces filled with grief, indignation, and humiliation as they swallowed the steamed buns that were flattened by themselves. The spectating group of youths were dumbstruck. Suddenly, a slightly thin youth turned around and left. Chapter 113. Meng Quan, there's still a steamed bun. Don't waste it. Duan Lingtian looked at the steamed bun that had been trampled into mud and smiled indifferently. "I'll do it." Before Meng Quan could react, Xiao Yu, who had already recovered a little, picked up the mud-like steamed bun and walked towards Yu Xiang. "Xiao Yu, you dare. I'll make you die without a burial ground." Yu Xiang's pupils constricted as he roared. "Why wouldn't I dare?" Xiao Yu sneered as he stretched out his hand and grabbed Yu Xiang's hair and pulled upwards. "You're courting death." Yu Xiang raised his hand and wanted to make a move on Xiao Yu. Slap! Duan Lingtian had been staring at Yu Xiang. Now that he saw Yu Xiang make a move, his figure moved and grabbed Yu Xiang's hand. "Yu Xiang, if you don't cooperate, I'll immediately break your arm. If you break your arm, I'm afraid you won't be able to pass the Genius Camp's training." Duan Ling Tian. Yu Xiang gnashed his teeth as he spoke word by word. He was furious to the extreme. Although he was furious, he didn't dare to make any more moves. He didn't doubt that Duan Lingtian would dare to do this. What a joke! How could a person who dared to be impudent in front of the Iron Blood Army's vice-commander be a coward? He forcefully swallowed the anger that filled his chest and swore in his heart that he would make Duan Lingtian pay back 1,000-fold. Eat! A trace of coldness flashed past Xiao Yu's eyes. He lifted Yu Xiang's hair with one hand and stuffed the steamed bun that was covered with mud, grass, and shoe prints into Yu Xiang's mouth with the other hand. Slap! Xiao Yu raised his hand and slapped Yu Xiang's back. Instantly, Yu Xiang swallowed the entire steamed bun. Ugh! Yu Xiang felt a wave of nausea, but he couldn't vomit. His expression was extremely ugly. Xiao Yu stood up and looked down at Yu Xiang with a cold glint in his eyes. This was the first time in his life that he had lost so much face in front of so many people. If it wasn't for the fact that he was wary of the county city's Yu clan, he would have already killed Yu Xiang. Paw! 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 Meng Quan followed the same pattern, slapping his forepalms on the backs of Yu Xiao and the other Yu family youths, making them swallow the steamed buns that they had flattened themselves. The crowd of onlookers was dead silent. They all felt their scalps go numb. Duan Lingtian and the other two were too domineering. However, they had the capital to be domineering. Duan Lingtian. A furious shout came from afar, getting closer and closer. Duan Lingtian raised his head to look, and he saw a young general that he'd never seen before flashing over from afar with a speed like a bolt of lightning. When the general flew close to the crowd and stood in front of him, he guessed the identity of the general. The appearance of this person was somewhat similar to Yu Xiang. His identity was on the verge of being revealed. Yu Hong. Yu Hong glanced at Duan Lingtian with a face full of anger. After making Yu Xiang and the others consume the gold injury pill, he appeared in front of Duan Lingtian once again, his eyes filled with dense killing intent. Brother, Duan Lingtian made us eat steamed buns that were covered in mud and grass. Yu Xiang roared in anger. At this moment, he seemed to have completely forgotten. Those steamed buns were even flattened by themselves. What? Yu Hong's expression changed greatly, as if he had transformed into an angry King Kong. He stared straight at Duan Lingtian and said in a stern voice, Duan Lingtian, you actually dare to humiliate my Yu clan like this, humiliate my Yu clan like this. Today, I, Yu Hong, will kill you for the dignity of my Yu clan and protect the dignity of my clan. Whoosh! Yu Hong moved like the wind and thunder, and his speed was so fast that it was shocking. Duan Lingtian's expression changed greatly. This Yu Hong obviously wanted to label him as someone who had humiliated the Yu clan, then kill him. In this way, he would be able to logically escape the Iron Blood Army's punishment. This Yu Hong had sinister intentions, and was even vicious. Above Yu Hong, who was dashing towards Duan Lingtian, the air trembled and 11 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Obviously, this Yu Hong was the same as Centurion Bai Feng, who died at the hands of Duan Lingtian 3 months ago. They were both 8th level core formation martial artists. An 8th level core formation martial artist attacking in anger brought extreme pressure to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt like he was about to suffocate. With the speed of an 8th level core formation martial artist, Duan Lingtian was completely unable to dodge. Yu Hong, since you're courting death, then don't blame me. Duan Lingtian's icy cold voice sounded out as if it came from an ice cave. His body moved, and the spirit serpent movement technique appeared as he directly moved to intercept Yu Hong. Sword drawing arts. Instantly, his hand swiped past his waist, and the violet myrtle flexible sword whistled out. He didn't use the strength of a spirit weapon. He only used origin energy to activate the blood crescent inscription. Shameless boasting. Yu Hong sneered when he saw Duan Lingtian actually daring to intercept him, and the killing intent in his eyes was awe-inspiring. Before he came, he'd heard that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the 5th level of the core formation stage. From that moment on, the killing intent in his heart couldn't be contained. Now that he found an opportunity, he transformed into an emissary that protected the dignity of the Yu clan and attacked with his full strength, desiring to completely annihilate Duan Lingtian to prevent future troubles. As far as he was concerned. At this moment, even if Duan Lingtian was killed by him, the Iron Blood Army wouldn't blame him. He was doing it for the Yu clan. At this moment, he wasn't the general of the Iron Blood Army. Instead, he was a disciple that protected the dignity of the Yu clan. The surrounding spectators were practically about to suffocate. They stared fixedly at this scene. Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, Meng Quan, and Lo Cheng's faces went pale. They didn't think that Duan Lingtian could go against Yu Hong. In the sky, the difference between the 7 ancient mammoth silhouettes and the 11 ancient mammoth silhouettes was so dazzling. What a pity! The surrounding group of youths sighed in their hearts. The heavens are jealous of heroic geniuses. No one thought that Duan Lingtian would be able to survive. But in the next moment, everyone was dumbstruck. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Just at the instant that Duan Lingtian was about to intercept Yu Hong, his legs trembled and his body slanted, brushing past Yu Hong's sleeve as he narrowly avoided Yu Hong, cutting a slightly sorry figure. "Om!" And just at this instant, the blood crescent inscription on the violet myrtle flexible sword flashed and transformed into a crimson blood moon. Like a shadow, it flashed out. No! Realizing the terrifying strength contained within this blood moon, Yu Hong's face went pale as he shouted out in alarm. He hurriedly circulated his defensive martial skill. Qi! However, the blood moon easily tore apart his defensive qi barrier and entered his chest, penetrating through and bringing along a strand of fresh blood that violently spurted out. Bang! Yu Hong's body that was charging forward fiercely collided with the high platform at the side of the drill grounds. His eyes stared wide open, not moving in the slightest, not making a sound. Dead! Brother! Yu Xiang's face went pale as he cried out in grief. He rushed forward and ceaselessly shook Yu Hong's corpse, unwilling to believe that all this was real. The other 4 Yu family youths looked at Duan Lingtian as if they were looking at a terrifying devil, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yu Hong's corpse, his eyes without any emotion, and were incomparably icy cold. He would never show mercy to those who wanted to kill him. Huh. Duan Lingtian, good job. Meng Quan laughed loudly, the worried expression on his face vanishing without a trace. Xiao Yu and Lo Cheng also heaved a sigh of relief. The surrounding group of youths were completely stupefied. Only after a long while did they regain their senses. Oh my God! What did I just see? Yu Hong is dead. I'm not dreaming, right? Ah! It hurts. Why did you pinch me? So I'm not dreaming. F***K. If you want to know if you're dreaming or not, just pinch yourself. Why did you pinch me? Right, I almost forgot, I can pinch myself. What killed Yu Hong seems to be a ring of blood light that flashed out from Duan Lingtian's sword, that isn't origin energy. It seems to be an inscription. If it's really an inscription, then Yu Hong is really too unlucky. Even when he died, he probably wouldn't have thought that Duan Lingtian would have an offensive inscription that was sufficient to kill him. He wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, but he didn't investigate properly. Being so rash, it would be strange if he didn't die. The group of youths discussed animatedly. No one took pity on Yu Hong. Everyone. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief and recovered. He put away the violet myrtle flexible sword, and his gaze descended onto the surrounding group of youths. Instantly, the scene regained its tranquility, and everyone looked at Duan Lingtian. Everyone, all of you witnessed what happened today with your own eyes. It was Yu Xiang who provoked me first, and I only gave him a small punishment. As for Yu Hong, he had killing intent towards me and intended to kill me. For the sake of self-preservation, I could only use an offensive inscription to kill him. I hope everyone can bear witness for me. Duan Lingtian thanks all of you. Duan Lingtian cupped his hands towards the group of youths. Today's matter could be big or small. He had to pave a way out for himself. Otherwise, killing a decanus of the Iron Blood Army would cause him to bear an extremely great crime. At that time, not to mention continuing to participate in the Genius Camp training and obtaining the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy, it would be hard to say if he would even be able to survive. Duan Lingtian, you can be at ease. Everything you said is true. We all saw it with our own eyes and will surely not mislead you. Exactly. Today, It was Yu Xiang who took advantage of his position to bully others. Yu Hong deserved to die. We all saw it with our own eyes, so it can't be false. For a moment, the surrounding youths all expressed their opinions. Thank you everyone. A light smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face, as he firmly controlled everything in his own hands. Duan Lingtian, you killed my brother. Even if you're in the right today and the Iron Blood Army doesn't punish you, my Yu clan won't let this matter go. You must die. Yu Xiang had a sorrowful expression as he glared angrily at Duan Lingtian. There are many people who want me dead. I want to see if your Yu clan has the ability to do so. Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold as he sneered. The news of Duan Lingtian killing Yu Hong spread throughout the Iron Blood Army's campsite in just a single morning. Everyone knew of this matter. Within a reserve tent, Duan Lingtian broke through to the 5th level of the core formation stage. Relying on an offensive inscription to kill Yu Hong, a red-clothed youth hugged a sheathed sword as his eyes emitted battle intent. I'll surely be able to step into the 5th level of the core formation stage within a month. At that time, I must find a time to spar with this Duan Lingtian. Within another tent, Duan Lingtian, I, Tian Hu, will catch up to your footsteps. The robust youth concentrated his mind and calmed his breathing as he bitterly cultivated. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was comfortably lying on his bed with his legs crossed and lightly swinging them. Duan Lingtian, when did you break through to the 5th level of the core formation stage? Meng Quan, who didn't have a bed to sleep on, sat on the ground as he curiously looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian noticed that Xiao Yu and Lo Cheng looked over as well. He was just about to reply. Duan Lingtian, the vice commander summons you. Chapter 114. Duan Lingtian's eyebrows raised when he heard the voice. He wasn't surprised that Vice Commander Qiao Qing Shan wanted to see him. No matter what, the person he killed was a member of the Iron Blood Army. Duan Lingtian, let's go testify for you. Xiao Yu's group of 3 stood up. No need. Since the Vice Commander summoned me and didn't order people to capture me, he must have already understood the ins and outs of the matter. I'll be right back. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. That's true. Xiao Yu nodded. He wasn't an impulsive person, and he was confused because he was concerned. Duan Lingtian walked out of the tent and greeted the Iron Blood Army soldier outside. Big brother, I'm Duan Lingtian. The Iron Blood Army soldier glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. The shock in his heart couldn't be any greater. This youth that was almost 17 years old was the Duan Lingtian that killed Yu Hong. He heard that the youth that killed Yu Hong had a cultivation at the 5th level of the core formation stage. Not even 17 years old, 5th level of the core formation stage, just thinking about it caused his scalp to go numb. Under the lead of the Iron Blood Army soldier, Duan Lingtian quickly walked into Vice Commander Qiao Qing Shan's tent. However, after entering, Duan Lingtian noticed that there was no one inside. What's going on? Duan Lingtian asked the Iron Blood Army soldier that brought him over. The vice commander might have left at the last moment. Wait a moment. After obtaining a reply, Duan Lingtian started to wait, and at the same time, he started to size up Qiao Qing Shan's tent. As expected of the vice commander's tent, it was 3 times the size of the reserve tent he lived in. Presently, only half of the space was revealed before his eyes, and the other half was blocked by a screen. The other half should be a place to rest. 10 minutes later, Duan Lingtian frowned. Vice Commander Qiao Qing Shan asked someone to call him over, but he himself disappeared without a trace. What's going on? Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian's ears twitched as he sensed something. 2 sets of steady footsteps were approaching the tent he was currently in. The person on the left has steadier footsteps than the person on the right. The person on the left should be the vice commander. Could the person on the right be a Chiliarch? Duan Lingtian guessed. Whoosh! The flap of the tent was lifted by the person on the right. Lord Vice Commander. Duan Lingtian stared blankly at the person who lifted the curtain. He would never have thought that the person on the right, who was weaker, would actually be Qiao Qingshan. As for the other person, Duan Lingtian, have you been waiting for a long time? Qiao Qingshan laughed and walked in. He lifted the curtain and let the other person in. The person who entered was an elegant middle-aged scholar. The middle-aged scholar had a smile on his face that made people feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. Lord Commander. Duan Lingtian hurriedly bowed. The middle-aged scholar was stunned. Qiao Qingshan, who had just put down the curtain, was also stunned. How did you know? The middle-aged scholar, who was the commander of the Iron Blood Army, Ting Yunhai, looked at Duan Lingtian with interest. To be able to make the vice commander personally lift the curtain for you and show such a respectful attitude towards you, isn't it obvious? Duan Lingtian smiled. He was slightly surprised in his heart. He originally thought that with the vice commander Qiao Qingshan as an example, the commander of the Iron Blood Army would definitely be a burly man, but he didn't expect that he would be an elegant scholar with an extraordinary temperament. Just from his appearance, it was impossible to tell that he was the commander of the Iron Blood Army who had bathed in blood and galloped everywhere. You being able to guess my identity shouldn't be just because of this, right? Ting Yunhai glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. His wise gaze seemed to be able to see through everything. Duan Lingtian smiled embarrassedly. I still can't hide it from the commander. That's right, I heard some clues from your footsteps. I originally thought that the person walking on the left was the vice commander, and the person on the right should be a captain. Hearing this, Qiao Qingshan couldn't help but be moved. Ting Yunhai nodded and smiled. Just from the sound of our footsteps, you were able to discern the difference in our cultivation. I have to say, little guy, you're really not bad. Commander, you flatter me. Duan Lingtian moved to the side and welcomed the two commanders of the Iron Blood Army in. Ting Yunhai and Qiao Qingshan sat down one after the other. Duan Lingtian, since you're so good at guessing, can you guess why I'm looking for you? Qiao Qingshan looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a smile. Vice Commander shouldn't have called me here to denounce me. Duan Lingtian smiled confidently. Haha, interesting. Qiao Qingshan laughed and looked at Ting Yunhai at the side. Commander, what do you think? Not bad. Ting Yunhai nodded with satisfaction. Duan Lingtian was startled, feeling as if he had been betrayed. As expected, Qiao Qingshan looked at Duan Lingtian again and slowly said, Duan Lingtian, you killed Yu Hong, and there were many witnesses. He was the one who killed you first. His death was not enough to wipe out his crimes. Vice Commander, you shouldn't have finished speaking, right? Duan Lingtian smiled and said. You're really a smart one. Since you killed Yu Hong, our Iron Blood Army won't make things difficult for you. However, Yu Hong is after all a descendant of the Yu clan of the county capital. The Yu clan isn't big, but it isn't small either. If you're willing to stay in our Iron Blood Army and follow beside the commander will not only protect you and your family from being harmed by the Yu clan, but he will also nurture you to become the next commander of the Iron Blood Army and lead 10,000 elite soldiers. Qiao Qingshan had an expression as if he had Duan Lingtian in his grasp. Ting Yunhai, on the other hand, noticed that Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change from beginning to end, and his heart skipped a beat. Vice Commander. Duan Lingtian smiled at Qiao Qingshan. First of all, thank you and the commander for thinking so highly of me. Secondly, I don't care about the insignificant Yu clan. Lastly, what I want to say is, my ambition isn't in the Iron Blood Army, nor is it in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Qiao Qingshan was stunned, then frowned and said, Duan Lingtian, don't underestimate the Yu clan. After all, the Yu clan is a large clan in the county capital of Swallow Mountain County. The strength of their methods is far from what you can imagine. Duan Lingtian slowly shook his head. Thank you for your concern, Vice Commander. However, I've already made up my mind. A man's ambition is to travel far. I believe that you will surely be able to walk out of the Crimson Sky Kingdom and step onto the stage that truly belongs to you. At this moment, Ting Yunhai spoke, as if he wasn't the slightest bit angry at Duan Lingtian's refusal to stay in the Iron Blood Army. Thank you, Commander. Duan Lingtian hurriedly expressed his thanks. Okay, you can return. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow, the Vice Commander will announce the training content of your genius camp. Your true training is about to begin. Ting Yunhai waved his hand. Lord Commander, Lord Vice Commander, farewell. Duan Lingtian directly left. Within the tent, Qiao Qingshan looked at Ting Yunhai with a puzzled expression. Commander, I've investigated this Duan Lingtian. His background is clean, and with his natural talent and methods, he's absolutely the best candidate to become the next commander of the Iron Blood Army. Are you really going to let him off like this? Qingshan, do you think that with his reaction from before, even if we waste our breath, he will stay? Ting Yunhai asked. Qiao Qingshan went silent. Duan Lingtian's attitude from before was extremely obvious. He wasn't willing to stay in the Iron Blood Army. If he doesn't stay in our Iron Blood Army, even if he really obtains the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy, I'm afraid he'll be eliminated by the Yu clan before even entering Paladin Academy. I truly can't bear to see such a genius fall just like this. Qiao Qingshan sighed. His words came from the bottom of his heart. Didn't he say earlier that he didn't place the Yu clan in his eyes? Ting Yunhai shook his head. Commander, don't tell me you didn't see that he was evading. What? Commander, you wouldn't really believe his big words, right? Qiao Qingshan had a face full of astonishment. Ting Yunhai smiled indifferently. I can see that he has a card up his sleeve. A person can lie with his mouth, but his eyes will absolutely not lie. When he mentioned the Yu clan, his eyes of contempt already told me that he really has confidence and isn't talking nonsense. Commander, how is this possible? I've already investigated his background clearly. He's a member of the Aurora City's Li family and is from a branch family of the Li family of Fresh Breeze Town. Qiao Qingshan didn't believe it. Then do you know who his father is? Ting Yunhai's eyes narrowed as he asked. His father? I didn't find out. Could it be that his father isn't an ordinary person? Qiao Qingshan's mind finally turned around. I have an old friend whose appearance is 60% or 70% similar to Duan Lingtian. If I'm not wrong, that old friend married a girl from a remote small family. That girl was also surnamed Li, Ting Yunhai slowly said. Who is it? Qiao Qingshan was curious. He'd followed the commander for a long time. If it was an old friend of the commander, he ought to know. Do you still remember that person from the Imperial City's Duan clan that suddenly disappeared 15 years ago? Ting Yunhai's eyes flashed. Commander, you're talking about Duan Ruffing? Qiao Qingshan's gaze focused, and in an instant, heartfelt reverence emerged. Duan Ruffing, a peerless genius whose name once shook the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, an existence that his generation needed to look up to. After Duan Lingtian left Vice Commander Qiao Qingshan's tent, he didn't stay outside and directly returned to his own tent. Duan Lingtian, why did the Vice Commander look for you? Meng Quan's eyes emitted curiosity when he saw Duan Lingtian return. It's nothing, he just told me that the follow-up training of our genius camp will officially begin tomorrow. Duan Lingtian shook his head as he spoke slowly. What? Meng Quan was shocked. Shh. Be quiet. The nearby Lo Cheng said in a low voice. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed Xiao Yu, who was cultivating cross-legged on the bed. Why is Xiao Yu cultivating in broad daylight? He's surely been provoked by Yu Xiang. Meng Quan shook his head and sighed. In Aurora City, Xiao Yu is an existence that people of the same generation look up to. This time, he was humiliated by Yu Xiang, who's the same age as him, so he naturally can't endure it. It's not strange for him to work hard because of this. Meng Quan, I noticed that you talk a lot. Suddenly, Xiao Yu opened his eyes, and his cold gaze descended onto Meng Quan. Pretend I didn't say anything, pretend I didn't say anything. Chapter 115. Glaring at Meng Quan, Xiao Yu didn't pay any more attention to him. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Do you know what the training content is from now on?" "I don't know yet." Duan Lingtian shook his head. Xiao Yu nodded, then once again closed his eyes and started cultivating. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused. It looked like Xiao Yu had indeed suffered a certain blow after being knocked unconscious by Yu Xiang under the gazes of everyone. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to risk his life like this. However, he believed that Xiao Yu would be able to trample Yu Xiang beneath his feet sooner or later. The two of you should hurry up and cultivate. Be careful or you won't be able to pass the test. Duan Lingtian glanced at Meng Quan and Lo Cheng as he laughed. I'm not afraid. Don't I still have you? Meng Quan laughed. Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at Meng Quan. How do you know that the training starting tomorrow won't be separated? If everyone has to train separately, how can I help you? Crow's beak. Meng Quan and Lo Cheng spoke at the same time. It was rare for them to have such tacit understanding. The next day, early morning. The remaining 29 people of the genius camp were gathered at the drill grounds. Duan Lingtian had just arrived when he noticed two gazes that were filled with battle intent. He looked over with a glance. It was actually Su Li and Tian Hu. It looked like his actions yesterday had aroused the competitive spirit of these two. Of course, besides the gazes of Su Li and Tian Hu, Duan Lingtian also noticed a gloomy and vengeful gaze staring at him, Yu Xiang. Glancing at Yu Xiang, who was glaring at him with vengeance, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a faint smile, not taking it to heart. Duan Lingtian. However, in Yu Xiang's eyes, the faint smile on Duan Lingtian's lips seemed to be a provocation. His face flushed red, and he was extremely angry. The other youths of the genius barracks looked at Duan Lingtian with slight reverence. Duan Lingtian's strength was something they could only look up to. Soon after, Vice Commander Qiao Qingshan appeared. Behind him were 4 Kiliarchs and 25 Centurions. The vast group of people faintly emitted a murderous aura from the battlefield, causing the expressions of some of the youths to change. Duan Lingtian stood in place, unmoving like a mountain. This murderous aura was child's play to him. However, at this moment, he was also a little surprised and curious. 4 Kiliarchs and 25 Centurions, what a grand display. What kind of training is next? Greetings, Deputy Commander. The group of youths of the genius barracks respectfully bowed to Qiao Qingshan. Qiao Qingshan nodded and said, "Congratulations on passing the first round of the genius barracks test. Although the number of people who survived was less than expected, I believe that since all of you were able to survive, you're surely elites amongst elites. For the sake of coordinating with this unforeseen event, our Iron Blood Army has temporarily changed the training content. Rather than calling the following training a test, it would be better to call it a test. Those who pass the test and survive will be able to obtain the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy." Qiao Qingshan's words were like a fuse that lit up the atmosphere of the scene. According to what the Deputy Commander means, the training we're facing next is the final round of training? I can imagine that this training that's called a test will surely be extremely difficult. No matter what, I've already come this far, so I must continue to fight. Right, continue to fight. Fight for a chance to soar into the sky. The youths of the genius barracks felt their blood boil. Along with Qiao Qingshan waving his hand, the clamorous drill grounds quieted down. The final test will no longer be carried out by groups. Everyone will have to complete the mission given to you by the Iron Blood Army, and only those who smoothly complete the mission will be able to pass the test. Qiao Qingshan continued. As soon as Qiao Qingshan finished speaking, the gazes of most of the youths lit up. Yu Xiao and the other 3 Yu clan youths frowned. Crow's beak. Meng Quan and Lo Cheng looked at Duan Lingtian and once again spoke in unison. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. He didn't expect that he would really hit the nail on the head. Before long, Qiao Qingshan started to describe the rules of the test. For the sake of forbidding you all from borrowing external forces to complete the mission, our Iron Blood Army will send out 29 officers to supervise you all as you carry out the test in a one-on-one manner. During the process of you completing the mission, even if you face a life-and-death situation, they won't interfere. Also, don't take any chances. The officers of the Iron Blood Army have the right to kill anyone who intends to bribe the officers of my Iron Blood Army. As Qiao Qingshan finished speaking, his tone was filled with icy coldness. The group of youths present felt as if they had fallen into an icy pit. Their expressions all became serious. They were all able to realize that the mission they were about to face wasn't simple. 29 soldiers. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. His gaze swept past the group of people behind Qiao Qingshan. 4 Kiliarchs and 25 centurions. The 4 Kiliarchs wouldn't be prepared just for me, Su Li, Tian Hu, and Yu Xiang, right? Duan Lingtian secretly guessed in his heart. Clap! Clap! Suddenly, Qiao Qingshan clapped his hands twice. Instantly, there was a burst of noise outside the drill grounds. Duan Lingtian glanced over. What he saw was a group of Iron Blood Army soldiers carrying simple tables and chairs over, distributing them to the 29 youths of the Genius Barracks. Each person received a set of tables and chairs. What's this for? Duan Lingtian was dazed. Why did they distribute the tables and chairs to them? He couldn't figure it out for a while. Sit down. Following Qiao Qingshan's order, the 29 youths including Duan Lingtian sat before the tables. Now, each of you will receive 2 pieces of paper and a pen. As soon as Qiao Qingshan finished speaking, the Iron Blood Army soldiers distributed paper and pens to the group of youths. What's this for? Most of the youths had astonished expressions. Could it be that before the final training, they still had to undergo a theory test? Vice Commander, I haven't studied much and only know how to write a few words. If you want to take the theory test, I reckon I have no chance. Just at this moment, a foolish youth spoke with a red face. Instantly, many people burst into laughter. Who said I want you to take the theory test? In Cloud Continent, the strong are respected. Even if you're number 1 in the theory test, what's the use? Qiao Qingshan slightly frowned. Not a theory test. Then what is it? Besides Duan Lingtian, all the youths looked at Qiao Qingshan. Only Duan Lingtian held his chin and seemed to be lost in thought. Today, I'm not distributing these papers to you for you to take the theory test, but for you to write a letter. To put it bluntly, it's a will. Qiao Qingshan spoke resolutely and powerfully. Will? Write a will. Instantly, the expressions of some of the Genius Camp youths changed. There were also some that didn't have much of a reaction and weren't surprised. Alright, now I'll give you 1 hour to write your will. You can write 1 or 2. After you've finished writing, fold it and write the recipient's general information. If you're unlucky enough to die, our Iron Blood Army soldiers will deliver your will to your family at the first possible moment. Qiao Qingshan indifferently spoke with a carefree expression. Some of the youths' breathing became hurried as they held onto the pen and didn't write for a long time. There were also some youths who were already writing at a high speed. Will? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile. Is there a need for this? In the end, Duan Lingtian simply laid on the table and slept. Qiao Qingshan had always been paying attention to Duan Lingtian. Now that he saw Duan Lingtian not writing a will but laying on the table and sleeping, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Is this kid really confident, or is he arrogant and conceited? After all, amongst the 29 missions this time, the one arranged for Duan Lingtian could be said to be the most difficult. These missions were divided into 3 levels. The most difficult was undoubtedly Duan Lingtian's, and it was also decided last night. After all, Duan Lingtian was a martial artist at the 5th level of the core formation stage. He could pass a mission that was too easy even with his eyes closed. Below Duan Lingtian's mission, there were 3 missions that were more difficult, and they were respectively targeted at the other 3 youths in the genius camp. 3 4th-level core formation martial artists. Su Li, Tian Hu, and Yu Xiang. The difficulty of the remaining 25 missions was extremely easy to Duan Lingtian's group of 4, but to the remaining 25 people, the difficulty was extremely high, and their lives could be in danger at any time. An hour passed. The Iron Blood Army soldiers collected the wills of the 28 youths. Only Duan Lingtian crumpled 2 pieces of paper into a ball and threw it to the side. At this moment, the youths present noticed that Duan Lingtian actually didn't write any wills. Duan Lingtian, why didn't you write one? Meng Quan, who sat behind Duan Lingtian, couldn't help but ask. Why should I? Duan Lingtian replied with a question. Meng Quan choked. Yeah, with Duan Lingtian's ability, even Yu Hong, who was at the 8th level of the core formation stage, was killed by him. Why would he care about the following missions? Duan Lingtian's disdain was because he was confident. Meng Quan sighed in his heart. When would he have the qualifications to be so confident and even proud? Now that all of you have finished writing your wills, the mission will begin immediately. Next, all of you will follow the Iron Blood Army soldiers in front of you and leave Iron Blood City. Because the journey is long, they will tell you the specifics of the mission on the way. Qiao Qing Shan's voice sounded out once more. For a moment, the 4 Kiliarchs and 25 centurions behind Qiao Qing Shan walked over. Just as Duan Lingtian guessed, the 4 Kiliarchs separately walked towards him, Su Li, Tian Hu, and Yu Xiang. The one who came before Duan Lingtian was an acquaintance of Duan Lingtian. Chiliarch Yang De, Lord Chiliarch. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he bowed to Yang De. Let's go. Yang De returned a smile, nodded, and left in large strides. Come back alive and let's drink together. Before Duan Lingtian left, he glanced at Xiao Yu's group of 3 who were similarly leaving with a serious expression. Of course. The 3 of them nodded. The 29 Iron Blood Army generals led their men and left in batches. Duan Lingtian followed Yang De and spurred his horse out, leaving Iron Blood City. However, the direction they left towards was the official road in the east. All the way to the east. Lord Chiliarch, this seems to be the territory of the Dark Mountain Kingdom, right? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask. Correct, your mission this time will be carried out in the Dark Mountain Kingdom. Yang De nodded. Duan Lingtian's gaze focused. Carry out a mission in the Dark Mountain Kingdom? Chapter 116. Captain, what's my mission? After leaving Iron Blood City, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask. Your mission is to make the Black Armored Army of the Black Mountain Kingdom and the Lien clan turn against each other and cut off all contact. Captain Yang Da's eyes flashed as he slowly said. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. For so many years, the Iron Blood Army had racked their brains for this, but to no avail. He didn't know why the commander would give this mission to Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to complete this mission. Black Armored Army? Lien clan? Duan Lingtian's eyebrows slightly moved. Captain, can you introduce them to me? Of course. Yang De nodded and slowly said, if you follow this official road, you will reach the Black Armored City of the Black Cloud Kingdom. Black Armored City is similar to our Iron Blood City. The Black Armored Army is equivalent to our Iron Blood Army. As for the Lien clan, they are the strongest clan in Black Armored City and have always had a close relationship with Black Armored City. Duan Lingtian slightly nodded. Yang De continued, the Black Armored Army is the sworn enemy of our Iron Blood Army, and was once defeated by us. Speaking up to here, Yang Da's face slightly darkened. Once? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Ever since the Lien clan interfered in the dispute between our 2 armies, our Iron Blood Army and the Black Armored Army have always been evenly matched. It's difficult for us to be like before and break the spirit of the Black Armored Army. Yang De was obviously somewhat angry. Generally speaking, the clans would not interfere in the confrontation between the armies of 2 countries. However, because the Lien clan had a close relationship with the Black Armored Army, although they didn't interfere openly, they secretly let the experts of the Lien clan infiltrate the Black Armored Army, causing the Black Armored Army's strength to increase greatly. This was the most troublesome thing for the Iron Blood Army. Duan Lingtian frowned. Since the Lien clan made an exception and helped the Black Armored Army, the relationship between the two clans shouldn't be that simple, right? Yang De nodded. Of course, the Lien clan's patriarch and the Black Armored Army's commander are sworn brothers. Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. Sir Chiliarch, if I didn't guess wrongly, your Iron Blood Army should have tried to split the Lien clan and the Black Armored Army, but have never succeeded, right? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and asked. Not bad. Yang De nodded. F***CK. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but curse. What kind of mission is this? You want me to accomplish something that even your Iron Blood Army can't do? Sir Chiliarch, tell me honestly, do you think I can do it? Personally, I feel that the possibility of you completing this mission is very small. However, Lord Commander said that you might be a turning point for us. Yang De took a deep look at Duan Lingtian. He couldn't understand why the Lord Commander valued this youth so much. Commander? Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. The first thought in his mind was that the Iron Blood Army's commander, Ting Yunhai, was taking revenge on him, hating him for not agreeing to stay in the Iron Blood Army and stay by his side to be his successor. Can I refuse this mission? Duan Lingtian asked. The Lord Commander specially said that due to the uniqueness of this mission, you can refuse, but you will lose the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy because of this. Yang De said. Can't I change the mission? Duan Lingtian frowned. No. Yang De said resolutely, this is the Lord Commander's wish. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Do you want to refuse? If you refuse, we'll turn around and return now, and you can go home directly. Yang De asked. Let's go take a look at the situation first. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he slowly said. If he really couldn't complete this mission after arriving at Black Armored City, he would refuse. There was no need to risk his life for the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy. After all, he would only be 17 in a few days. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Yang De nodded. At the same time, he seemed to have thought of something as he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. Duan Lingtian, I heard that you relied on the inscription on your sword to kill Yu Hong. Do you know an inscription master? I can be considered to know him. When I was young, I met an old man dressed like a beggar on the streets. I threw a steamed bun to him to eat, and he left this inscription for me. Unfortunately, I only found out later that he was an inscription master, otherwise, I would have taken him as my master. Duan Lingtian spoke nonsense as he sighed with emotion. Your luck is really good. The corners of Yang Da's mouth twitched, but he didn't doubt Duan Lingtian's words. He had also heard that inscription masters had strange temperaments and hobbies. From the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Iron Blood City to the Crow Mountain Kingdom's Black Armor City, Duan Lingtian and Yang De rode at full speed, yet it still took them an entire 3 months to reach their destination. Black Armored City was a city that occupied an area similar to Iron Blood City. Looking from afar, it was like a formidable fierce beast was hibernating there, and a murderous aura assaulted one's face. After entering Black Armored City, Duan Lingtian and Yang De found an inn to stay in. You can only rely on yourself for the following matters. If you feel that you can't complete it, you can give up on this mission and will return directly. Yang De left these words to Duan Lingtian before entering the guest room. He didn't see a shadow for a few days. During these few days, Duan Lingtian lingered in various restaurants, inquiring about the Lien clan and the Black Armored Army. Only now did he find out that not only were the Lien clan's patriarch and the Black Armored Army's commander sworn brothers, but even their sons were best friends. They usually addressed each other as brothers and were extremely close. What kind of bullshit mission is this? Duan Lingtian frowned as he prepared to take out some silver to pay the bill and leave the restaurant to find Yang De to give up on this mission. Soon, his movements stopped. He was attracted by the discussion of the people at the table beside him. Speaking of which, the concubine that the Lien clan's young patriarch recently took in is really pretty. I only took one look and I almost lost my soul. I heard about it too. It's said that he's been running to his concubine every night and doesn't even care about his wife anymore. It's really like dying under a peony flower. Even becoming a ghost would be romantic. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. Maybe, this is an opportunity. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile as a plan formed in his heart. During these few days, he heard that the Black Armored Army's commander's son, Tong Lin, would go to the Spring Wind restaurant in the city every 2 days to find some fun. Tong Lin was 19 years old this year. Although his natural talent was ordinary, he still had a cultivation at the 4th level of the core formation stage. It was easy to imagine how much the Black Armored Army's commander had placed his hopes on this only son of his. Deep in the night, 2 drunk figures walked out of a restaurant. Lien Ku, you've been bewitched by that concubine of yours recently and haven't gone to the Spring Wind restaurant with me for a long time. How about it? Tonight, I'll invite you to the Spring Wind restaurant to find some fun. Will you accept? Tong Lin swayed his body as he spoke. Of course, who asked you to be my brother? Tonight, I'll let that little hussy sleep alone. Let's go. Lien Ku, who was also the Lien clan's young patriarch, went to the Spring Wind restaurant with Tong Lin. In the distance, in each of the 2 corners, a figure moved and disappeared into the darkness of the night. Humph. Looks like the Lien clan's patriarch and the Black Armored Army's commander both value their sons. One is their only son, and the other is their only son. Duan Lingtian stood on the balcony of a pavilion in the Spring Wind restaurant and watched the 2 figures leave from afar. His heart moved. Young master, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Why haven't you come yet? A charming and gorgeous prostitute hugged Duan Lingtian from behind and blew into Duan Lingtian's ear. If it were any other time, Duan Lingtian would definitely punish such a good-looking woman for being teased like this. But right now, he had something important to do. He threw the woman 100 taels of silver note and said, I'm not in the mood tonight. Take this and buy some rouge and face powder. Thank you, young master. The woman's face bloomed into a smile and tactfully retreated, then I won't disturb young master. Soon, Duan Lingtian sneaked into a room. He hid on top of the bed. After a while, the door opened and a man and a woman walked in. Young Master Tong, you haven't pampered me for a long time. The woman's licentious voice slowly sounded. Good Xiao Hong, I'll properly pamper you now. The sound of clothes being taken off mixed with hurried voices sounded. Soon, Tong Lin hugged the prostitute and got on the bed. Ah! The prostitute immediately noticed Duan Lingtian hanging on the top of the bed like a spider. She was so scared that her face turned pale and she screamed. Xiao Hong, I haven't come yet. What are you screaming for? Tong Lin didn't realize that danger was approaching and continued to make moves on the prostitute. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian made his move and knocked Tong Lin unconscious. Spare my life, hero. Spare my life. The prostitute's face turned pale and she hurriedly begged for mercy. Swish! Duan Lingtian raised his hand and took out a stack of banknotes. He threw it at the prostitute and said indifferently, You're a smart person. Take these banknotes and leave tonight. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't even be able to keep your life. After speaking, Duan Lingtian carried Tong Lin and disappeared in front of the prostitute. The prostitute's face changed. She counted the banknotes in her hand and exclaimed, 100,000 taels. Even if she worked in Spring Breeze restaurant for her entire life, she wouldn't be able to earn so much money. Taking a deep breath and clenching her teeth, she made a decision. After redeeming her freedom, she would leave Black Armor City that night. It was because of this that she was able to live a peaceful life and marry an honest man. Many years later, when she had a group of children, she couldn't help but think of the purple-clothed youth that changed her life that night. After taking Tong Lin away, Duan Lingtian directly snuck into the Lien clan's residence. He knocked out Lien Ku's concubine and threw Tong Lin onto the bed. Then, he took off the clothes on both of them. She's indeed a beauty. You got lucky. Duan Lingtian glanced at Lien Ku's concubine before his gaze fell on Tong Lin's body for a while before leaving. Not long after Duan Lingtian left, Tong Lin woke up groggily. What's going on? Before he had time to figure out what was going on, he felt the smooth jade body beneath him. Panting heavily, he pressed himself on top of it. Chapter 117. Spring Breeze House. In the quiet room, heavy panting sounds could be heard. The panting sounds belonged to a man and a woman. Suddenly, roar! Lien Ku let out a beast-like roar and fell on the body of the prostitute like a dead dog. Lien Ku. At this moment, a voice suddenly came into the room. Who? Lien Ku was so scared that his body stiffened, and the prostitute under him was also shivering. Lien Ku, you probably still don't know that you've been sold by your brother, right? Duan Lingtian leaned on the window and said lazily. Who are you? What do you mean by that? Lien Ku's face slightly froze as he slowly got off the bed and walked to the window. Why don't you go home and take a look? Tong Lin tricked you to come to Spring Breeze House, but he went to find your concubine to have fun. Duan Lingtian left these words and directly left. He still had things to do. Buzz! Lien Ku opened the window and saw a figure disappearing into the distance. He couldn't help but frown. Taking a deep breath, he put on his clothes and went to the room next door to find Tong Lin, but he found that Tong Lin was nowhere to be found. In his heart, an ominous premonition arose. Tong Lin. Lien Ku's face slightly darkened. Although his relationship with Tong Lin wasn't bad, it wasn't to the point of wearing the same clothes and sharing the same woman. The stars were scarce in the night sky. Lien Clan Mansion. Lien Ku rushed in, all the way to the courtyard where the concubine lived. Not long after Lien Ku went in. At the entrance of the Lien Clan Mansion, 3 warhorses galloped in. A curly-bearded man wearing light armor, surrounded by 2 other generals, jumped off his warhorse and walked into the Lien Clan Mansion. Commander! When the Lien Clan people saw the curly-bearded man, they hurriedly saluted. This was the commander of the Black Armored Army, an existence like the local tyrant of Black Armored City. Moreover, he was the sworn brother of the Lien Clan Patriarch. Where does your young patriarch's new concubine live? The curly-bearded man's voice was like thunder as he looked at a Lien Clan disciple. The Lien Clan disciple's face was deathly pale as he pointed to the north. Lead the way. The bearded man's eyes widened as his breathing quickened slightly. He had just received news that his son had been schemed against and his life was in danger. He didn't dare to hesitate and rushed over with 2 vice commanders. At this moment, outside a pitch-black room, a figure broke into the courtyard and kicked the door open. Bang! The door was kicked open, waking up a man and a woman in the room. Who dares to disturb this young master's sleep? A familiar voice sounded, causing the person who kicked the door, the Lien clan's young patriarch, Lien Ku, to tremble as if he was struck by lightning. When he lit the candle, seeing the naked man and woman on the bed, his eyes instantly turned red and he shouted, Tong Lin, you're despicable. Tong Lin was also a little confused when he saw Lien Ku appear. Only then did he realize that he was not in Spring Wind Pavilion. Lowering his head, he saw a beautiful girl shivering in the corner of the bed. Wasn't she the new concubine that Lien Ku had recently taken in? Just now was it to gallop on this concubine? He felt his scalp go numb. What was going on? Tong Lin looked at Lien Ku in panic. Brother, it's not what you think. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I don't know why I was in your concubine's room. Misunderstanding? Lien Ku's face darkened. He took 2 steps forward and pulled Tong Lin off the bed. Bang! With a punch, Tong Lin spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with some broken teeth. Tong Lin was also angry. He punched Lien Ku and sent him flying. Lian Ku, you dare hit me. Don't say that it's a misunderstanding. Even if it's not a misunderstanding, it's your honor that I slept with your woman. If it weren't for our black armored army, would your Lian clan have become the #1 clan in Black Armored City? Tong Lin's voice was cold and indifferent, mixed with a frightening chill. Good. Good. Tong Lin, I'll kill you today. Lian Ku rushed forward again and fought with Tong Lin, his origin energy wreaking havoc. However, both of them were evenly matched, and it was difficult to determine who was better, young master. Just at this moment, when Lian Ku was repelled by Tong Lin, a voice sounded. A manservant wearing the Lian clan's servant uniform walked into the room in large strides and respectfully passed the broom in his hand to Lian Ku. Lian Ku didn't think much of it. He picked up the broom, poured his origin energy into it, and smashed it towards Tong Lin. Chi! Lian Ku, don't tell me you think you can win with a broom. Tong Lin punched towards the broom. However, before he could finish speaking, a strand of misty gray energy extended from the broom and smashed down like a 1,000-pound hammer, shaking off his fist. The terrifying energy directly smashed onto his head. Hua! Brain matter splattered all over Lian Ku's face. Lian Ku was stupefied. He looked at the broom in his hand as if he was looking at a monster. That's an offensive inscription. Who the hell are you? At this moment, Lian Ku seemed to have understood something and turned around. However, he discovered that the servant had disappeared without a trace. He knew that he had been tricked. All of this was a trap. Ah! Just at this moment, Lian Ku's concubine saw Tong Lin's mangled corpse. She was so frightened that she screamed and fainted. Lian Ku took a deep breath. He knew that no matter what, today's matter couldn't be spread out. Otherwise, their Lian clan would definitely incur the wrath of the Black Armored Army, and even suffer great losses. If the Black Armored Army really swept over, it wouldn't be a joke, just when he had calmed down and was preparing to secretly dispose of Tong Lin's corpse. A thunderous roar caused Lian Ku's expression to change greatly. Lian Ku couldn't be more familiar with this voice. Why would he come here? For a moment, Lian Ku felt powerless in his heart. He realized that the person who designed this trap had intentionally forced him into a dead end. Uncle Lei, listen to my explanation. Lian Ku threw away the broom in his hand that was stained with blood and looked at the curly-bearded man in front of him in panic. Lian Ku, my son only played with your concubine. You actually killed my son for a woman. Die! The curly-bearded man, who was also the commander of the Black Armored Army, punched out with the force of wind and thunder. Brother Lei, please have mercy. Just at this moment, a figure that was like a hurricane flew over, but was stopped by two Black Armored Army vice commanders. Bang! The curly-bearded man angrily attacked and directly smashed Lian Ku's head. My son! The person who came was none other than the patriarch of the Lian clan. Seeing his only son being killed with his own eyes, he was enraged. He sent the two Black Armored Army vice commanders flying and fought with the curly-bearded man. Soon, the entire Lian clan was alarmed. No one noticed that when the Lian family estate was in a state of chaos, a Lian family servant had quietly left. Done! Duanling Tian's figure flashed out like a nimble serpent after removing his servant's outer garment, and he concealed himself at the end of the road. He knew that his mission had been successfully completed. After returning to the inn, Duanling Tian took a bath and sat cross-legged on the bed, using his origin energy to temper his body. Suddenly, crackle crackle, instantly, Duanling Tian could clearly feel the transformation of his muscles and bones, as well as the completion of the final tempering of his body and vital energy. Duanling Tian had a pleasantly surprised expression, as he never expected that he would complete the tempering of his body at the third level of the core formation stage. He lightly clenched his fists. Hua! Above him, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. And this was only the strength of Duanling Tian's fleshly body. Whoosh! When Duanling Tian exerted his origin energy, another 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him. Presently, he was already able to exert the strength of 9 ancient mammoths. And this was under the premise that he didn't use a spirit weapon. If he used a spirit weapon, he could exert a strength close to the strength of 11 ancient mammoths. What a pleasant surprise. First I completed the mission, then my strength broke through. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a brilliant smile. Deep into the night, he fell asleep. The next day, the sound of knocking on the door disturbed Duan Lingtian's sweet dreams. After opening the door, Captain Yang De bluntly walked in, and he had a strange expression as he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was deeply asleep. You? How did you do it? Early this morning, Yang De heard about what happened in the Lien clan last night, a major event that caused a stir in the entire Black Armor City. The 3 commanders of the iron-armored army were all heavily injured by the Lien clan elders. The patriarch of the Lien clan was almost killed. After repeatedly asking around, he found out the ins and outs of the matter. All of this originated from the conflict between the son of the Black Armor Army's commander and the son of the Lien clan patriarch. As far as he was concerned, there were many suspicious points. At the first possible moment, he thought of Duan Lingtian. What do you mean, how did I do it? Duan Lingtian yawned as he asked. Stop playing dumb. Don't tell me you don't know what happened in the Lien clan last night. Yang De jokingly scolded. So it's about this. Duan Lingtian woke up and shook his head. It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. Small matter? The corner of Yang Da's mouth twitched. He wondered if the youth in front of him did it on purpose. Their Iron Blood army had planned for many years, but they were unable to make the Lien clan and the Black Armor army turn against each other. But now, it was done by the youth in front of him in one night. Oh right, is my mission considered completed? Duan Lingtian looked at Yang De and asked. Completed. Yang De nodded. A trace of curiosity flashed through his eyes. How did you do it? Duan Lingtian roughly told Yang De what happened. After Yang De finished listening, he couldn't help but be moved. He didn't expect this youth to be so scheming. Just by using one of Lien Ke's concubines, he was able to cause so much trouble. More importantly, he did the whole thing flawlessly. It could be said that not even a drop of water could leak out. Perhaps Lien Ke had some suspicions. But he didn't even have the chance to explain before he was killed by the Black Armor Army's commander who lost his beloved son. There's one thing I don't understand. Even if Lien Ke was angry, he shouldn't have killed Tong Lin for a concubine, right? Yang De looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Indeed, although he was angry, he didn't have any killing intent. Duan Lingtian nodded. How did you do it? Yang Da's face was full of expectation. It's a secret. Duan Lingtian shrugged and went to wash up and change his clothes. You. Chapter 118. When Duan Lingtian and Yang De leisurely left Black Armor City, they saw the soldiers of the Black Armor Army marching towards the Lien clan's mansion. It was as if a black cloud was about to crush the city. It seems like we've gone too far. Duan Lingtian rode his horse forward and rubbed his nose in embarrassment. Yang De rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian. All of this was caused by you, kid. If we're talking about the instigator, I don't think I'm the one. I have no enmity with the Black Armor Army or the Lien clan, so there's no need to trick them. It's all your fault for making me complete this bullshit mission. It's a thankless task. Duan Lingtian snorted. Let's go. Now that the matter is settled, I think the commander will be relieved. As soon as Yang De finished speaking, Duan Lingtian rode his horse out, leaving Yang De with a face full of dust. This brat! Yang De glared and chased after him. When they arrived, the two rode at full speed and traveled for 3 months. Now that the mission was completed ahead of time, Duan Lingtian and Yang De slowed down and leisurely rushed towards the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Iron Blood City. Along the way, they also stayed at inns in some small towns. They experienced the local conditions and customs of various places. After 5 months, they finally arrived at a small town near Iron Blood City. Let's rest here tonight. We'll arrive tomorrow after another day of travel, Yang De said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. The two rode their horses into the small town. Every time they walked into these small towns, Duan Lingtian felt as if he was back in Fresh Breeze Town. These small towns were almost the same size as Fresh Breeze Town. Lord Chiliarch, I think those inns are pretty good. Duan Lingtian realized that Yang De had led him into the small town, ignoring a few inns. We're not staying at an inn tonight. Yang De smiled. Not staying at an inn? Duan Lingtian was stunned. This is Lone Goose Town, and also my hometown. A trace of gentleness flashed across Yang Da's eyes. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. At this moment, a fleet of carriages, like a swimming dragon, came from outside the town, majestic and mighty. Some cages were placed on these carriages. It wasn't a beast or a ferocious beast that was locked in the cage, but a human. These people were dressed like beggars, but they were also very fierce. Between their brows, there was a hint of viciousness. Obviously, they were not ordinary people. On the faces of these people, there were obvious brands. This is, Duan Lingtian immediately looked around. These are the slaves that the Kai clan gathered outside. They would usually sell some of them in Guyen town and transport them to the county city. The Kai clan has a close relationship with the county governor's estate in the county city. Yang De said slowly. At this moment, Yang De, the leader of the group, rode his horse forward and stopped beside Yang De immediately. The entire convoy stopped. Kai Hai, you're actually taking action personally. Yang De nodded and smiled at the newcomer, appearing very familiar with him. Yang De, you haven't been back for a while. Has your cultivation improved again? After I transport these slaves back, I'll come to the Yang family to visit you and exchange pointers with you. Kai Hai smiled. Then you have to make the best use of your time. I'll be leaving tomorrow morning. Yang De smiled as well. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian frowned. He noticed that within one of the cages, a slightly robust figure had his gaze descending onto the spatial ring on his hand. It was a middle-aged man. His gaze revealed excitement that was difficult to restrain. He recognizes this spatial ring? Duan Lingtian was stunned. It was slightly difficult for him to imagine. This spatial ring belonged to the young sect leader of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Boundless Sect. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian clearly saw that there was obviously a black pattern on the middle-aged man's neck. This pattern, within Duan Lingtian's mind, the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu flashed past. Origin Sealing Gu. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused as he knew what this pattern represented. However, it was logically impossible for such a profound goo poison to appear in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Origin Sealing Goo was a goo poison that sealed origin energy. Even if it was a void stage expert, if caught off guard, they would still be affected. Once they were affected, their origin energy would be sealed, and only the 9th level of the body tempering stage would remain. Boundless Sect. Noticing the fierce gaze of the sloppy middle-aged man sweeping over, Duan Lingtian mouthed these 3 words. Instantly, the middle-aged man's body trembled, and his eyes revealed excitement. He's really a member of the Boundless Sect. Duan Lingtian's heart shook. Yang De, this is... Meanwhile, Kai Hai's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. He's Duan Lingtian, a member of this year's Genius Camp. He's already passed the final test and obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy. He's about to become a student of Paladin Academy. Yang De smiled. Kai Hai was moved, and he squeezed out a friendly smile. Brother Lingtian, I'm Kai Hai. How should I address you? Duan Lingtian replied with a smile, but he didn't know how to address Kai Hai. Kai Hai laughed heartily. If Brother Lingtian doesn't mind, you can call me Big Brother Kai. How about it? Big Brother Kai. Duan Ling Tian greeted, then asked, Big Brother Kai, where did these slaves you transport come from? Kai Hai smiled. We also brought in goods from other kingdoms. Most of them are prisoners of war, and some are vagrants. Brought in goods? Duan Ling Tian felt sad for these slaves. They were obviously people, yet they were treated as goods. Big Brother Kai, I've always wanted to buy a slave, but I didn't have the connections. I wonder if I can buy a slave from you. Duan Ling Tian probed. Brother Ling Tian, you're treating me like an outsider. Not to mention the friendship I've had with your Chiliarch since we were young, you and I hit it off at first sight, and I feel extremely close as well. Which one of these slaves do you fancy? Take it as Big Brother Kai's gift to you. Kai Hai said generously. As far as he was concerned, since Duan Ling Tian had obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy, with his current age of 17, it could be seen that his natural talent was outstanding. When he graduated from Paladin Academy in the future, he would surely have a boundless future. Kai Hai wouldn't have the chance to befriend such a person in the future. Now was the perfect time to give him a favor. Who knows, he might be able to exchange it for an even greater favor in the future. Thank you, Big Brother Kai. Duan Ling Tian didn't refuse, and he intentionally urged his horse closer to the slaves in the cages. These slaves all stared coldly at Duan Ling Tian, wishing for nothing more than to tear Duan Ling Tian to shreds. I choose him. In the end, Duan Ling Tian pointed at the middle-aged man who might be a member of the Boundless sect. Kai Hai's brows slightly twitched as he reminded, Brother Ling Tian, this is only a 9th-level body-tempering slave, and is the cheapest in this group of slaves. Why don't we change to another one? How about that one? 5th level of the core formation stage. He's also one of the best in this group of slaves. Big Brother Kai, I'll take this one. You gave me a meeting gift, so how could I take advantage of you? Duan Ling Tian laughed. Huh. Brother Ling Tian is straightforward as expected. Wait for me to go back and settle these slaves down, then I'll bring him to the Yang clan to look for you. Kai Hai glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian. He increasingly felt that this youth wasn't simple. He bid farewell to Yang De before leaving. Duan Ling Tian, is there anything special about that slave? Yang De looked at Duan Ling Tian with slight suspicion. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched. Captain, what do you think is special about him? Isn't he just a 9th-level body-tempering slave? Huh. I just feel that it's strange that you're so tactful. Yang De laughed loudly. Do I look like the type of person who's greedy for petty gains? Duan Ling Tian was speechless. You don't look like, that's more like it. You are. That night, Duan Ling Tian stayed in the Yang clan estate. Only now did Duan Ling Tian find out that the Yang clan that Yang De belonged to was actually one of the 3 great clans of Lone Goose Town. The Kai clan that Kai Hai belonged to was also one of the 3 great clans of Lone Goose Town. Besides this, Duan Ling Tian also found out about one more thing. The official wife of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor was actually the elder sister of the Kai clan's patriarch, Pei San, who had an arm chopped off by him, was precisely the nephew of the Kai clan's patriarch. Kai Hai was the younger brother of the Kai clan's patriarch, and was also Pei San's uncle. Enemies really do cross paths. After finding out about all this, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but sigh. If that Pei San knew that not only was his uncle extremely courteous to me, he even gave me a slave. I wonder what he would think. He would probably be angered to the point of spitting blood, right? An evil thought flashed within Duan Ling Tian's heart. Young Master Ling Tian, the second master invites you in. Right at this moment, the voice of a servant girl sounded out from outside the room. Looks like Kai Hai has come. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. The second master that the maidservant spoke of was precisely Captain Yang De. It was precisely the second brother of the Yang clan's patriarch. In the Yang clan audience hall, Duan Ling Tian once again saw Kai Hai. Kai Hai had brought over the middle-aged man that Duan Ling Tian wanted. After washing up, the middle-aged man changed into a set of clean clothes and looked rather fresh, but the brand on his face undoubtedly spoke of his lowly status as a slave. Big Brother Kai. Duan Ling Tian smiled to Kai Hai. Brother Ling Tian, your eyesight isn't bad. Although this slave's cultivation is slightly inferior, his appearance and bearing are rather extraordinary. Kai Hai smiled. After exchanging some more pleasantries, Duan Ling Tian bid his farewells and left with the middle-aged man. Within the quiet room, Duan Ling Tian and the middle-aged man stood facing each other. Why do you have the young sect leader's spatial ring? What did you do to him? The calmness on the middle-aged man's face vanished without a trace, and he grabbed onto Duan Lingtian's shoulders as he spoke agitatedly. Duan Lingtian's face sank. Bang! He struck out like a bolt of lightning and pushed the middle-aged man flying. The middle-aged man's face went grim as he shouted in a low voice. If I wasn't poisoned, even if there were 1,000 ignorant kids like you, I would be able to turn them into ashes with a flip of my palm. You said you were poisoned. I only know that you're only a 9th-level body tempering stage trash. Behave yourself. Duan Ling Tian took 2 steps forward and gave the middle-aged man another slap. You! The middle-aged man's face went grim as he once again struck out at Duan Ling Tian. You seem to have forgotten that I'm your master now. Duan Lingtian's voice was cold and indifferent as he raised his hand and struck out like a python swinging its tail, blasting the middle-aged man flying once again. Slap! Chapter 119. The middle-aged man's face flushed red, and he wanted to struggle free, but he was unable to. What? Unconvinced? Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold as he exerted force on his leg. The middle-aged man's face went pale, and his body started to tremble, suddenly. Duan Lingtian withdrew his leg. The middle-aged man gasped for breath and only recovered after a long time, then he stared at Duan Lingtian with an icy cold gaze. Duan Lingtian didn't mind as he said indifferently, serve me as your master, and I can help you remove the origin restriction goo in your body. You know about the origin restriction goo? The middle-aged man's pupils constricted, and his face was filled with astonishment. As far as he was concerned, logically speaking, it was impossible for anyone to know about the origin restriction goo in this tiny kingdom. But the violet-clothed youth before him seemed to have a deep understanding of the origin restriction goo. Most importantly, he saw the Boundless Sect's young sect leader's spatial ring in the violet-clothed youth's hand. You can really remove the origin restriction goo in my body? The middle-aged man took a deep breath, and his eyes flickered. What? You doubt me? Duan Lingtian swept the middle-aged man with a cold and indifferent gaze, then said indifferently, now, tell me why you were inflicted with the origin restriction goo, and why you appeared in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. The middle-aged man caught his breath. I'm called Xiong Quan, a guardian of the Boundless Sect. The Boundless Sect suffered a calamity of annihilation, and I escaped with the young sect leader. For the sake of preserving our lives, we each led away our pursuers. Later on, although I was lucky enough to escape, the origin restriction goo from before flared up, and I walked for a while in a sorry state before fainting from exhaustion. When I awoke once again, I discovered that I was locked up, and was branded with a slave mark. As he finished speaking, Xiong Quan gnashed his teeth. The dignified Boundless Sect's guardian had actually become a slave now. At the beginning, he even wanted to die. In the end, he gritted his teeth and persevered. He believed that he would be able to remove the origin restriction goo sooner or later and recover his strength. At that time, he would kill all the people that branded him with a slave mark. So that's how it is. Your spatial ring was actually not taken away by them. Duan Lingtian glanced at Xiong Quan's right hand. There was a rusty ring on Xiong Quan's right middle finger. Others would not even take a second look at it, but Duan Lingtian could tell that it was a storage ring. Perhaps it was precisely because Xiong Quan's storage ring was inconspicuous that it wasn't taken away. Xiong Quan put away the storage ring with a cautious expression. Remove the ownership. Leave it to me. Duan Lingtian was stunned as he shouted. Xiong Quan's expression changed as a bitter look appeared on his face. He reluctantly removed the storage ring and handed it over to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian dripped a drop of blood on it and opened it to take a look. However, he discovered that there were only some 7th-grade medicinal pills and a 7th-grade spirit weapon narrow saber. That's it? Duan Lingtian frowned as he removed the ownership of the storage ring and threw it back to Xiong Quan. Trash. Xiong Quan's mouth twitched. Who exactly was this young man? How could he call a 7th-grade spirit artifact and a 7th-grade pill trash? Little brother, Xiong Quan looked at Duan Lingtian, but before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. Who's your brother? I'll give you one last chance. If you don't acknowledge me as your master, I won't let you live, not to mention detoxifying your poison. As he spoke, Duan Lingtian emitted a dense killing intent. Xiong Quan took a deep breath. However, he still spoke calmly. I want to know what happened to young sect leader. If young sect leader was killed by you, I'd rather die than acknowledge you as my master. Duan Lingtian looked at Xiong Quan in surprise. I couldn't tell that you had such a backbone. Xiong Quan snorted. When I found your young sect leader, he was already on his last breath. He left me a voice transmission jade slip and instructed me to pass the other one to an old man called Shangguan Yan. After I detoxify your poison and let you recover your elemental energy, I'll pass the voice transmission jade slip to you to determine if it's real or fake. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Young sect leader. Xiong Quan cried out sorrowfully, tears flowing down his old face. Finally, he held back his tears and bowed to Duan Lingtian. Xiong Quan greets master. Duan Lingtian glanced at Xiong Quan indifferently. I can do my best to detoxify your poison, but I'll also leave a backup plan. I'll let you consume another type of strong poison. Xiong Quan's expression changed. Don't worry, the strong poison I'll let you consume will only act up once every 6 months. As long as you consume the antidote within 6 months, you'll be safe for half a year. This is also the method I'll use to prevent you from going back on your words after you recover your elemental energy. Duan Lingtian added. Xiong Quan's eyes flashed and his face was filled with bitterness. He didn't expect this young man to be so farsighted. Just now, he indeed had this thought. Don't have any thoughts of being lucky, I'm an alchemist myself. Duan Lingtian withdrew the Alchemist Guild's Grade 9 Alchemist badge and waved it before Xiong Quan's eyes before putting it away. Grade 9 Alchemist, Xiong Quan's expression froze. This young man that looked to be only 17 years old was a Grade 9 alchemist. Even in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there wasn't such a young Grade 9 alchemist. Come back with me tomorrow, I'll refine a medicinal pill to detoxify the origin restriction parasite for you. However, my current cultivation is limited, so the medicinal pill I refine can at most detoxify 1/3 of the origin restriction parasite's medicinal strength. What was your cultivation when you were at your peak? Duan Lingtian asked Xiong Quan as he spoke. 6th level of the void prying stage. Xiong Quan said respectfully. 6th level of the void prying stage? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he stretched out his hand to rub his chin. After detoxifying 1/3 of the medicinal strength, your cultivation ought to be able to recover to the nascent soul stage. As for how many levels of the nascent soul stage you can recover to, it'll depend on your fortune. I can't fully recover. Xiong Quan's expression froze and was slightly disappointed. Humph. I'm only a Grade 9 alchemist now, so my pill fire is restricted. Once I step into the origin core stage, I'll be able to become a Grade 8 alchemist. At that time, I'll be able to refine medicinal pills to help you detoxify 1/3 of the medicinal strength. Once I step into the 7th level of the origin core stage and become a Grade 7 alchemist, I'll be able to help you completely detoxify the medicinal strength. In other words, once I step into the 7th level of the origin core stage, your cultivation will recover to your peak. Duan Lingtian swept Xiong Quan with a cold and indifferent gaze. What? Can't wait? No. Xiong Quan hurriedly shook his head. To him, being able to recover his origin energy in his lifetime was already not bad. Earlier, he'd been possessed for a moment. At dawn the next day, Duan Ling Tian brought Xiong Quan along as he followed Yang De back to Iron Blood City. At this moment, Xiong Quan had already worn a mask that could cover half his face, covering his slave brand. After returning to Iron Blood City, Duan Ling Tian gave Xiong Quan some silver and asked him to stay at a designated inn before following Yang De back to the Iron Blood Army's campsite. Only at this moment did Duan Ling Tian find out. He was the first member of the Genius Camp to complete a mission and return. There's only a month left before the 1-year deadline. The other 28 people actually haven't completed their missions and returned. Looks like the place they went is extremely far. Duan Lingtian's heart slightly jerked as he secretly guessed. As expected, Duan Ling Tian was once again summoned by the Iron Blood Army's commander, Ting Yunhai. This time, Ting Yunhai specially set up a welcoming banquet for Duan Ling Tian. At the welcoming banquet, besides Ting Yunhai and the vice commander, Chao Qingshan, the 7 captains, including Yang De, were shockingly present. All the high-ranking generals stationed at the Iron Blood Army's campsite had arrived. Duan Ling Tian, we represent the Iron Blood Army to toast you with this cup of wine. From today onwards, the Black Armored Army is nothing to fear. Ting Yunhai laughed heartily as he picked up a wine cup. The others followed suit and picked up wine cups. To the Iron Blood Army, the Black Armored Army losing the assistance of the Lien clan was equivalent to losing a pair of wings. Cheers! Duan Ling Tian also picked up a wine cup and drank it in one gulp. Satisfying. They all say that heroes come from the youth. This time, my horizons have truly been broadened. One of the captains looked at Duan Ling Tian and took the lead to praise him. Subsequently, the remaining captains weren't stingy with their praises for Duan Ling Tian. After the banquet ended, Duan Ling Tian followed Ting Yunhai to the largest tent in the Iron Blood Army's campsite, which was also the tent of the commander, Ting Yunhai. Duan Ling Tian, I didn't expect that you would really complete that mission. Ting Yunhai sighed with emotion. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed, what? Since commander isn't confident, why did you still assign that mission to me? Ting Yunhai laughed, from your tone, it seems that you have some resentment. Commander, where's my proof of enrollment? Not answering Ting Yunhai, Duan Ling Tian spread out his hands. Obviously, he wasn't in the mood to stay here for long. Ting Yunhai raised his hand and passed a certificate to Duan Ling Tian. The time to report to Paladin Academy is half a year later to a year later. After you return, you can prepare to depart. If you bring your family and travel by horse carriage from Aurora City to the Imperial City, it would take at least a year's time. You investigated me? Duan Ling Tian frowned and was slightly displeased. Don't worry, I don't have any ill intentions. Ting Yunhai always had a smile on his face. Farewell. Duan Ling Tian put away the proof of enrollment, then turned around and left. He's young, but his temper isn't small. Duan Ruffing, you have a good son. Ting Yunhai's eyes flashed with a trace of envy. Now that Duan Ling Tian had passed the Genius Camp's training, the restriction order for the Genius Camp members was lifted, and he could freely enter and leave the Iron Blood Army's campsite. After he left the Iron Blood Army's campsite, he found a few medicine shops and gathered enough medicinal herbs before going to the inn to look for Xiong Quan. Master. Xiong Quan was very tactful now, and he was respectful and reverent in front of Duan Ling Tian. Stand guard for me, I'll refine the antidote for you. Duan Ling Tian flicked his sleeve and directly entered the room. Xiong Quan replied excitedly when he heard this, and he respectfully stood guard outside the door like a guardian. In the room, Duan Ling Tian first classified all the medicinal herbs, then he picked them up one by one and placed them into the cauldron. Alchemy fire appeared and was pressed into the cauldron. Chi! The flame shot out, and the cauldron became restless. Chapter 120. Spirit Cleansing Pill. The medicinal pill that Duan Ling Tian refined now. It was a type of detoxification spirit pill that Samsara Emperor Wu created after researching 100 poisons, and it was divided into 9 grades. Duan Tian was only a grade 9 alchemist now, so he could only refine grade 9 spirit cleansing pills. Duan Tian opened the door and saw Xiong Quan looking at him with an excited expression. Duan Tian casually threw 3 spirit cleansing pills to Xiong Quan and said indifferently, "Consume one first. The medicinal effect will probably take around a month to completely dissolve. After a month, consume the second pill. After 2 months, consume the third pill. After 3 months, you can recover 1/3 of your peak strength." "Thank you, Master." Xiong Quan didn't hesitate and directly stuffed a spirit cleansing pill into his mouth and swallowed it. As for the other 2 pills, he put them away in his spatial ring as if they were treasures. "Remember, I mixed a strong poison into the medicinal pill. If you don't behave, only death awaits." Duan Tian added. "Yes, Master." Xiong Quan was already mentally prepared. In the following days, Duan Tian stayed at the inn. The conditions of the Iron Blood Army's campsite were much worse than the inn. Currently, he had already started to charge towards the 4th level of the core formation stage. Once I step into the 4th level of the core formation stage, my origin energy will undergo a qualitative change and directly increase the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. Duan Tian's eyes abruptly shone. At that time, even if I don't use a spirit weapon and fight barehanded, I'll still possess the strength of 11 ancient mammoths, comparable to an 8th level core formation martial artist. The 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique is worthy of being a cultivation method on the same level as the 3 Lives Rebirth technique that Emperor Wu cultivated. In the future, once I break through to the 9th level of the core formation stage and complete the final tempering of the Raging Python form, I'll possess the strength of 23 ancient mammoths. An ordinary 9th level core formation martial artist would only possess the strength of 12 ancient mammoths if they don't rely on a spirit weapon as an external force. But because my fleshly body far surpasses an ordinary person, I'll possess the strength of 11 ancient mammoths more than them. Even a 1st level origin core stage martial artist only possesses the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. When I was at the 9th level of the core formation stage, I was able to steadily defeat a 1st level origin core stage martial artist. However, a 2nd level origin core stage martial artist possesses the strength of 30 ancient mammoths. Only by stepping into the 1st level of the origin core stage would I be able to go against him. Duan Tian's agitated emotions quickly calmed down. Cultivate seriously. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Raging Python Transformation. Origin energy ceaselessly circulated within Duan Tian's body in hopes of breaking through to the 4th level of the core formation stage as soon as possible. Although Duan Tian had now obtained the proof of admission to Paladin Academy and could directly return home, he didn't, as he wanted to know the results of Xiao Yu, Wang Mang, and Lo Cheng's test. 10 days later, Duan Tian was the 2nd person to return. Su Li had completed the assessment mission and obtained the admission certificate. Duan Tian, I challenge you. Su Li's gaze focused as he stared at Duan Tian. Su Li, you've broken through? Duan Tian asked with a smile. Whoosh! Su Li's body lightly trembled as 7 ancient mammoth silhouettes flashed above him. Su Li, are you sure you want to battle me? Duan Tian had a smile on his face as he took a step forward. A single step was like a collapsing mountain. Whoosh! Above Duan Tian, the energy of heaven and earth roiled, and 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes gradually condensed into form. You! Su Li had a dumbstruck expression as a sense of loss arose within his heart, but he quickly recovered. I understand. Su Li took a deep breath as he looked at Duan Tian, and the battle intent in his eyes was as before. Duan Tian, I'm inferior to you now. But I'll work hard to catch up to you. I'll see you at Paladin Academy 1 year from now. After saying this, Zhang Xian nodded. Su Li's figure flashed, transforming into a gust of wind that left the Iron Blood Army's campsite. This Su Li is rather interesting. Duan Tian lightly smiled. In the next few days, Tian Hu and Yu Xiang returned. Duan Lingtian, my county city's Yu clan will absolutely not let you off. Yu Xiang planned to threaten Duan Lingtian before leaving. What? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you on your way back? Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly narrowed as killing intent flashed within. Yu Xiang's face went grim. He was really frightened by Duan Lingtian's words. Although he'd obtained the proof of entrance to Paladin Academy, he didn't dare leave for the time being. He went to look for his older brother's good friend, the centurion Feng Chun. He wanted Feng Chun to send him out of Iron Blood City, so as to prevent Duan Lingtian from killing him. Unexpectedly. Yu Xiang, I've been rather busy recently, so I'm afraid I don't have the time to send you back. Feng Chun tactfully refused. What a joke. From the moment Duan Lingtian killed Yu Hong, he'd vowed in his heart that he would absolutely not offend Duan Lingtian, this malefic star. Now, he even suspected that the centurion Bai Feng had died at the hands of Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, with Bai Feng's strength, how could he suddenly vanish from the face of the earth? Yu Xiang's face slightly sank. Yu Xiang, how about this? Since you're worried that Duan Lingtian will look for trouble with you, you can temporarily stay at our Iron Blood Army's campsite. After Duan Lingtian leaves, you can take advantage of the night to take a detour and leave. How about it? Feng Chun thought for a moment. After all, he was friends with Yu Xiang, so he gave Yu Xiang a friendly reminder. Yu Xiang's face was as unsightly as it could be. He was a dignified genius disciple of the county city's Yu clan, and now that he'd obtained the proof of entrance to Paladin Academy, he actually had to leave in such a cowardly manner. But he also knew that he had no other choice. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know that a casual threat of his actually caused Yu Xiang to be in a state of panic, and that Yu Xiang only dared to leave after Duan Lingtian left Iron Blood City. Another few days passed. Duan Lingtian waited for Xiaoyu, who'd completed his mission and returned. Xiaoyu, you broke through. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he saw Xiaoyu again. How did you know? Xiaoyu was stunned. Looking at your high-spirited appearance, it wasn't hard to guess. Duan Lingtian smiled. Accompany me on a trip. Xiaoyu's eyes flickered as he slowly spoke. What? Duan Lingtian was stunned. I want to challenge Yu Xiang. Xiaoyu's voice had a trace of icy coldness mixed within. Yu Xiang was afraid of Duan Lingtian, but he wasn't afraid of Xiaoyu. Since he was challenged by Xiaoyu, he naturally accepted the challenge. The two of them battled, and in the end, Xiaoyu relied on sleeve dimension to win by a slight margin. Xiaoyu recalled the enmity of the past, and he swung his sleeve to blast Yu Xiang flying, causing Yu Xiang to be heavily injured and unconscious. Have you vented your anger? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Xiaoyu nodded, and his face was filled with a brilliant smile. Before long, the remaining centurions returned one after another along with the arrival of the one-year period. Most of the centurions returned alone, and only a few centurions brought back the youths from the genius camp. In the end, the centurions that traveled with Meng Quan and Lo Cheng returned as well. However, Meng Quan and Lo Cheng were nowhere to be seen. Duan Lingtian and Lo Cheng's hearts sank. In the end, they obtained the answer. Meng Quan and Lo Cheng were dead. At this time, all the centurions had returned. The people that passed the test, including Duan Lingtian and Xiaoyu, were only 7 people. Duan Lingtian, Xiaoyu. Just when Duan Lingtian and Xiaoyu had just found out about this news, the vice commander, Xiao Qingshan, appeared in front of the two of them. In his hands were 2 letters. Meng Quan and Lo Cheng's wills. Meng Quan and Lo Cheng each left behind 2 wills when they were alive. Meng Quan's wills, one of them was signed by Xiaoyu. Lo Cheng's wills were signed by Duan Lingtian. Xiao Qingshan handed the 2 wills to Duan Lingtian and Xiaoyu. My condolences. Xiao Qingshan sighed and turned around to leave. He had seen too many parting of life and death and knew how Duan Lingtian and Xiaoyu felt at this moment. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and opened Lo Cheng's wills. Lo Cheng's handwriting was graceful, as if it was written by a little girl. Duan Lingtian, when you receive this letter, I probably didn't pass the final test. Alas, I still failed. However, I don't regret it, because I tried my best. Being able to get to know you, Meng Quan, and Xiao Yu was the happiest thing in my life. It was all of you that allowed me to know how to be a man. Thank you all. Send my regards to Meng Quan and Xiao Yu. If they're still alive when you see this letter. Also, there's something I can't let go of. This matter is also the driving force that urged me to come to the genius camp. If possible, I hope you can help me. Lo Cheng's last words. Voila! Duan Lingtian's hand trembled and the letter in his hand was twisted into a ball. Although he had only known Lo Cheng for 3 months, he had already taken Lo Cheng as a friend in his heart. Now, this friend of his was eternally separated from him. Lo Cheng, don't worry. I'll surely help you. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and silently said in his heart. Meng Quan. The nearby Xiao Yu had finished reading Meng Quan's last words as well, and a trace of sorrow appeared on his cold face. Meng Quan, Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered and he couldn't help but recall. When he was still in Aurora City, Meng Quan was in such high spirits. Meng Quan, have a safe journey. Duan Lingtian, I plan to leave today and return to help Meng Quan complete his unfulfilled wish. Xiao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian and took a deep breath as he spoke bluntly. I want to make a trip to Lo Cheng's family as well. Duan Lingtian nodded. The two of them went to look for the vice commander, Chao Qingshan, and brought along the other last words of Lo Cheng and Meng Quan before leaving Iron Blood City. Xiong Quan silently followed behind and protected his master, Duan Lingtian. A month had passed, and he had digested the medicinal strength of the first clear spirit pill. His origin energy had already returned, and his cultivation had recovered to the origin core stage. Lo Cheng's family was located in Polonia City. Polonia City was between Iron Blood City and Aurora City, so it was on the way. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 turned halfway and entered the nearby Polonia City. The Luo family was only a small family in Polonia City. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 arrived outside the Luo family estate and bribed a Luo family disciple to smoothly enter the Luo family estate and see Lo Cheng's sister, Luo Shi. When he saw Luo Shi for the first time, Duan Lingtian had a breathtaking feeling. Luo Shi was around the same age as him, graceful, delicate, and moving, in terms of appearance. Luo Shi was only slightly inferior to Ke, Li Fei, and Xiao Lan. She even slightly surpassed Li Shishir. You all, Luo Shi had just opened her mouth when she was interrupted by Xiong Quan's fierce shout. Chapter 121. Xiong Quan's shout caused the people hiding outside the courtyard to have nowhere to hide. They simply walked out openly. Xiao Yu frowned. Duan Lingtian had a calm expression, as if he wasn't surprised in the slightest. Luo Hu, Luo Qian, you two monitor me. Seeing the two of them, Luo Shi was so angry that her face went slightly pale. Luo Shi, this is the patriarch's order. The 2 Luo family youths had calm expressions. Luo Shi took a deep breath and ignored the 2 of them, then looked towards Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu. You two are my brother's friends? But my brother went to Iron Blood City and hasn't returned yet. Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu looked at each other, and a bitter smile appeared on the corners of their mouths. They really couldn't bear to tell Luo Shi about Lo Cheng's bad news, but they also understood that Luo Shi would find out sooner or later. Luo Shi, this is the letter your brother left for you. Duan Lingtian took out Lo Cheng's letter and passed it to Luo Shi. Luo Shi's face went pale as she realized something. She received the letter with trembling hands and opened it to read. Unknowingly, her tears had already fallen like rain. Brother. I already told you that the genius camp's training is very dangerous, why didn't you listen? How am I going to live without you? Lo Cheng is dead. The 2 Luo family youths squinted their eyes. My condolences. Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu comforted her. Your big brother Lingtian. Luo Shi's delicate body slightly trembled and twitched a few more times before she spoke. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. My brother asked me to listen to you in the future. Luo Shi spoke while crying. I came this time to take you away from the Luo family, as this is also your brother's wish. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Humph. Lo Cheng is dead, and according to the agreement between him and our Luo family, he can't obtain the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy. Luo Qian will have to listen to our Luo family's arrangements and marry the Qian family's young master, forming a marriage alliance with the Qian family. None of you can take her away. Two young men from the Luo family took a step forward and stared at the Duan Lingtian trio like a tiger watching its prey. If I want to take someone away, no one can stop me. Duan Lingtian sneered with a domineering expression. Whoosh! Xiao Yu was even more direct. He took a step forward and his body trembled. Whirled in the sleeve. With a wave of his sleeves, his origin energy surged and sent the two Luo clan youths flying. Scram! Along the way, Xiao Yu also learned from Duan Lingtian what Lo Cheng's unfulfilled wish was. Lo Cheng did not want his sister to become a tool for the Luo family's marriage. This was also the reason why he went to the genius camp. Everything he did was for the sake of this sister of his. The will he gave Duan Lingtian was to ask Duan Lingtian to help him rescue his sister, take her away from the Luo family, and give her a stable life. Fourth level of the core formation stage. The two young men from the Luo family noticed the 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Xiao Yu and their faces went pale. They glanced at each other before leaving in a sorry state. Pack up and leave with us. Duan Lingtian smiled to Luo Qian. Luo Qian nodded. Her tears couldn't be stopped, but when she thought of the contents of the will Lo Cheng left for her, she wiped away her tears and had a strong expression. She had to be strong and not disappoint her brother. I'll help you. Xiao Yu followed Luo Qian into the room. With Xiao Yu's help, Luo Qian's things were packed up in a short while. Duan Lingtian took the lead, and Xiong Quan followed closely behind. Xiao Yu and Luo Qian followed behind. The four of them walked out of the Luo family estate. When they arrived at the entrance of the Luo family estate, 3 figures stood there like door gods, a middle-aged man and 2 old men. Patriarch. Luo Qian's face went pale when she saw the middle-aged man. Luo Qian, I'll give you a chance. You stay, and I'll let them leave. Otherwise, they'll die for sure. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with a trace of a cold light. Luo Qian's face went pale. She struggled for a while before looking at Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu. Thank you for taking care of my brother. You can leave. After the patriarch and the 2 elders appeared, she realized that it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to take her away. As far as she was concerned, Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu were her brother's friends, and she couldn't implicate them. She had the will to die in her heart. Once Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu successfully left, she would choose to end her own life. Now that her brother was gone, she had nothing to worry about. Brother, I'll be able to accompany you soon. If you want me to marry that good-for-nothing young master of the Qian family, I'd rather die. A trace of sorrow flashed within Luo Qian's heart. Xiao Yu's face sank, and his cold and indifferent gaze descended onto the Luo family's patriarch. I'm the grandson of the Aurora City's Xiao family's supreme elder. If you're sensible, then hurry up and F***K off. Aurora City's Xiao family? The Luo family's patriarch laughed. It's not the Aurora City's family's turn to meddle in our Luo family's affairs. 2 elders, see the guests out. Yes. Instantly, the 2 old men standing behind the Luo family's patriarch attacked, flashing straight towards Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, and Xiong Quan. Above the 2 old men, 20 ancient mammoth silhouettes each appeared, 2 first-level origin core stage martial artists. Xiao Yu's face went ghastly pale. Xiong Quan. Duan Lingtian finally spoke with an incomparably cold and indifferent voice. Humph. 2 first-level origin core stage martial artists dare be presumptuous before my master. F***K off. Xiong Quan snorted coldly, then took a stride forward and slapped the two old men flying with a single slap, causing them to crash onto the ground and lose consciousness. Above Xiong Quan, 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes flashed before vanishing. Third level origin core stage. The Luo family's patriarch's face went grim, and his gaze was filled with coldness as he took a stride forward. Above him, 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared as well. Pig-headed. Duan Lingtian's face went cold. Xiong Quan, cripple him. Yes, master. Xiong Quan moved, taking a stride forward, and his entire body seemed to have instantly moved from one end to the other, heaven and earth. Whoosh! An azure sword light flashed past, accompanied by a shrill cry. The Luo family's patriarch knelt on the ground, then his entire body crashed onto the ground, losing all support. Fresh blood sprayed out from his four limbs, the tendons in his arms and legs were completely severed. The Luo family's patriarch lay on the ground, looking up at the 49 ancient mammoth silhouettes that flashed before vanishing above Xiong Quan, and his voice was trembling. Grade 7 spirit weapon. In the end, the Luo family's patriarch lost too much blood and fainted. Patriarch. The two Luo family youths that went to inform the Luo family stood in the distance, and when they saw this scene, they were terrified to the point their legs trembled and their faces went ghastly pale. Duan Lingtian's gaze coldly swept past the two of them. I said earlier. No one can stop the people I want to take away. Let's go. Only when Duan Lingtian's group left the Luo family estate did the two Luo family youths react. The violet-clothed youths' domineering words reverberated by their ears. No one can stop the people I want to take away. When they heard these words for the first time, they thought that the violet-clothed youth was arrogant and conceited. Now it would seem that the violet-clothed youth was really confident. Outside the Luo family estate, Duan Lingtian leaped onto his horse. Xiao Yu instead pulled Luo Qian onto his horse, then embraced her and spurred the horse forward. When he saw this scene, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth flashed with a trace of a smile. He'd long since noticed the unusual light that flickered within Xiao Yu's eyes. Looks like Xiao Yu has taken a fancy to Luo Qian. This is good as well, at least Luo Qian will have someone to rely on in the future. Lo Cheng should be at ease in the afterlife if he knows about this. On the way, Xiao Yu's gaze never left Xiong Quan from the beginning. He wasn't sure of Xiong Quan's origins. Since the moment they left Iron Blood City, this middle-aged man that wore a mask that covered half his face had always been following Duan Lingtian, and even addressed Duan Lingtian as master. At the moment Xiong Quan noticed the two Luo family youths, he realized that Xiong Quan wasn't simple. When Xiong Quan revealed his strength at the third level of the Origin Core stage and even took out a Grade 7 spirit weapon sword, he was completely dumbstruck. This Xiong Quan actually has a spatial ring. As for a Grade 7 spirit weapon, even his grandfather, the Shao clan's supreme elder, in existence at the nascent soul stage, didn't have one. Duan Lingtian, he. Xiao Yu spurred his horse to approach Duan Lingtian as he asked in a low voice. He's my servant. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he spoke indifferently. Servant? The corners of Xiao Yu's mouth twitched. Even Luo Qian, whose tears hadn't dried yet, seemed to have forgotten her sorrow for a moment, and was indescribably astonished. This person whose strength was even stronger than the Luo family's patriarch was actually Duan Lingtian's servant. Who the heck is this friend of Big Brother? Her heart slightly trembled. Duan Lingtian could be considered to be satisfied with Xiong Quan's recovered strength. According to the current situation, Xiong Quan ought to be able to recover his strength to the 7th level of the Origin Core stage or above when the second spirit cleansing pill's medicinal effect took effect a month later. 2 months later, when the third spirit cleansing pill's medicinal effect took effect, Xiong Quan's strength would be sufficient to recover to the nascent soul stage. To Duan Lingtian, the current Xiong Quan was like a sharp blade in his hand. Anyone who dared obstruct his footsteps was bound to die under this sharp blade. Xiao Yu's gaze was complicated. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion in his heart. Why was there such a huge gap between them? It was fine if Duan Lingtian's natural talent and strength surpassed his. But now, even the servant he'd taken in was in existence at the third level of the origin core stage, causing him to feel a wave of unfairness in his heart. Before long, he felt at ease. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian was a monster, and couldn't be looked at with the gaze of a normal person. Half a month later, Aurora City finally appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others. "We're home." Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. "Mother, I've returned. Kerr, I've returned. Little Fei, I've returned." Xiao Yu's eyes flickered with an excited sheen. "Xiao Yu, you'll take care of Lil Qian in the future, how about it?" Duan Lingtian looked at Xiao Yu and asked. "No problem." Xiao Yu nodded. Duan Lingtian then looked at Luo Qian and lightly smiled. "Lil Qian, Xiao Yu is a person worthy of relying on. I believe he'll take good care of you and allow you to be worry-free for your entire life." After half a month of time, Luo Qian had recovered a lot. Now, when she heard Duan Lingtian's words that had a meaning behind them, her beautiful face blushed slightly, and she was speechless as she lightly nodded. "Yes, big brother Lingtian. Xiao Yu." Duan Lingtian looked at Xiao Yu with a serious expression. "From the moment Lo Cheng entrusted me to take care of Luo Qian, I've taken her to be my own little sister. Now that I'm handing her over to you, if you let her suffer any grievance, I'll absolutely not let you off. Don't worry." Xiao Yu nodded with a serious expression, and a trace of gratitude flashed within his eyes. Chapter 122. After parting ways with Xiao Yu and Luo Shi, Duan Lingtian threw some silver to Xiong Quan and sent him to stay at an inn. He returned to the Li clan estate alone. Duan Lingtian. On the way, many Li clan disciples looked at Duan Lingtian as if they'd seen a ghost. "Duan Lingtian has returned? Oh my god, he actually returned from the Devil's Genius camp." For a time, the entire Li clan was in an uproar. The matter of Duan Lingtian going to the Iron Blood Army's Genius camp had long since spread throughout the Li clan, so many people knew. But they never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be able to return alive. What did returning alive represent? Everyone understood. It represented that Duan Lingtian had obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy. Paladin Academy, the most sacred existence in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, was so far out of reach to every single Li clan disciple. Now, someone from their Li clan had actually obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy. This was undoubtedly a piece of exciting news. In the quiet courtyard, a graceful and beautiful young girl was practicing her sword. As the tip of her sword flashed, traces of icy cold aura were emitted. Suddenly, the young girl withdrew her sword and stood there. She glanced at the two little pythons on her wrist and sighed. "Young master has already left for a year and a month, why hasn't he returned? Little black, little white, do you miss him?" "Of course they don't miss my cur." Right at this moment, a familiar voice entered the young girl's ears, causing her delicate body to involuntarily tremble as she slowly turned around. "My cur has grown up." Duan Lingtian looked at the graceful young girl before him. The young girl had grown a little taller, and the childishness on her beautiful face had faded a little. A girl changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood, nothing could surpass this. "Young master." The young girl's eyes were slightly red. At this moment, she'd forgotten all the unnecessary formalities and swiftly moved with graceful steps, charging towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian opened his arms and hugged the girl. Smelling the fresh fragrance of the girl's hair, he said softly, "Cur, I'm back." The girl nodded, unwilling to leave Duan Lingtian's embrace for a long time. How she wished this moment could last forever. Creak. At this moment, the door of a nearby room opened. Tian is back. A radiant and beautiful woman slowly walked out with a trace of excitement in her eyes. "Mother, I'm back." Duan Lingtian looked at the woman, a gentle light flowing out of his eyes. The young girl was so shy that she left Duan Lingtian's embrace. Ma! Madam! Silly girl, don't be shy. Li Ro shook her head and smiled. That's right, Kerr. You're my fiancé. What's there to be shy about? Duan Lingtian added. A year had passed, but his mother Li Ro hadn't changed much. She was still as beautiful and moving as before. She didn't look like the mother of a 17-year-old boy at all. Scoundrel! Suddenly, an excited voice came from outside the courtyard. Duan Lingtian turned around and saw a hot figure running in. She ran straight into his embrace and pounded his chest. You rascal, you didn't even come to see me when you came back. If I didn't hear about it from others, I wouldn't have known that you were back. Little Fei, After not seeing each other for a year, Li Fei had become more mature. She was constantly emitting her charm, causing Duan Lingtian's little brother that had been silent for more than a year to have a reaction. Li Fei also felt it. Her face was red, and only then did she realize that Kerr and Li Ro were beside her. She hurriedly left Duan Lingtian's embrace. Aunt Ro, little sister Kerr. Li Fei greeted Li Ro and Kerr. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. Tian, you've been on the road all day. Are you hungry? Mother will go prepare some food for you. Li Ro went into the kitchen and busied herself. Kerr also followed in. At this time, Li Fei looked towards Duan Lingtian. Are you going to see grandfather, right? Duan Lingtian interrupted Li Fei's words, as if he could see through Li Fei's thoughts. Li Fei lightly nodded her head. Of course I want to see him. After not coming back for more than a year, I also miss grandfather. Furthermore, you are already mine. I naturally want to be filial to grandfather with you. Duan Lingtian held Li Fei's hand and squeezed her palm. Seeing Li De again, Duan Lingtian did not know if it was his misperception or what, but when Li De saw him, he actually let out a sigh of relief, as if a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. Could it be that he was worried that something would happen to him in the genius camp? Duan Lingtian did not think too much about it. Grandfather. Duan Lingtian smiled to the old man. It's good that you're back. What do you plan to do in the future? Li De asked. At this time, Duan Lingtian noticed that Li De's eyes had an extra trace of anticipation. Grandfather, I plan to leave in a few days. This time, I plan to bring my mother, Kerr, and little Fei to the imperial city. Grandfather, you come with us. Duan Lingtian spoke of his plans. Just as the Iron Blood Army's commander, Ting Yunhai, had said, if he dragged his family and rode a carriage to the imperial city and stopped to rest on the way, it would take almost a year's time. So, he didn't plan to stay long this time. I won't go. I'll stay in the Li family for the rest of my life. The old man shook his head. Grandfather, if you don't go, then I won't go either. Li Fei pouted her lips and acted like a spoiled child. Fei, you've grown up and aren't the little girl of the past. Grandfather believes that Ling Tian will treat you well. Even if you leave, can't you come back and visit grandfather when you have time? Don't worry, grandfather isn't old enough to need someone to serve him. The old man's face was filled with doting love. Grandfather. Li Fei's eyes were slightly red. Duan Lingtian's gaze was always on the old man's face. He kept feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Grandfather, let's eat dinner together tonight. Glancing at the darkening sky, Duan Lingtian said to the old man. Okay, I'll come to your house for a meal today. The old man laughed. I can ask you about the training in the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp. I'm very curious about the training in the Genius Camp as well. Tonight's dinner was especially lively. Besides the old man who was interested in the Genius Camp, Kerr, Li Fei, and Li Ro were all very interested as well. Duan Lingtian then told them about his experiences in the Genius Camp. Apart from some of the more dangerous things, he told them everything else. When he talked about the deaths of Meng Quan and Lo Cheng, Duan Lingtian let out a long sigh. In life, everyone will eventually die. In life, there is no lack of separation between life and death. It's good to be more open-minded. Moreover, you've already helped Lo Cheng complete his wish. Even if he knows in the underworld, he should be able to rest in peace. The old man had experienced many things and had the most right to speak. Grandfather, don't worry. I'm still open-minded about this. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. 98 people passed the Genius Camp exam, but only 7 people survived. The Devil Genius Camp really lives up to its name. Li Fei sighed. Mother, you and Kerr should pack up for the next 2 days. I've decided to leave for the Imperial City in 3 days. After finishing dinner and sending off the old man and Li Fei, Duan Lingtian said to Li Ro. Li Ro nodded her head. She was already prepared, so she wasn't surprised. Then, Duan Lingtian started to tease the 2 little pythons. Little black, little white. I haven't seen you for more than a year. Has your strength increased? Don't tell me you're still in the same place. As if they understood Duan Lingtian's words, the 2 little pythons proudly raised their heads and nodded their heads at Duan Lingtian. At this time, Duan Lingtian noticed that the horns on Little Black and Little White's heads were almost completely revealed. It seems that you've also improved a lot. Duan Lingtian could guess from the changes in the 2 little pythons' appearance that their strength had increased. The increase in a vicious beast's strength was usually accompanied by a change in appearance. This was the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu. The next morning, as soon as he finished eating, an unexpected guest arrived at Duan Lingtian's house. Patriarch Li Ao. Duan Lingtian, congratulations. Li Ao had a brilliant smile on his face. Thank you, Patriarch. Duan Lingtian replied with a light smile. This is a small token of appreciation from our Li clan. I hope that when you enter Paladin Academy in the future, you won't forget that you're a member of the Li clan. As Li Ao spoke, he passed a large stack of silver bills to Duan Lingtian. Patriarch, I'm not a person who forgets his roots. Actually, you don't have to be so courteous. Although Duan Lingtian said this, he still extended his hand to receive the silver bills. After weighing them in his hand, he realized that these silver bills were at least 2 million silver. He naturally understood Li Ao's thoughts. Li Ao wanted to rope him in early and make him submit wholeheartedly. In this way, if he became famous in the future, the Li clan would be able to rise to the top with him. This money is only of some help to you now. In the future, it will only be a drop in the ocean. Li Ao sighed. So long as it was someone who graduated from Paladin Academy, there was no mediocre person. Every single one of them was a great figure. At the very least, they would have an official position. At that time, in terms of status, it would be far from what he, the patriarch of the Li clan, could compare to. No matter what, I still have to thank Patriarch for your timely help. Duan Lingtian smiled. When do you plan to head to the Imperial City? Li Ao asked. I plan to leave the day after tomorrow. Duan Lingtian said. So anxious? Li Ao was surprised. If it was me alone, I'd arrive in a few months. But this time, I want to bring my mother along and prepare to use a carriage instead of walking. Duan Lingtian said. Since it's like this, leave the matter of the carriage to me. Li Ao said. Then thank you, Patriarch. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a smile as he sincerely thanked Li Ao. After sending Li Ao off, Duan Lingtian left the Li family estate and went to the medicine store to see Tang Ying. Kid, you've finally returned alive. Tang Ying scolded with a smile. I think you're hoping that I won't return, right? Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at Tang Ying. When do you plan to leave? Tang Ying asked the same question as Li Ao. I came to tell you about this matter. I plan to leave the day after tomorrow. Duan Lingtian smiled. If you leave, you'll definitely take that girl with you. What about the 6 treasures body tempering liquid? Tang Ying stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. How about you sell the formula to me? Not selling. Duan Ling Tian replied very bluntly. Chapter 123. However, Duan Lingtian's next words caused Tang Ying's eyes to light up. I can't sell the medicinal formula to you, but I can pass it down to you. However, you have to guarantee that I'll get the same share of profits as before. Also, you can't spread it out. Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Tang Ying. Aren't you afraid that I'll take the medicinal formula and kill you? After Tang Ying was pleasantly surprised, he joked. Can you bear to do that? I have even better things in my hands, and maybe we'll have a chance to work together in the future. You're a smart person, so you should know that killing the goose that lays the golden eggs is a stupid action. Duan Lingtian laughed. You're a little fox. Tang Ying said angrily. Duan Lingtian took out the medicinal formula he prepared and had Tang Ying memorize it, then he ignited a strand of alchemy fire and burned it to ashes. You? When did you become an alchemist? Seeing the alchemy fire in Duan Lingtian's hand, Tang Ying was stunned. He didn't know that Duan Lingtian was an alchemist. Duan Lingtian took out the grade 9 alchemist badge issued by the Alchemist Guild and waved it in front of Tang Ying. Under Tang Ying's stunned gaze, he swaggered out of the medicine store. How many more secrets does this kid have? Tang Ying suddenly felt that he really couldn't see through this youth anymore. After leaving the medicine store, Duan Lingtian returned to the Li family estate. As soon as he arrived at the door, he heard a wave of hurried voices coming from inside. Although he didn't hear clearly what was said, he still recognized the owner of the voice. Little fatty Li Xian. Why is this kid here? Could it be that he was recommended to the main family by the branch family? Duan Lingtian's face revealed a smile as he walked in. However, the slightly oppressive atmosphere in the courtyard caused him to feel slightly heavy. Boss! Seeing Duan Lingtian return, little fatty was excited. Li Xian, what happened? Duan Lingtian noticed that his motherly rose expression wasn't too good, and faintly realized that something might have happened. Boss, the Grand Elder is dead. The little fatty's chubby face was trembling, and his words were filled with excitement. The Grand Elder the little fatty spoke of was naturally the Grand Elder of the Li family in Fresh Breeze Town, Li Hua. What? Duan Lingtian's expression changed greatly. He grabbed the little fatty's shoulders with both hands. What's going on? How did the Great Elder die? He was very clear about the Great Elder's situation. After he cured the Great Elder's hidden illness, with the Great Elder's cultivation, he would be able to live for several more decades. There was only one possibility. The Grand Elder was killed by someone. Boss, it was someone from the Fong family. An old guy from the Fong family who had been away for many years came back. He forced the head elder to hand over the formula for the 6 treasures body tempering liquid. The head elder would rather die than submit, so he was killed by him. The little fatty was extremely agitated. Fong family, it's the Fong family again. What's that old man's cultivation? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. It seems to be a second-level origin core stage martial artist. He attacked out of rage, and 30 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him. The little fatty's expression sank slightly. If it wasn't for him having misgivings about our Li family being a branch family of the Aurora City's Li family, I'm afraid our Fresh Breeze Town's Li family would have already ceased to exist. I came here this time to see if the Li clan is willing to help take revenge for the Grand Elder. If the Li clan isn't willing, then I'll go look for my grandfather. There's no need for the Li clan to make a move, I'll go with you. Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold, and the air seemed to become slightly colder. But... Boss, that's an origin core stage martial artist. The little fatty was slightly hesitant. So what if he's at the origin core stage? Duan Lingtian grunted coldly. Presently, Xiong Quan had already digested the medicinal strength of the second spirit cleansing pill, and his cultivation had recovered to the 9th level of the origin core stage, not to mention that the old guy from the Fong family was only a 2nd level origin core stage martial artist. Even if he was at the 9th level of the origin core stage, he would still die without a doubt. Xiong Quan was once a void stage martial artist. Even if his current cultivation was far inferior to before, but in terms of experience, how could an ordinary 9th level origin core stage martial artist compare to him? Not to mention this, Xiong Quan relied on the grade 7 spirit weapon in his possession. In the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, there was absolutely no one below the nascent soul stage that was a match for him. Mom, I'm going back to Fresh Breeze Town. I'll be back tomorrow and won't delay the journey. Tell Kerr. Duan Lingtian spoke to Li Ro before grabbing onto the little fatty's shoulder and bringing him along as he flashed out of the Li family estate. The little fatty only felt the cold howl of the wind ceaselessly enter his ears, causing his chubby face to go pale from fright. When he raised his head and saw the scene above Duan Lingtian, he was completely dumbstruck. 9. The strength of 9 ancient mammoths. When did Boss become so strong? The little fatty fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva. When the little fatty noticed that Duan Lingtian had stopped, only then did he notice that an inn had appeared before his eyes. Boss, why did you bring me here? The little fatty had a puzzled expression. Wait for me here. Duan Lingtian informed the little fatty before entering the inn to look for Xiong Quan. Come with me. Yes, master. Xiong Quan didn't ask anything and respectfully followed behind Duan Lingtian. He could clearly feel that his master's voice was very oppressive, and was obviously suppressing a breathtaking rage. I wonder which unlucky fellow actually dares to provoke my master. After Duan Lingtian left the inn with Xiong Quan, he called the little fatty over and bought 3 horses before directly setting off for Fresh Breeze Town. Boss, who's he? Is he the helper you found? Although the little fatty was shocked by Duan Lingtian's current strength, it was very obvious that the current Duan Lingtian was absolutely not a match for that old fellow from the Fong family. Now that he saw Xiong Quan, his heart calmed down. I'm his master. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Master? The little fatty urged his horse forward while sizing up Xiong Quan, his small eyes revealing suspicion. In his opinion, a servant that could be subdued by Duan Lingtian definitely wouldn't be stronger than Duan Lingtian. Boss, why don't I go find my grandfather? The little fatty said. If you keep nagging, do you believe that I won't kick you off your horse? As Duan Lingtian spoke, he urged his horse closer to the little fatty. Boss, don't. The little fatty was so scared that his chubby face turned white. He hurriedly waved the horsewhip in his hand. Go. The 3 of them rode into Fresh Breeze Town. Fresh Breeze Town was still the same as before. It was bustling with activity, with endless streams of carriages and horses. However, the Li family's mansion seemed a little quiet. Mourning was everywhere. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and led the little fatty and Meng Quan into the Li family's mansion. The members of the Li family were currently gathered in the morning hall. Duan Lingtian walked in. With a glance, he saw the Li family's patriarch, Li Nanfeng, and the Li family's elders taking turns to offer incense and respectfully bow. The great elder's married daughter had also returned. She brought her child and knelt at the side, crying. Duan Lingtian. Soon, Li Nanfeng and the Li family's elders all noticed Duan Lingtian. They should have been happy, but they couldn't. The great elder was dead. The Li family's biggest pillar of support had fallen. What would the Li family do in the future? Patriarch, elders. Duan Lingtian nodded to Li Nanfeng and the others. He took a few steps forward, took 3 incense sticks, and bowed 3 times to the great elder Li Hua's memorial tablet. Great elder, you were willing to live in Fresh Breeze Town for the sake of the Li family. Thank you for your hard work. Duan Lingtian looked at Li Hua's memorial tablet with a slightly emotional expression. Although he hadn't known Li Hua for long, Li Hua had constantly helped him and tolerated his youthful frivolity. He remembered all of this deeply in his heart. He had always respected Li Hua. Great elder, don't worry. I will avenge you. After today, the Fong family of Fresh Breeze Town will cease to exist. Duan Lingtian respectfully inserted the 3 incense sticks into the incense burner. Duan Lingtian's last sentence caused Li Nanfeng and the Li family elders to be moved. Based on their understanding of Duan Lingtian wasn't the type of person who liked to boast. But what did he have? Xiong Quan, follow me. Duan Lingtian's figure trembled, and 9 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above his head. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared before the eyes of everyone in the morning hall. Xiong Quan followed closely behind, and 9 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above his head as well, following him like shadows. The strength of 9 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian, he. Li Nanfeng was stunned. Even he, with his cultivation at the 6th level of the core formation stage, could only exert the strength of 8 ancient mammoths at full strength. The Li family elders were stunned as well. The current Duan Lingtian had already completely exceeded their imaginations. Patriarch, even if Duan Lingtian's current strength is close to the 7th level of the core formation stage, it's still impossible for him to be a match for that old freak from the Fong family. One of the Li family elders couldn't help but speak. Don't worry, didn't you see that he brought another person with him? Li Nanfeng obviously believed in Duan Lingtian. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian had never done anything he wasn't confident in, no matter if it was the battle with 7th Elder Li Kuan's son, Li Jia, or the battle with the Fong family's manager, Fong Chang. Both times, he exceeded everyone's expectations. Patriarch, it's different this time. Little fatty Li Xian had an anxious expression. Patriarch, I'm guessing that the cultivation of the person by boss's side is about the same as his, and probably isn't a match for that old fellow from the Fong family. Why? Li Nanfeng stared blankly. 5th Elder Li Ting looked at his son as well. What the hell is going on? Speak quickly. That person addresses boss as master and is boss's servant. Do you think he, Li Xian, had a bitter smile on his face? He hadn't even finished speaking when the expressions of the Li family's higher-ups, including Li Nanfeng and Li Ting, all changed. Let's go. Li Nanfeng took the lead and flashed out of the morning hall. The Li family's higher-ups followed one after another. Duan Lingtian, that little fellow, is too impulsive. Li Ting's face sank. I thought that the helper he brought back would be able to suppress that old fellow from the Fong family, but I didn't expect that it was only his servant. Li Nanfeng's voice was filled with anxiety. Quick! If we're too late, Duan Lingtian will most likely die. Today, our Li family will have a bloody battle with the Fong family. We'll fight to our heart's content and avenge Grand Elder. Even if we die, we'll have no regrets. Grand Elder has devoted his entire life to the family. Now, it's time for us to do something for Grand Elder. Chapter 124. In the Fong family mansion. Unlike the Li family, the Fong family was decorated with lanterns and streamers. It was as lively as the new year. In the Fong family hall, a thin old man in his 70s sat at the head of the table and enjoyed the respectful gazes of the Fong family's higher-ups. Second grandfather, you've helped our Fong family take revenge this time. Ever since the Grand Elder went missing, the Li and Chen families have been oppressing our Fong family. More than half of our Fong family's market has been taken over by them. Now that you've returned, we've taken back everything. The patriarch of the Fong family, Fong Yi, looked at the old man at the head of the table with a face full of smiles. Now that Li Hua is dead, the Li family has no one to rely on. Once we reorganize the businesses we took back, we can annex the Li family's market as well. A Fong family elder said with a smile. That's right. Even if we do that, the Chen family won't dare to make a single fart. Chen family? That Chen family originally wanted to help the Li family, but after seeing the second master's strength, didn't they become terrified? They watched as Li Hua was killed by the second master and didn't even dare to make a single fart. That's right, I still remember the appearance of the Chen family's Grand Elder, Chen Kun, at that time. He wanted to make a move but didn't dare to. I'm dying of laughter. All the Fong family elders flattered the old man sitting at the head of the table. The old man's gaze turned cold as he slowly said, "If that Chen Kun really dared to make a move, I would have killed him as well. However, our Fong family suffered a great loss because we didn't get the formula for the miraculous medicinal liquid." Did you find out where that Li Huok got the formula?" The old man looked at Fong Yi and asked. "No." Fong Yi shook his head. "However, we can be sure of one thing. He only got the prescription 2 years ago." Even a useless member of the Li family who doesn't share the same surname rose to the sky because of that medicinal liquid. Our Fong family was completely wiped out. It's a pity that that little bastard went to the Li family. Otherwise, I would definitely make him wish he was dead. A cold glint flashed in Fong Yi's eyes. "I heard about it too. That little bastard really deserves to die." The old man's eyes turned cold. Patriarch. At this moment, a flustered figure rushed into the Fong family hall. This was a young man from the Fong family. His face was pale, and his entire body was trembling. He was terrified to the extreme. "Who let you barge in?" Fong Yi's face darkened. "What happened?" The old man sat at the head of the table, his gaze falling on the young disciple. "Second master, clan head, 2 people have broken into our Fong family's residence. They're currently charging towards the main hall. Many of our Fong family's members have died." The young disciple's voice was trembling. "What?" The expressions of the Fong family's higher-ups in the main hall all went pale. "Let's go. I want to see who dares to be presumptuous in my Fong family's residence." The old man flew out. The upper echelons of the Fong family, under the patriarch Fong Yi, followed closely behind. As soon as Duan Lingtian brought Xiong Quan into the Fong family's residence, he drew out his violet myrtle flexible sword and started a massacre. As long as it was a member of the Fong family, he would kill them on sight. Xiong Quan followed behind Duan Lingtian. Every time the 3-foot-long blade in his hand flashed, a life would wither away. Whoosh! The violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand shook, and another member of the Fong family died under his sword. His face and clothes were already soaked with blood. Wherever he went, blood would flow like a river. Killing a person every 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. Now, these words couldn't be more suitable to be used on Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian didn't know how many people he had killed. His gaze was incomparably cold. As far as he was concerned, no matter how many members of the Fong family died, they couldn't compare to Grand Elder Li Hua. Now, he was wantonly slaughtering for the sake of comforting Grand Elder's soul in heaven. Whoosh! 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 The violet sword light and azure sword light were like the scythe of the god of death. Every time they struck, a member of the Fong family would fall. Waves of terrified cries sounded out from all around. Finally, no more members of the Fong family dared to approach, and they all stood in the distance with terrified expressions. "It's Duan Lingtian." Someone recognized Duan Lingtian. "It's really him. Oh my god, there are actually 9 ancient mammoth silhouettes above him. Doesn't that mean his strength is even stronger than the patriarch's?" "Impossible. He's only 17 this year." One by one, the members of the Fong family were terrified. "Duan Lingtian, it's you." An enraged explosive shout sounded out from afar. Duan Lingtian's forward footsteps slowly came to a stop, and his cold eyes returned to normal as well. The main character had finally appeared. Xiong Quan sheathed his sword and stood ramrod straight behind Duan Lingtian, as if he was a guardian god. Duan Lingtian glanced over. An old man with a thin figure and eyes that flickered with a bright light took the lead and walked over to confront him. The patriarch of the Fong family, Fong Yi, and the group of Fong family elders followed closely behind. Presently, the expressions of all the members of the Fong family were extremely gloomy. The one who shouted out explosively was precisely Fong Yi. "You're Duan Lingtian?" Duan Lingtian's gaze was calm when faced with the old man's cold question. "Yes, I'm Duan Lingtian." Looks like you ought to be that old bastard from the Fong family. Then do you know that you're courting death? Killing intent shot out from the old man's eyes. Courting death? Duan Lingtian laughed. Old fellow, you're so confident. Presumptuous. Duan Lingtian, you actually dare be rude to my second grandfather, I'll kill you. Fong Yi's face sank as he shouted out explosively, transforming into a gust of wind that flashed towards Duan Lingtian. Then let's see if you have the ability. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer as he looked at the 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes above him as Fong Yi flew over. In terms of strength, even if he didn't use a spirit weapon, this Fong Yi was still inferior to him by the strength of an ancient mammoth. In terms of martial skill, this Fong Yi couldn't catch up to him. Die! Fong Yi arrived before Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye, and with an explosive shout, his palm smashed down as if it had transformed into a cattail leaf fan. Duan Lingtian moved. The strength of 9 ancient mammoths exploded out, spirit serpent movement technique. In an instant, Duan Lingtian circled behind Fong Yi. Xiao! A violet sword light flashed past, and Fong Yi's head directly flew off. His body that was charging forward was fiercely flung away, and a pillar of blood spurted out, emitting traces of hot air. Fong Yi was completely unable to keep up with Duan Lingtian's speed. Their strengths were simply not on the same level. The Fong family's higher-ups, including the gaunt old man, were all dumbstruck. Patriarch, the distant Fong family disciples were all terrified. This Duan Lingtian was simply monstrous. Killing their Fong family's patriarch with only a single sword strike, too terrifying. Patriarch! The Fong family elders reacted and cried out sorrowfully. Their gazes towards Duan Lingtian were filled with fear and disbelief. It was extremely difficult for them to imagine how it was possible for Duan Lingtian to possess such terrifying strength since Duan Lingtian left Fresh Breeze Town less than 2 years ago. The strength of 9 ancient mammoths. Not a single one of them was able to compare to it. The gaunt old man's face was livid, and he burst into rage. His cold and indifferent gaze seemed to be able to freeze Duan Lingtian. Little bastard, I'll use your blood as an offering to Er's soul in heaven. Old man, do all of you Fong family members like to boast? Duan Lingtian laughed, and a wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of his mouth. Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of the Li family had arrived. When they saw the corpse of the Fong family's patriarch, Fong Yi, a trace of excitement flashed within their eyes. Today, none of you Li family members can think of leaving. The old man took a step forward, and his body was suffused with origin energy. Above him, 30 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared, second level of the origin core stage. The expressions of the higher-ups of the Li family didn't change, and a wisp of resolution appeared within their eyes. Take revenge for the Grand Elder. Fight. Even if they die in battle, they have no fear. But right at this moment, an abrupt voice sounded out, causing them to be stunned. Is the second level of the origin core stage very awesome? Duan Lingtian looked at the old man and sneered. You'll know once you try. The old man sneered, and his eyes emitted a trace of insanity. At this moment, he'd already thrown the Aurora City's Li family to the back of his mind, and he had no scruples. Xiong Quan, I'll give you 3 breaths of time to kill him. Duan Lingtian took a step back and spoke indifferently. 3 breaths of time. Under the gazes of everyone present, Xiong Quan, who stood behind Duan Lingtian, took a step forward and confronted the old man. Master, you're underestimating me too much. He'll surely die within a breath of time. Everyone present was completely dumbstruck. No matter if it was a member of the Li family or a member of the Fong family, originally, they were already shocked when Duan Lingtian asked this middle-aged man to kill the old man within 3 breaths of time. Now, what did this middle-aged man say? Within a breath of time. Was it possible? A breath of time. The old man laughed from extreme anger. Junior, let me see how you can within a breath of time. The old man didn't finish speaking. because it was impossible for him to open his mouth again in this lifetime. Whoosh! Everyone only felt a flash before their eyes, and the middle-aged man who spoke arrogantly earlier had already vanished on the spot, and instantly appeared before the old man. It was like teleportation. Whoosh! An azure sword light that was swift to the extreme flashed past, and the old man's head flew up, and the remnants of his body that spurted out a pillar of blood crashed onto the ground. He followed in the footsteps of the Fong family's patriarch, Fong Yi. The old man's head flew into the distance, and his eyes that were wide open in death just happened to face everyone present. Xiong Quan, you did well. Duan Lingtian nodded his head in satisfaction, and a trace of a sneer appeared in his heart. Who did this old bastard from the Fong family think he was? Calling Xiong Quan, the former protector of the Boundless Sect, a junior? Thank you for your praise, master. Xiong Quan said respectfully. The members of the Fong family were stupefied, and the members of the Li family were stupefied. They only felt their scalps go numb. Who exactly was this servant of Duan Lingtian? Second master. The elders of the Fong family came back to their senses, and their expressions changed one after another. They were completely terrified. Kill! The patriarch of the Li family, Li Nanfeng, was the first to react, and his figure moved, pouncing towards the elders of the Fong family. The elders of the Li family also charged forward. The elders of the Fong family only glanced at Xiong Quan, and then they no longer had the will to fight, and fled in all directions in panic. Xiong Quan, go help the patriarch and the others. Duan Lingtian ordered. Yes, master. Xiong Quan's figure moved, and he flew out. With his help, the higher-ups of the Li family quickly slaughtered all the higher-ups of the Fong family. Chapter 125. Duan Lingtian knew that Grand Elder Li Hua's death caused the grief of the patriarch and the other elders to be no less than his own. Now, they finally had a chance to vent. Let them vent to their heart's content. Grand Elder, you should be able to rest in peace. After today, the Fong family will cease to exist. Duan Lingtian raised his head to look at the sky as flowing lights flashed within his eyes. Before long, the Li family's patriarch, Li Nanfeng, and all the Li family elders were covered in blood. Of course, this was the blood of the Fong family elders. Duan Lingtian, thank you. Before long, Li Nanfeng led all the Li family elders to deeply bow to Duan Lingtian. This was gratitude that came from the bottom of their hearts. If it wasn't for Duan Lingtian, it would be impossible for them to take revenge for the Grand Elder. Patriarch, I'm a member of the Li family as well. Duan Lingtian's words made his position clear. Oh. Good, ninth elder having a good son is the fortune of my Li family. Li Nanfeng laughed heartily and was extremely excited. The gazes of the Li family elders unknowingly descended onto Xiong Quan, who stood respectfully behind Duan Lingtian. Now, they finally understood why Duan Lingtian had the confidence to say those words about annihilating the Fong family. So it was because of the servant by his side. When Duan Lingtian's servant killed the Fong family's old fellow, they all saw the 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes that appeared above him, causing them to feel a wave of fear. Third-level Origin Core Stage Expert. If they were to know that the current Xiong Quan was actually in existence at the 9th level of the Origin Core stage, and had only used 1/3 of his strength earlier, it was unknown what their expressions would be. The death of all the Fong family higher-ups represented the decline of the Fong family. The Fong family had become the history of Fresh Breeze Town. Just as the Li family was preparing for the funeral of Grand Elder Li Hua, this shocking news spread throughout Fresh Breeze Town like a hurricane. The Li family, who had been at a disadvantage just a moment ago, suddenly made a shocking counterattack and uprooted the Fong family. The Fong family is gone just like that. Could it be that the main branch of the Li family, the Aurora City's Li family, is here? That's impossible. Unless our Fresh Breeze Town's Li family is facing a calamity of annihilation, the Li family of Aurora City should not make a move. Do you really not know the reason? Could it be that you know? Of course. Let's hear it, "Ha, I heard it from a brother of mine from the Li family." Supposedly, Duan Lingtian returned and brought back a servant. That servant of his killed the supreme elder of the Fong family, an existence at the second level of the origin core stage, within a breath of time. Duan Lingtian's servant? This is too exaggerated. Fresh Breeze Town was in an uproar, and similar discussions could be heard everywhere. Deep into the night, the Li family's audience hall was brightly lit. The group of Li family higher-ups sat in a circle, eating and drinking together. The person who sat at the head wasn't Li Nanfeng, but Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was somewhat forced to do something beyond his ability. He refused repeatedly but to no avail, so he sat down as well. He had always been a casual person. Actually, if Duan Lingtian didn't sit at the head of the table, the Li family higher-ups would surely be restless. Xiong Quan, who stood behind Duan Lingtian, was so conspicuous. This was an origin core stage powerhouse. "Sir, sit down as well." Li Nanfeng looked at Xiong Quan as he spoke respectfully. Although Xiong Quan was only Duan Lingtian's servant, Xiong Quan's strength caused him to feel reverence from the bottom of his heart. This time, if it wasn't for Xiong Quan, it would have been impossible for him to take revenge for the Grand Elder. However, Xiong Quan remained indifferent. Li Nanfeng looked at Duan Lingtian with slight embarrassment. "Xiong Quan, sit down." Duan Lingtian spoke. "Yes, master." Xiong Quan sat down at the side. After a meal, the higher-ups of the Fresh Breeze Town's Li family found out about what happened after Duan Lingtian went to the Li family in Aurora City. They couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Gold, no matter where it went, would always shine brightly. This saying wasn't false in the slightest. The number one person on the Hidden Dragon ranking had passed the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp test and obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy. Duan Lingtian's accomplishments caused Li Nanfeng and the others to be indescribably shocked. "Huh. I didn't expect that our branch family Li family would be able to produce such a great figure." Sixth Elder Li Ping laughed heartily as he raised his wine cup and toasted Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, there were some unpleasant matters between us in the past. Today, I solemnly apologize to you." Li Ping had once colluded with the deceased seventh elder, Li Kun, and made things difficult for Duan Lingtian at every turn. Now that he thought about it, his heart was filled with regret. "Sixth elder, you're too courteous." At that time, the Fong family's manager, Fong Chong, made a move against me, and you lent a helping hand. From that moment onwards, the gap between me and sixth elder completely disappeared. Duan Lingtian returned the toast with a light smile. "That was because I was too narrow-minded, so I'll punish myself with a cup." Li Ping poured another cup for himself and downed it in one gulp. "Duan Lingtian, once you leave, who knows when you'll be able to return in the future." Fifth elder Li Ting sighed. The other elders also agreed with him. "Elders, no matter when, Duan Lingtian, will always remember that I'm a disciple of the Fresh Breeze Town's Li family. When I return this time, I'll ask the Patriarch for a favor and ask him to properly take care of the Fresh Breeze Town's Li family." Duan Lingtian slowly said. When the higher-ups of the Li family heard this, their gazes abruptly lit up. They knew that Duan Lingtian, who had obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy, was already worthy of the Patriarch's full effort to rope him in. Their Patriarch would absolutely not refuse Duan Lingtian's request. "Duan Lingtian, I won't say any polite words. The Fresh Breeze Town's Li family will always be your home. Whenever you're tired and want to come back, you can come back at any time. The door here will always be open for you." Li Nanfeng took a deep breath, raised his wine cup, and downed it in one gulp. "Definitely." Duan Lingtian solemnly nodded his head. That night, Duan Lingtian returned to the courtyard where he used to live. The courtyard was very clean, and the rooms were also very tidy. Obviously, there were people who usually cleaned the place. "Boss, it was the Grand Elder who ordered people to clean your house. He said that there would be a day when you would return. Unfortunately, the Grand Elder won't be able to see you return." Little Fatty followed behind Duan Lingtian and sighed. Grand Elder. Duan Lingtian was originally wondering who would be so considerate, but he didn't expect that it would be that old man. His heart slightly trembled. Grand Elder, don't worry. I promise you, as long as I, Duan Lingtian, am here, the Leaf family that you've dedicated your entire life to, will never collapse. Duan Lingtian glanced at the night sky that was filled with dazzling stars as he secretly swore. Grand Elder Li Hua, as a grade 9 alchemist, could have gone to the main clan and become an elder of the medicine department. However, he didn't do so. In his entire life, he lived for the Leaf family of Fresh Breeze Town's branch clan, and he never complained. In Duan Lingtian's heart, the Grand Elder was an elder worthy of respect. Go get 2 jugs of wine and have a drink with me, Duan Lingtian said to Little Fatty. Okay. Little Fatty hurriedly nodded his head and eagerly left. Just as he drank with Little Fatty Li Xian for a while, Duan Lingtian welcomed an uninvited guest. Chen Meier, the daughter of the Chen family's patriarch, came alone. Duan Lingtian frowned. Miss Chen, are you here to look for me? Duan Lingtian, I'm here to apologize to you on behalf of my father and Grand Elder. Chen Meier's face was slightly bitter. She didn't expect that the youth from before would have grown to such an extent. She was destined to only be able to look up to him in this lifetime. Watching him walk further and further away. Apologize to me? Duan Lingtian laughed. Apologize to me for what? If it's only for this, then Miss Meier, I won't send you off, please. He'd heard of the Chen family's reaction when the Li family was facing a crisis. Needless to say, he really loathed the Chen family now. You. Chen Meier was exasperated and wanted to get angry, but she inadvertently saw Xiong Quan standing behind Duan Lingtian. Xiong Quan was coldly staring at her, causing her face to go pale from fright. If she didn't guess wrongly, this person should be the Origin Core stage expert that caused a stir in Fresh Breeze Town today. He was also Duan Lingtian's servant. Duan Lingtian, my father and Grand Elder originally wanted to help the Li family, but who knew that the Fong family's ancestor was really too strong? If our Chen family interferes, we'll definitely suffer a calamity. My father and Grand Elder's choice was also for the sake of the Chen family. Our Chen family isn't like your Li family that has the protection of the main family. Chen Meier explained. Miss Meier, I think you've really misunderstood. I have nothing to do with your Chen family, and the Li family also has nothing to do with your Chen family. No matter what you choose, it has nothing to do with me or the Li family. Xiong Quan, send the guests off. Duan Lingtian coldly swept Chen Meier with his gaze, then picked up his wine cup and looked towards Little Fatty. Li Xian, let's continue. Take this wine as a farewell for me. Next time, we brothers don't know when we'll be able to meet again. Boss, I'll definitely work hard in my cultivation and go find you in the Imperial City in the future. Li Xian said seriously. Then you have to work hard. Duan Lingtian smiled. Miss Chen, please. Xiong Quan stood in front of Chen Meier, causing her face to go pale with fright as she walked out in panic. Before she left, she didn't forget to turn around and glance at Duan Lingtian. But she noticed that from the beginning to the end, Duan Lingtian didn't even look at her. Father, Grand Elder. Your choice has completely cut off our Chen family's connection with him and the Li family. Chen Meier came with hope, but left with disappointment. Li Xian, I'll leave Fresh Breeze Town early in the morning tomorrow, so I probably won't have to say goodbye to the Patriarch. Tell the Patriarch that in the future, someone will deliver the 6 treasures body tempering liquid to his door every once in a while, so he doesn't have to worry. Duan Lingtian said to Li Xian. The tragedy of Grand Elder Li Hua made him realize that he couldn't let the Li family of Fresh Breeze Town have the formula for the 6 treasures body tempering liquid. Otherwise, it would bring disaster to the Li family of Fresh Breeze Town. He had a plan in his heart. After returning to Aurora City, he would find Tang Ying and ask her to deliver a batch of 6 treasures body tempering liquid to the Li family of Fresh Breeze Town every once in a while. Chapter 126. The next morning. At dawn, Duan Lingtian left Fresh Breeze Town with Xiong Quan and rushed back to Aurora City at noon. After first going to find Tang Ying and sending Xiong Quan back to the inn, Duan Lingtian directly returned home. "Tian, how's the matter going?" Li Ro impatiently asked as soon as Duan Lingtian arrived home. She understood her son. Since he was so confident yesterday, he surely had a way to deal with it, so she wasn't worried. However, she was still puzzled. How did her son deal with the Fong family's origin core martial artist? "Mom, it's all been dealt with. The Fresh Breeze Town Fong family no longer exists. The Grand Elder can rest in peace in the netherworld." Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile on his face. Li Ro was slightly moved. The Fong family was uprooted. She suddenly felt that her son was even more mysterious. Duan Lingtian asked again. "Mom, where's Kerr? She should still be cultivating." Li Ro shook her head and sighed. "Kerr, that little girl, has been working extremely hard during the time you left. She's even cultivated to the 5th level of the core formation stage now. But she seems to be unsatisfied and still cultivates very hard. I think she hopes to be able to help you in the future." Kerr, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a trace of a gentle flowing light, and his heart slightly trembled. "What a silly little girl. Mom, I have some matters to attend to and won't be back for lunch." Duan Lingtian informed Li Ro. He would be leaving early in the morning tomorrow, so he planned to bid farewell to the few friends he had in Aurora City. After leaving the Li family estate, Duan Lingtian went to the Shao clan. When he arrived at the Shao clan estate, Duan Lingtian saw Xiao Yu and Luo Shi. To his surprise, the Lin clans Lin Zhua and Lin Qi were actually present as well. "Duan Lingtian, you're so mean. You didn't even ask me for a drink when you came back." When Lin Qi saw Duan Lingtian, he deliberately put on a stern face. "I just came back the day before yesterday." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He didn't expect to see Lin Qi and his brother here. There was no need to go to the Lin clan to bid farewell to them. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian said, "I was just about to look for you two brothers and Xiao Yu to have a meal together. I'll be leaving early in the morning tomorrow, so take it as my farewell to all of you." Leaving tomorrow? Lin Zhua and Lin Qi were both surprised. Xiao Yu wasn't too surprised. Since Duan Lingtian planned to bring his family to the imperial city, he would definitely have to leave half a year in advance. The speed of a carriage was far slower than that of a horse. "Little Qian, come along as well." Duan Lingtian looked at Luo Qian. Luo Qian lightly nodded in an extremely obedient manner. "We'll go as well." Just at this moment, two beautiful figures slowly walked over from afar. It was precisely Xiao Yu's sister, Xiao Lan, and the daughter of the Xiao clan's patriarch, Xiao Yun. The one who spoke was precisely Xiao Yun. After not seeing each other for nearly 2 years, the immaturity on Xiao Lan's face had faded quite a bit. She seemed even more otherworldly, like a living fairy that had fallen into the mortal world. As for Xiao Yun, although her charm wasn't as good as Xiao Lan's, she had matured quite a bit and lost some of her drive. "With so many people, I still don't know if I have enough silver," Duan Lingtian joked. Actually, with the wealth in his spatial ring, even if he ate in the best restaurant in Aurora City for 100 years, it wouldn't be enough. Back then, when he inscribed the blood crescent inscription for Tang Ying, Duan Lingtian had already earned a few million silver. In addition to the profits from the 6 treasures body tempering liquid that Kerr had given him over the past year, there was also the 2 million silver that the Li clan's patriarch, Li Ao, had given him. As of now, the wealth in Duan Lingtian's spatial ring was over 9 million silver, close to 10 million silver. "Don't worry, this meal is on me." Xiao Yu and Lin Zhua practically spoke at the same time. "Just kidding." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. "I still have this bit of silver." Duan Lingtian's group quickly left the Shao clan estate and entered Aurora City. On the way, Duan Lingtian faintly noticed that Xiao Lan's flickering gaze would occasionally fall on him, causing him to be stunned. This Xiaolon couldn't have fallen for me, right? Maybe I'm thinking too much. Duan Lingtian himself felt that it was an exaggeration, so he shook his head and laughed in self-ridicule. Xiaolon, the granddaughter of the Xiao clan's supreme elder. She had an appearance that could topple the world and was like a celestial fairy. Within Aurora City, countless men had bowed down to her, but she didn't even spare them a glance. How could she so easily fall for someone? Within the restaurant, the group of people sat together in a circle, and it was extremely lively. Duan Lingtian, you were right. Lin Qi suddenly looked at Duan Lingtian and said seriously. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall what Duan Lingtian had said to him in this very restaurant: my ambition isn't within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. With Duan Lingtian's current accomplishments, he would soon be able to enter the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Paladin Academy, which had a special status. With Paladin Academy as a springboard, he was bound to walk even higher and further. All of this wasn't something that could be obtained by joining the Violet Tulip Trading Company. You can do it too. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled. What are the two of you talking about? Xiao Yun's beautiful eyebrows knit together. She didn't understand the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Lin Qi. Actually, it wasn't only her who didn't understand, even Xiao Yu and the others were completely unable to make heads or tails of it. They completely didn't know what the baffling conversation between Duan Lingtian and Lin Qi meant. Nothing. Lin Qi shook his head, but a trace of firmness flashed within his eyes, as if he had made some sort of decision. Forget it if you don't want to say it. Xiao Yun curled her lips in disdain. The group of people chatted and laughed, and unknowingly, they talked about the Iron Blood Army's genius camp, about Meng Quan and Lo Cheng. When Lo Cheng was mentioned, Luo Shi couldn't help but feel sad. Luckily, Xiao Lan and Xiao Yun, who treated her like sisters, comforted her. Seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. It looked like Luo Shi had completely integrated into the Xiao clan. With Xiao Lan and Xiao Yun taking care of her, there was no need to worry that she would suffer in the Xiao clan. Meng Quan. What a pity. Lin Zhua sighed. Back then, Meng Quan was so high-spirited at the genius gathering. Now, he was gone just like that. Yeah, who would have thought that he would have such an ending? Xiao Yu sighed. However, I finally helped him fulfill his wish. He should rest in peace in the underworld. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and his gaze was extremely complicated. No matter what, you and Duan Lingtian have escaped death this time. It's worth celebrating. Lin Qi changed the topic and raised his cup. Come, cheers. Duan Lingtian, congratulations. Xiaolan also raised her cup and looked at Duan Lingtian. Her beautiful face without any makeup, but still capable of causing the downfall of a nation, revealed a hint of shyness. Duan Lingtian was startled. This Xiaolan couldn't have really fallen for me, right? Xiao Yu also noticed this scene. As Xiaolan's twin brother, how could he not see through his younger sister's thoughts? Little sister, are you really willing to share this man with other women? Xiao Yu sighed in his heart. With his understanding of Duan Lingtian, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to abandon the two women by his side, whose looks were not inferior to his younger sister's. Come, drink. Duan Lingtian raised his cup and no longer let his imagination run wild. Let's leave everything to fate. Everyone ate, drank, and chatted for the entire afternoon before leaving the restaurant. Xiao Yu, I'll wait for you in the Imperial City. Before parting, Duan Lingtian said to Xiao Yu. Don't say it's so early. There's only one road from our Aurora City to the Imperial City. Who knows, I might be able to catch up to you. Xiao Yu smiled. Duan Lingtian thought about it and agreed. They were using a carriage to lead the way, while Xiao Yu was using a fast horse. The speed of the two couldn't be compared at all. Then I'll wait for you to catch up. Duan Lingtian smiled. After sending them off with his gaze, he went to the market and bought a large pile of medicinal ingredients for the origin-increasing pill before returning to the Li family estate. On the way home, Duan Lingtian bumped into an acquaintance. It was completely out of his expectations. Duan. Duan Lingtian. Li Shishir looked at Duan Lingtian with a somewhat evasive and panicked gaze. Long time no see. Duan Lingtian smiled at Li Shishir. Although he didn't approve of Li Shishir's actions in the past, there was nothing between him and Li Shishir, so he didn't mind. Without love, how could there be hate? Li Shishir was destined to be a passerby in his life. I heard that you're leaving tomorrow. Li Shishir asked softly. Her gaze was very complicated. The youth who had just arrived at the Li family estate had now grown to a level that she couldn't hope to reach. In her heart, there was only regret. But she also understood that she couldn't be as close to Duan Lingtian as before. She had shattered all of this with her own hands. I'll be leaving tomorrow morning. See you later. Duan Lingtian nodded. After bidding farewell to Li Shishir, he left. Looking at Duan Lingtian's departing figure, Li Shishir faintly sighed. She lightly bit her white teeth and her delicate body slightly trembled. Like a wild flower swaying in the wind, she stood there alone, without anyone to rely on. That night, Duan Lingtian's family and Li Fei's family once again gathered together for dinner. It could also be considered as bidding farewell to Li Fei's grandfather, Li De. Grandfather, why don't you come with us? Li Fei still wanted to persuade her grandfather. Fei, don't force grandfather. Grandfather has stayed in the Li family for most of my life. My roots are here. In the future, if you want to see grandfather, you can come back anytime. Don't worry, grandfather's body is fine. I'll definitely be able to hold your and Ling Tian's child. As the old man finished speaking, his face was full of smiles. It was as if he could already see the scene of Duan Lingtian and Li Fei having a house full of children and grandchildren. Grandfather, what are you talking about? Who wants to have a child with him? Li Fei lowered her head shyly. She was bewitching. Swallow Mountain County, County City. Even in the county city, the Yu clan was a large clan that could be ranked in the top. Outside the Yu clan estate, a person galloped over on a horse. After dismounting, he dashed in. Father, big brother is dead. The person who had just returned was precisely Yu Xiang. After Duan Lingtian left Iron Blood City, Yu Xiang finally mustered up the courage to leave. He spurred his horse on and rushed back to the Yu clan. What? Yu Xiang's father was the second elder of the Yu clan. He was also the younger brother of the Yu clan's patriarch.